What? I like you. Since the first time I saw you. And, ever since we've been friends, I have liked you, Dayun. Ah. I'm sorry, it must be really awkward for someone you don't like to confess. Don't like you? It's absolutely not like that. Saiwoo, you are kind and really good-looking, talented, and fun. Really, why would I hate you? What happened? There's probably no need to ask. Well, wasn't that what you were prepared for? She wants to focus on her studies. That girl, she should at least make a better excuse. She can't even study well. Why me? Are you okay? Hey, sorry. Why am I like this? Indeed, it is the greatest mystery in your life. It's not that you dislike exercising, and, it's not even that you can't. With every meal, you meticulously calculate the calories. If people who are on a diet could follow even half of what you do, then, no one in the world would get fat. Have you ever been to a hospital or something? I have. I went many times. What did they say? If you're not losing weight no matter what you do, that's because of genes. Genes. It would have been rather nice if that was true. Even though it feels unfair, I could have given up already. The past or now, complimented me. See my father, however, I have heard many stories. My father was a very famous wrestler. Although his period of activity was short, his record and strength were truly overwhelming. According to my mom, I'm not overweight. She says seeing a healthy appearance is the best. I just have a physique where muscles develop easily. So irritating, seriously. That's right. What's the meaning of a diet that doesn't even work? How many years have I been dieting without any results? Instead of continuing to be stressed for nothing, I'd rather eat as much as I want. Ah. Damn it. Current distance 4 kilometers. This is faster than the average record. Never. I will never give up. Current distance 15.4 kilometers, updating the personal record. I ran too far without even realizing it. But this place, was there a place like this? It's my first time seeing it. Well, if I turn on the map app, it should show where I am. You are indeed fast. Growing up like a little pig. Still, it seems like you can't deceive your bloodline. At first glance, he seemed to be 5 to 6 meters tall. Are you okay? There's no need to be scared like that. I didn't come to devour you. I'm Grandpa Mangti, taking care of the yokai in this peninsula. Playing the role of divine judge. What? From the looks of it, it seems you know nothing at all. Well, it's okay. There's no need to say much. Come with me, will you? What is this? Awakening complete. So, what happened after that? After that? That was the end. Seriously. What kind of shitty dream is that? Well, after listening to you, it sounds like it was quite fun though. Since you won in the end. It's pretty strange that you were getting beaten up in your dream. Don't people usually do things they are familiar with in their dreams? You said that you've never learned wrestling. You consistently did boxing to lose weight. It really is strange. That dream felt really vivid, as if I knew exactly what I was doing from the start. I feel like if I tried right now, I'll be able to do it. Aren't you getting too immersed in this? That's what I'm telling you. Anyways, I wonder if it's because I've been under a lot of stress lately. Was I that obsessed with losing weight? Even if it was a dream, it doesn't make sense for my body to suddenly become muscular. It did. Have you come back to your senses? I assumed you'd wake up after a while since you fell asleep while standing. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Then, that monster or whatever it was, it's real. What about my home? That's right, what will you do? To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. It's my first time seeing a half-human. But now that I've seen you in person, you're quite stupid and pathetic. That thing, does he really have goblin blood? You saw the fight earlier as well. Sigh, well, an opponent is an opponent. He couldn't use any impressive magic, all he did was show off his strength. To think that he was struggling against something like that and feeling proud of his victory. Excuse me. The evaluation is over, right? Then, please let me go back home now. That's right, you've proved yourself admirably. As a monster, your name will be added to the register of names. Ah, yes. That's good. But I must go back home, what if there's no valid reason? You're either pretending to be an idiot or you really are an idiot. Unless you can gain recognition for your ability to completely conceal your identity among humans. I'm not someone who causes trouble. I've never hit anyone and lived peacefully. Well, if you don't understand, I guess I have no choice. But to kill you. Huh. That's right, do you get the gist of it now? Whether you consider yourself to be a human or not, your body is already that of a monster. Among the monster species, the goblin species power is undoubtedly considered to be the best. An ordinary human body would be ruined if you held them the wrong way. I understand that. But to wait until I'm 500 years old, that's ridiculous. Really? Didn't I tell you that the king of the monsters is chosen once every 666 years? Before that, all monsters were free to enter and exit the human realm. The most a human could do was run away and be scared of us on the nights we appear. Rely on strong human-friendly species that lived among them. Fear. And worship. That was humanity's attitude toward us until 666 years ago. After the end of the festival 666 years ago. The newly crowned king, for some reason, didn't seem to like that fact. On the day he ascended to the throne, the king wrote down a new law using the blood of the monsters that he had killed. Because of this restriction, we were prohibited from harming humans and even revealing ourselves or approaching them. But even that won't last for long now. In half a year, the current king's 666-year reign will come to an end, and he will abdicate. On that day, once the sun sets in the human realm, it will be the moment that all monsters have been longing for. The monster's night. All creatures of the monster realm will rush into the human realm and awaken the forgotten fears and reverence within humanity. During these 6 months, either wait for it to pass or learn how to harness your power. How powerful does someone have to be called strong among the monsters? For a brief moment there, you seem to have made a determined expression to keep them away from touching humanity. For a 17-year-old boy, it's impossible to make precise predictions. However, one thing is for certain, the world will become much more dangerous for all humanity. The goblin blood coursing through you is extremely powerful. If you manage to win the festival and become the king of the monsters, you can reenact that law once again. Don't speak of something impossible. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced her yet. Her name is Silwa. Just like you, a child who is going to participate in the festival. You said you would take the qualification test to enter the human realm, didn't you? That child is in a similar situation as you. Despite being quite young, she wants to enter the human realm. Didn't he say that the monsters would be able to enter the human realm in 6 months? In the first place, why do I have to take this test? I'm aware of that. That's why it's difficult to hastily judge your qualifications. I understand what you're trying to say. I wouldn't have called you here if that's what I was thinking. However, this must be fortunate timing. As you've already seen, Choi Saiwoo is a human. Wait, could it be? I will give you until the end of the month. If I see that you've made a certain amount of progress after a month, I'll judge the two of you as qualified to venture into the human realm. Don't say something so ridiculous. What am I supposed to teach someone like him in just a month? It would have been better if you had said outright that you couldn't give it to me. Whether you give up here or decide to teach him, it's entirely up to you. Personally, I believe that it's quite possible. I know this will be a useless question, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you know what monster force is? I see. I have no choice. What's with that expression? Little fox, that little one is mine. Where did the old man go off to? Ah. You're really a clingy one. Because of lowly beings like you, monsters are insulted by humans. You fucking bitch. Unlike humans, where there is no superiority between races. For monsters, there's a significant difference in terms of species and lineage. The difference among monsters is determined by the disparity between their average potential and specific abilities, creating their distinct class within the monster realm. Now that pure-blood goblins have disappeared, opinions differ on which bloodline deserves to be referred to as the highest class. But if they put aside their pride, many monsters would reluctantly give the same answer. Those wicked beasts. The foxes who hide their 9 tails are said to be closest to the pinnacle of monsters. A series of surreal scenes before his eyes. But the boy no longer groaned. Just standing there frozen in surprise won't help him in his current situation. The situation he is facing is a reality where he has to accept and adapt somehow. This is magic. It's the ability to consume and use energy and forces. There are 2 types of magic, unique magic and acquired magic. An example is the Goblin Sirium, a race-specific ability that your bloodline remembers. But in the case of acquired magic, it is different. Any monster can use it as long as they learn it. Learning and training are essential. You see this guy who's stuck, right? He neglected training, and now he's humiliated by a simple binding. He's just a sample of things that are grossly inferior to me. Anyway, now that it has come to this, I'm gonna teach you. I don't like annoying processes. If the results aren't worth my time, you'd feel my wrath. It will be hard for someone like you who was human a few minutes ago. Even so, if you will teach me, I'll do my best or die trying. I really need to learn no matter what. Alright. I think you'll likely fail, but it's better than not trying at all. Then shall we have our meal first? As I said, it takes consuming forces to perform magic. The power of all the inhabitants of this monster world. But you won't have a lot right now. Normally, it accumulates naturally just by breathing and eating here, but you just arrived today. Nothing would have accumulated with only your human diet, so the power you've had since birth is all you have. You're hungry, right? After all that hard work, I'm sure you must starve. No, well, I don't feel that hungry right now. This is. I told you. You have very little force left in you. You've probably got only a handful left. That one piggyback ride must have exhausted everything. Well, the solution to your problem is simple. Do you see that guy? There are rules among monsters. If the judge declares the winner of a duel, the right to life and death of the loser is in the hands of the winner. To eat the defeated monster and consume his force is the most effective way to get it. With his size, he'll be a good meal for you. Your hunger will go away afterward. For the first time in his life, he felt a demonic hunger coursing through him. The desire was fueled by the whispering of the nine-tailed fox. Just an instinct to prey. However, if there is something that Sielwa has not thought of before, it is that the greedy goblin's nature will try to capture a prey that is much more nutritious and delicious. Well, will you look at that? Chain. Seriously. No matter how hungry you are, you shouldn't be so arrogant. A half-baked monster like you, really think you can eat me? I guess I must have looked pretty easy to you, right? I'll have to properly fix your bad manners. Even if it's just one, he broke off one. Just with his arm strength. Yes. Even if you're half-baked, a goblin is still a goblin, that's what you want to show, is it? Alright, I acknowledged you. Summon. Blessed Great Demon King. One fist. Of. Palm. Rar. Still alive? Well, even if he's dead, there's no helping it. He was asking for death anyway when he attacked me. I didn't really expect much from him. The fact that the boy just awakened, even among the powerful goblins. Only a few could be chosen to be enlightened for their unique magic. In spite of its scarcity, with overwhelming power, he showed the ability to become a symbol of the goblin race. For a half-baked goblin, you sure have shown a lot of sides. Goblins club unique magic. Sielwa was an outstanding monster. A genius who had attained 9 tails even before reaching the age of 100, a talent gained from a Korean peninsula demon fox family in 1,000 years. That's why she could feel it so clearly. Goblin's club, just how dangerous the wicked item she was coming face to face with for the first time in her life. If I just simply think about the monster force amount, then, I have no reason to lose. But what is this pressure? Goblin Club Transformation Thundering Strike. Yeah. You. It's this kind of feeling. The club of a goblin. Then, I should show what I've got as well. Bang. Well, this much would have been insufficient. When I think about the sickening endurance I saw just now, you'll have to smash him down about 5 or 6 times for him to get his act together. I can't believe it, even if it's just one arm, it's possible to fight against the great prostrating demon emperor. That's why in the past, when the goblins were alive and well, monsters would call the Goblins Club a weapon that can become anything. Shattering code. The shape and attack method, the two of them have both changed. To make it hard to respond from here. That club, its power aside. The cost-effectiveness and practical ability of magic is at a ridiculous level. Rather than give him room to get an ample amount of firepower. Deception of the Great Prostrating Demon Emperor. Twin Chaotic Hand Slap. Ha, even this, he's holding on real tight, seriously, even those who have sloppily reached the age of 100 or 200 years are no match for him. I think I can tell why those goblins were so good. For a halfling that's barely just opened his eyes to be at that level. But this is all there is to it. No matter how cost-effective it is, it looks like his magic is finally reaching its limit. If we keep at it like this, in the end, he's going to keep going until his body breaks apart. Really, it can't be helped. Three tails, no. 5. I have every reason to be proud. Whether it's your first time. Your opponent who emits this much in an actual fight. Deception of the Great Prostrating Demon Emperor. Upper half. Five connections, 6 cuts, first strike. Oh, this is hopeless. Was I a bit late? Excuse me, this is incredibly unfortunate, but you'll die soon. The collapse caused by the magic depletion has already begun. But, it's your responsibility, you know that? Since you're the foolish one who didn't know your place, and didn't even know up to the point your body was breaking apart. Looks like I'm going to get a huge scolding from that grandpa. Mom. Ha, seriously. From 5 tails. To the magic from the fox bead I kept from a short while ago. If you don't give returns for the investment, then you'll really get it from me. This is. I'm really sorry. I remember everything. About what I did. I don't know how it was possible, but despite being fully conscious, I couldn't control my body. Anyway, I'm really sorry. You were only trying to help me, but because of me, you were put in danger instead. Drink. Pardon. Drink it before it gets cold. Ah, yes ma'am. Thank you for the drink. Is it, like Oriental medicine? Ugh. I'll kill you if you spit it out. What's it made out of? Who knows? Knowing won't help you finish it. I won't pester you, so drink up. And listen while drinking. First of all, you forgot something important. That giant-mouthed goblin must have run away while we were fighting. Well, regardless, ownership is still yours. He's probably hiding somewhere, curling up for 100 years. Since he knows that it'll work right away if he's caught. It was a tonic perfect for a halfling like you. Seems like you spit out what was in your mouth. Is there no alternative method? Alternative method? Look at you. Do you still think you're a human? If you're not prepared to hurt someone to get stronger, then, it's not that. It still hasn't registered that I'm killing or eating monsters. And it's true that I don't want to. But to be honest, no matter who it is, in my point of view, they're all dangerous monsters who hurt people. If I don't do things correctly, in a few months, the people I know will face a terrible fate. If I need to kill, I'll kill, and if I need to eat them, I will. I've already told you. I'll do my utmost. I asked if there was an alternative method not because I wouldn't eat them, I'm asking just in case there isn't another chance for it. Well, I've already told you, but the most effective way to increase your monster force is to eat other monsters. However, as far as it goes, it's only possible when it's a duel the both of you have agreed upon. You were a special case. Since if there's no rule like that, weak fellows will be caught and eaten and won't survive. Additionally, easy prey won't come to you anymore. Even if you're a halfling, countless monsters saw that you're a goblin who knows a bit of Syrian. And rumors about you have probably spread everywhere. Fellows who you'll easily be able to eat won't want to fight you. The ones who'll come to you will be the opposite. They'll be monsters you won't be able to handle at your level. But, well, if you've lost a pheasant, you should boil and eat a chicken instead, no? Come outside. I have a present for you. That present is. What do you think? It's okay, right? Isn't that a monster? Well, it is and it isn't. Technically speaking, it lost its rights as a monster. Their causes are all different, but some monsters lose their sense of reasoning and lose themselves to their instincts. You were just like that, weren't you? However, in cases where they aren't lucky as you and do something they can't undo, we stigmatize them as beasts, not monsters, and we deprive them of their rights as monsters. Shudderwock. That's what we call them in the Korean peninsula. Why are you just staring like that? I told you, didn't I? It's a beast that's lost its sense of reasoning. At first, I thought he'd freeze and hesitate, leading him to get beaten up, but he's using his body better than I expected. Did I underestimate him? However, even so, he must just be running away for as long as possible. His opponent is originally from the fire dog family and made a name for himself. However, because of his greed of wanting to represent his family in the festival, he was found guilty of forcefully kidnapping monsters and eating them. He surpassed his limit and couldn't handle the monster force, so he went crazy. Okay. As expected, is he unable to swing the club consciously? Well, it's not like I expected anything different. This isn't a fight I'm expecting Saiwu to win. Even though he lost his sense of reasoning, he's an opponent whose physical ability is one level higher. Moreover, he's not compatible with the grabbing and throwing aspect of Sirium. It was a cruel but definitive method to awaken his instinct. That only comes out when he's on the brink of death, but... Ha! Wow! Your athleticism is better than I thought. Sorry. To be honest, because you said your goal was to lose weight, I didn't think it'd be this good. Do you have any thoughts on learning boxing properly? When I lose weight, I'll think about it. Wait. Hey, you punk. You'll naturally lose it if you're consistent. Let's do it for just 6 months. If you're willing, this brother will take care of your diet and training. With your skill, you could definitely aim for competitions. Oh, and your weight will naturally shed off your body too. Of course. Ha. It'd be nice if boxing had an effect. Unlike others who trained in martial arts. The boy's goal was not physical strength or fighting. I want to lose weight was his ordinary, simple, yet desperate concern. Despite his consistent effort, it never came to fruition. But the boy never gave up. Since the upper grades of elementary school, the types of sports he's done total to 16. Among them, 7 of them were combat sports. Although the training periods were short and his weight loss didn't reach his goal, his efforts and his natural-born athleticism as a goblin made him perfectly absorb all the skills from those 7 combat sports. Does this make sense? But, how am I supposed to eat this? Brav. Is that martial arts? I hope that isn't the kind of power he had from the start. It's a technique created by humans in the end. As it isn't made to match a monster's body and strength. It hasn't even been long since he's gained a monster's body either, but in an actual fight, he was able to cleanly get a sense of things and use it. More than I thought, his potential is, so what more do I need to do from here now? For the time being, I do think I've won. Surely I won't have to eat it to clean it up exactly like you said. Well, of course that isn't it. First, we should talk after you've definitely won, yes. Ugh. Ow. How come? I'm sure there'd even be more than enough time left after you respond. The biggest reason why humans are scared of getting injured isn't because of the pain. Loss. Fear that a part of one's body may either be permanently deformed or completely lost altogether. It's one of the primal fears that living organisms called humans are born with. And is enough of a reason to cause a 17-year-old boy to have a panic attack. Ha. You're. Humans and monsters. There are so many differences between the two species that it's meaningless to count. But if we're to pick the biggest difference from amongst them, it'd be the body's durability and recuperative ability. And it'll also be the gap between mindset and behavior that stems from it. So long as you aren't dead or fatally wounded, injuries are meaningless. The moment you accept it as common sense, the restriction on the body from your unconscious self to protect itself is lifted. And the limitations of which physical abilities can be exercised are increased greatly. My arm feels like it's going to break, but it definitely did pay off. The blows have gotten several times stronger, much more than compared to before. As the rebound I'd get from just swinging my fist felt like I was getting hit by a car. But, I'm not the only one here with the ability to regenerate. If I think about what just happened, I don't think it'll be weird if it happens again. The blows you landed earlier were stuck in well. The location, as well as the force. Although it won't die, it won't be able to recover immediately and get back up. So what do you think? The feeling of not losing all sense of rationality and using magic with a sound mind for the first time in your life. I used magic. I didn't particularly do anything though. Using magic isn't a grandiose thing. Even if it isn't high-level magic, magic can be used in various ways, you see. Even my body rapidly regenerated due to the fact I had used magic. Although you haven't controlled that yet, even the last fist you swung was the result of the magic used in addition to your physical ability. Besides the fact that you simply struck powerfully, is there anything else that you felt? I'm not completely sure, but it seemed like I felt something similar to static electricity. Well, if what you felt is correct, then that's probably magic. Because you don't have much experience yet, you won't be able to feel it clearly. The reason why I made you fight that thing over there is also for the experience. Because if you fight so that there's blood and you struggle to win, you'll unwittingly display your magic. Still, I was a bit surprised. I thought you'd have to roll around for at least 10 days before you'd get a rough sense of things. I'll compliment you, you're quite talented. More than I thought. Ha, ha. Then, you should finish it now. You said that you're prepared, right? I do think it's a redundant question, but until now, have you killed anyone? None. Ending it in one go is best for both yourself and for it. If you just sloppily leave fatal wounds, then it'll make a last-ditch effort. Above the belly button. For the majority of humanoid monsters, it's the pressure point, as well as the internal cinnabar that monsters store their magic. Gathering your magic, pierce it in one swing. Everything's hard during the first try. Much less this task. In order to gain the weight, if you're killing anyone and consuming them. Whatever the reason or justification may be. Very few will feel any sort of resistance. You grabbed something in your fist, right? Open your fist. That's the internal cinnabar I spoke of earlier. It's an item also called the magic bead. If you swallow that, the owner's magic will become yours. I swallowed it like she said, but isn't anything going to happen immediately after? Originally, there should be something like, bam, bam, boom, as soon as you swallow it though. Ayak. WWW, what the heck is this? What brings you here out of the blue? I'm sure you don't have any business with me either. How disappointing. Amongst friends, do we really have to have a reason to meet? Although it's true that I came because I have some business. So, are you the half-goblin from the rumors? Nice to meet you, I'm Solmi. I'm a friend who's played with Sielwa over there since we were younger. Oh, a pleasure. I am Choi Siwoo. So what's the business? As you're also aware, I've been going about, working part-time under Grandpa Bogeyman. Part-time? What's that? Oh, it means taking in workers. It's something the humans say. That person, not only their way of speaking, but something, since you're the one who caught those two demons. I've come instead of Grandpa to handle the settlement and give the reward for catching them. I'm fine, so give it all to him. Since he's the one who knocked them out alone. He's more than qualified. I know, I know. I was basically watching from the start too. He's incredibly impressive. To the point that I can't believe he was human up until recently. At this rate, won't something really happen during the festival? Where he may even become your leading competitor, Siwa, no. Just up to there. What festival? When he'll be taken down the second he steps foot. I wonder. I think he has enough potential. So Siwoo. I'm going to give you a reward now, it's been a while, so I'll give you a choice. The chance to go home right this instant and a chance to take a step forward as a strong monster. Which one do you want? Yo, what the heck, Choi Siwoo. You didn't even show up at school and your phone's shut off. I picked up this unknown number in case it might have been you. Is something wrong? No. Is what I want to say, but I can't. Yushin, you know, I have a really crazy favor I have to ask you, it's okay if you don't do it if you think it's too much. Is what I can't say. Yushin, I really only have you. Just tell me what it is already. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Yo, Choi Siwoo, where the hell are you right now? Right now well, no, I have some unavoidable circumstances. My mom's going to go crazy if she finds out that I disappeared for a month without absolutely anything. Your mom's family, that traditional martial arts training center in Anong. Or something like that. Phrase it so that I went there for exactly just a month to really lose weight. I thought you knew this already, but that isn't a place that just accepts regular people, yeah, I know. It's really absurd and outrageous, and I know that it's an inconvenience. But I really have no other choice, which is why I'm asking you, Yushin. If by chance, you're acting like that because you think I wouldn't believe you, then you can just tell me. Because who knows, I might even be of help to you. It's alright to lie, but speaking of our existence is a breach of rules. I'll even be punished along with you. Yeah. Alright. If something happens, and if you can reach out to me, then make sure to do so. It probably isn't it, right? Phew. You're saying I could go back right now? But I heard that it's only possible if you're qualified. Yeah, well, that's true. But I don't make up things that don't exist. Demonic crow. I said that I don't make up things that don't exist, right? I'm a monster that has the right to go back and forth to the human world. Under the condition, you are responsible for everything that happens once every 6 months, for a single day, I'm able to take an unqualified monster out into the human world. You'll probably feel quite nauseous, but I'm sure you can handle that much, can't you? Then, I'll be back. Thank you for letting me borrow your phone. Thanks to you, I was able to alleviate my worries, to an extent. I'm glad that it was helpful, but will you really be alright with just one call to your friend? There's still some time left, and it'll be better if you see your family once too. My family only consists of my mother now, and it just so happens that she left town on a business trip. Truthfully, I think that's a bit of a relief, really. If she was home, then she would have made quite a fuss instead. Is there something you'd like to eat? It's a bit minor to call it a meal, but I'll buy dinner. Really? That's great. There was something that I really wanted to try. It was something I wanted to try since the first time I made my trip to the human world. It was a bit too hard for me to eat, so I haven't had a single opportunity to eat it until now. What is it? I tried to set up the table with everything I had at home. But will you really be satisfied with just this? Yeah. I'm pretty satisfied though. I've always really wanted to try homemade food since long ago. Since the only human food I've ever tried are things I've bought myself, as well as school food. Since I attend school, do you know Hojung High? Really? That's right next to my school. I've been attending since the beginning of this year, but I didn't have a friend that I'm close enough with to visit their home. You're probably the first from her personality alone. She seems like the type to have many friends though. Thank you for the meal, it was really good, it really has a different vibe from food that you buy at a restaurant. Then, I should give you the reward I mentioned earlier. This scroll right here is called a monster storage. It isn't the same exact thing to be exact, but shall I call it like the bag and smartphone that we use? Like what I did just now, you can call it freely and it can display what you want if you move your finger like this, as if you're scrolling on a phone. And inside this is how you can store and take out items. You can carry items without having to think about the weight or size of them. There are other uses besides that, but if you use yours a few times, you'll be able to familiarize yourself with it pretty easily. The one in the middle is the monster storage you'll be using. The pile of coins on the left is called Goblin Face coins. It's a currency that has quite a high value even in the monster world, and the 40 niang you just received is quite a sizable amount, so use it carefully. The item on the right is the Goblin Treasure that's been passed down. They're items that can display various abilities by imbuing monster force. You know how those old human folk tales, stuff like that occasionally pop up. Typically, it's only standard to be given Goblin Face coins as a reward for catching a Shutterwalk, but seeing how he told me to pack this along too, looks like Grandpa Bogeyman has some high hopes for you. High hopes, probably means in regards to the great festival, right? To pick the king of the monsters, of course. Although we aren't to the extent of humans, we monsters also do feel a sense of belonging towards their region. If a monster from the Korean peninsula becomes the monster king, that'll be something to boast about. Moreover, I heard that it was regrettable during the most recent great festival too. A monster from the Korean peninsula almost became the king. Yeah, from what I've heard, they were there until the very end, and I heard that it was an incredibly close match with the current Monster King. That was quite regrettable then. Yeah, and what's more interesting is the fact that the monster's species was a Dakibi like you. Of course, they were so strong that in the entire history of the monsters living in the Korean peninsula, there was no one that could rival them. Even hearing that, I didn't even know I was a monster until yesterday. Truthfully, there's still a part of me that wonders what this all is. I think I spend every minute thinking that I wish I could wake up quickly if this was just a dream. Really? You've adapted quite quickly and quite well for someone who says that though. Even when I met you for the first time earlier and heard your resolve, you left quite an impression, did you know that? And while you've made your resolve, it might not be so bad to set your goal a bit higher too. Humans being threatened by the resetting of laws with the change of rulers. That's what you're afraid of. If that's the case, then you can be the Monster King. And maintain the current rules for the next years. May I ask you a question? Yup, whatever you want. It feels like I've made a human friend. If you're curious about something, then I'll try to answer to the best of my knowledge. It isn't much, but the Shutterwalk, monster storage next to you. Just now, it's been flashing like that. Oh, this? It's an emergency call order. It reaches out to the monsters in the area whenever there's a serious emergency situation. If an emergency call order is sent down in the human world, the only reason why that would happen is because some monster broke the rules or they harmed a human, you see. But, well, something like this hasn't happened once in the past few decades. There's no way an emergency call order would. Seriously? Oh. So I put my hand in like this. Do I just put this on and go around with it? Or is it like armor? I'll have to ask how to use it later. Yo. It won't take long. It's a little past 6 right now. Half a day is 6 hours, and since we came at 4, we just need to go back by 10 p.m., okay? I'll be back in a flash, so you just have to sit tight and wait for me to return. Alright. And you can speak comfortably with me, we're friends, aren't we? When I come back, just call me Soul Me. In the end, it's past 10. I wonder if something happened. If I knew this would happen, I should have gotten her number at least. If I have goblin blood flowing through my veins, then it's probably from father's side. Well, even if that's the case, you're probably about a 4th or 5th generation, although you're just only a bit mixed. Did father know that he himself was born of goblin blood? Soul Me. Ugh. Seriously, I've been catching you again and again, yet there's no end in sight. At this rate, I'm really not going to have any feathers left. Why are you wriggling about? Things like you don't even feel pain, don't you? Please don't worry. Your friend will be alright. The injury isn't that deep, and I've put on a salve to stop the bleeding, and the ambulance will soon be here too. Keep your head straight. Because the day that rumors spread that you've been beaten by that sort of thing, will be the day your entire family won't be able to go around with their head held high. Well, it isn't a family with a good reputation to begin with. And I knew that you'd be by my side too. Who are you calling Appa? If you're a bit older and close to me, then you're an Appa. If you don't like it, then I'll comfortably call you by your name, Goyu. Isn't there an option to be called in a polite and courteous manner? Then, Oroboni. Just call me whatever you want. Think of today simply as an unlucky day. A car that appeared in the alleyway hit you and your friend. And the driver ran away in a hurry. Until the ambulance comes, don't be afraid. And rest comfortably. Hypnosis magic isn't your family's inherent ability though, is it? I heard learning something separately like that is really hard though. I also tried to learn from Sielwa, but I just got scolded and gave up. Does that mean you're a front runner? How many have you caught until now? Including the ones that you helped me with, a total of 24. And there wasn't even a proper monster amongst them either. They're all shudderwalks. They're all on leashes, evil spirits controlled by someone. Just from what I saw, they've killed 7, and injured over 50. Who the hell and why exactly would they do such a thing? I'm sure they're aware of just how heavy the crime of maiming humans is. And what sort of amusement are they getting from such carnage? You're wrong. It isn't for amusement, but for gain. They're killing humans for some sort of gain. I don't get. That's reasonable. As it isn't something that's well known to our generation. Since the olden days, humans have been eaten up by goblins. And it wasn't just to satisfy their sadism or appetite either. Consuming human blood and human flesh. Because that itself is an incredibly potent health food to us monsters. I can't believe it, I've never heard something like that until now. It was a widely known fact long ago. Something that just wasn't passed on to our generation. You can easily become strong by eating human meat. If that truth is known, then will the human world be as quiet as it is now? You'll probably know well since you've taken the qualification test. As there aren't many instances where young kids like us, not even 500 years old yet, that would choose to struggle to take that complicated test. Unless they're oddballs like you and me, it's a boring and frustrating place where there's no real need to go in and out until the law changes. That's our generation's perception of the human world. But at this current moment, when we're near the festival, everyone's searching desperately to be even the littlest bit stronger. There are monsters who are aware of the secret regarding humans and are willing to take the risk. You should know as well if you're helping Grandpa Bogeyman, don't you? That in recent days, there have been many that have destroyed themselves by going too far trying to get power. Not understanding isn't a motive, but a mindset. If it was me, I would have never created this sort of mess. Rather than attracting attention by using evil spirits that can't even move delicately, I would have done it myself, swiftly and surely capturing them one by one, before eating them. They must be an extremely pathetic coward. Would a coward who isn't even able to attack humans who can't resist, be bold enough to move themselves? Well, even if they are evil spirits, if they have the skill to call forth hundreds, then they may think that it's safer to do that than it is to step forward themselves. Then you go and tell them or something. That instead of acting like a bastard who's desperate for attention, just properly. No way. This damn idiot. I'll get going first. Appa, you do the cleanup, alright? What? I'm sure it was closed, even just a second ago though. How easy. If I knew just how defenseless he'd be, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to put in that much effort. This punk, he knew. Goblin Cyrium lightning stab. I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Ability, I don't want to go so far as to call it that, but one of the goblin's characteristics. What is this really? That I rarely get beaten twice with similar tactics. Who? At that moment, the cold chill I felt right before they came swarming. If I didn't recognize that it was the same feeling, then I would have been helplessly killed. Anyway, I did toss it down without thinking about it, but hopefully no one got caught up by it, right? There's nothing to worry about. I've already put all the humans in this area to sleep, you see. Because if they all go screaming at once, I'm not that comfortable enough with handling the cleanup. That's that, are you really a rumored goblin? Not only does your monster force not look that strong, I thought you would strike quite powerfully. I didn't have any intentions of dropping you this far. I wonder if the ground became weakened after I fell earlier. Humans will probably think it's due to poor construction or a gas pipe explosion. This is quite an unfortunate incident for the people living here, but the house prices will fall a bit. A monster that harms humans and soul me, who hasn't returned. Wouldn't it have been nice if you had just croaked after one toss, kiddo? The main culprit of both problems is the man standing before him. The boy understood that it was all because of a monster. It's just a nuisance if you struggle. And because on top of that, he had a hunch. That right now, he was facing an absurd danger. Well, shall I give you one chance? Just let yourself be eaten by me without uttering a word. Don't look at me like that. Since it isn't something that'll ever negatively impact you. You and I have quite the class difference as monsters. You'll just die more painfully if you struggle, and if the results are going to be the same, then isn't it better to have a painless death? And if it's now, I can even make you a promise. That I'll just let your mother off the hook and devour the others. How about it? I think it's quite a good offer. Goblin sir, sorry about that. Even still, it was quite a crude and banal threat, right? Even I think it was a bit too much, but what can we do? I can't think of an appropriate provocation line. Unique magic murderous sacrilege. My unique magic's poison. The power isn't that bad. But I have to be touched directly in order to activate it. It's an incredibly shitty ability, right? I can't even get the chance to use it against those who are stronger than me, and it just barely worked on you after I racked my brains a bit. I heard that those born of good bloodlines are able to pin others down with just a stare. I can't muster any strength in my body, like I'm experiencing sleep paralysis. It's a fucking unfair life. In the already determined rules, weak things have no choice but to be preyed on. If you knew how to use the thing on your arm, then things might have been different. Disasters don't wait until you're ready to occur. Well, I'll remember you fondly, so keep that in mind in your next life. It's not that I can, not move at all. If it's just one move, this feeling that I can work it out somehow. Damn it. I seriously could have almost fucking died. Even though the poison has now circulated properly, to still make such an effort, is a weak goblin still a goblin? What is this? Ancestor Thunder. Who resides above the 9 heavens and presides over the ministry of thunder. I'm sure your night hasn't arrived yet though. Well, I see you're cooking up a bunch of bullshit. You good-for-nothing fuckers. Holding a useless weapon, isn't deepening your voice and talking a human exorcist's specialty? Where do they even teach people how to talk like that? I did buy some time, but it wasn't to the point that I'd get caught though. How did he catch wind and get here already? No, besides that. This punk's dangerous. He's on a whole different level from those ambiguous shamans. To leave or not leave, if I drag things out any longer, it'll really be over for me. That crow girl was also quite difficult, but if even that punk shows up, then I'll never be able to beat him, even if I came back from the dead. How fucking shitty. If I could, I really wanted to save this until the festival. Pretty great, huh? When he was sane, he was someone who spread his name far and wide in the West. Though I'm not sure how he ended up in that state, that body was a deity-class monster by nature. Have fun playing with him. He's a pretty good match for a bastard who's crazy about looking good. Then, shall I finish the meal before I was interrupted? What? It doesn't look like you're on the same team as this insect. If you want to survive, then it'd be best to answer exactly the questions I ask. What were you doing? I still can't believe it, even after hearing your voice. That's what I want to ask you, can you recognize my voice? Choiziwu. Just what the hell is that look? Well, it's a really long story. Saiwu, you. What happened? Forget about your body, how on earth did you deal with that creature? Wait, I suddenly feel out of breath, bro. Poison, and not just an ordinary poison, but an ability. With the emergency medicine I have now, I can't heal this. Yeah. No need to talk about it now. Saiwu, wait here for a moment. Natural healing, is it taking place? This is getting insane, seriously. So, are you feeling a bit better now? Are you asking if I'm okay? Like I could be, okay. And to make matters worse, a friend we've known for 3 years turned out to be a supernatural hybrid, fully recovered now. And to think that friend was a goblin hybrid. For 3 years, right in front of us, we never sensed a thing. They criticized the Minister of National Defense for wanting to be the Moon King. Over a subject they didn't even suspect. If my father knew, he'd probably laugh and say I'm clueless. But still, I'm a cheap one. Your house, you never told me exactly what kind of training center it was, huh? Yeah. It's our family duty to train and eradicate supernatural creatures. If not, I'd just be treated like a crazy bastard. Well, that's true, but there's only 6 months left now. 6 months, so Yusin also knows about the ancestral ceremony. So, is this kind of thing common? Supernatural beings coming to the human world and harming people. It wasn't that common. In fact, you could say it was quite rare. If they were just fighting among themselves, I wouldn't mind. But for supernatural entities to attack humans, it's been a handful of times in the past 100 years. But the story has changed a bit recently. How recently? For yokai, humans are the ultimate power-up. Yokai who want to become kings have crossed the line, now they're not only consuming virtues but devouring humans. Since a month ago, the number of missing persons started rising, particularly in densely populated cities. While there's no concrete evidence linking these incidents to yokai, in most cases, there were signs of bloodshed or destruction left behind at the homes of the missing. However, this is the first time yokai have revealed themselves so directly. Saiwu. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'm sorry, really sorry. I fell for it like a complete idiot. That's enough of that. Don't come any closer, you yokai. If you take even one step in this direction, I'll consider it as ignoring the warning and exterminate you immediately. Yusin, that person is, probably not a human, but a yokai. They probably understand the concept of abiding by the law, so, I warned them instead of immediately striking them down. So, there's no reason to give a warning if you're going to strike them anyway, it's because of you. Like, they'll say, if you're qualified as a yokai, we'll let you loose in the human world. Fool, do you even know what that means? Those things are monsters. Even if they look human on the surface and have individual differences, their true nature remains the same. Consumed by power and slaughter, they're monsters that even devour their own kind, including my fellow beings. No matter how mixed that blood may be, you're still human, Choi Saiwoo. This place is your home, you don't need the monster's permission to be here. Let alone getting kidnapped forcibly, you're saying you need to become a monster to stay home. That's some nonsense that makes zero sense. Never, no matter what happens, I can't let you go. I can somewhat grasp what's being said, certainly, from Saiwoo's perspective, all of this seems like an unreasonable calamity. However, Saiwoo is already listed in the ledger of the supernatural, regardless of his stance, he's a clear resident of the supernatural realm. Setting aside right and wrong, such a violation of the rules will bring about the worst consequences. We have to resolve this before things escalate any further. I'll escape with Saiwoo, doing my best not to hurt each other. But, can I? Just looking at the aura around him, I know he's a strong person. Maybe Seilwa or Goyu could handle this, but as for me. Even if I can't say it aloud, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I regret to inform you that as a guardian, I will have to take Choi Saiwoo with me. If you're going to ignore the warning, I'll. Fine. What the? He's got an interesting appearance. Does this engraving have some sort of meaning? Is he being controlled by magic? Hypnotized? Controlled? No, that vibe is totally different. Saiwoo, what on earth? I might not understand the killing, but I think the term, a yokai devouring its own kind due to madness suits you, Yusin. Starting with me now, since I've already devoured someone today. They say it's a yokai whose rights have been stripped away. Honestly, I'm not sure. Whatever happened, I killed someone who was alive to protect myself and those around me. And from now on, I plan to continue like that as much as possible. I have no intention of harming people or causing harm, but I've agreed to devour non-essential yokai if it makes me stronger, even if it means death. So, you don't really need to go that far. Our household, no, even if I have the power alone, with you and your mother, in about 6 months, you'll be safe enough in this world. Hey, Yusin. Continuing from earlier, I got one more thing to say. I'm gonna be the yokai king. Are you seriously out of your mind? Do you even know what a yokai king is, and what you're blabbering about? Well, if you ask me to explain in detail, I might not have much to say, but you know. All I know is that I have a chance to give it a shot. As long as I succeed, the world doesn't necessarily have to turn horribly upside down. Hey, don't give me that look. What can I do? The situation is like this. I don't know if it will work or not, but, when did I start chasing after these things? It's better to do something until it becomes something than just staying still. It suits me. I want to give it a try, I'll do it. Understood. Whether you're human or a supernatural being, if your intentions are clear, you don't have the right to force it upon me. But if there comes a time when you, as a supernatural being, cross the line, I'll eradicate you without hesitation. Right, that's how it should be. If you've come to that judgment, it must be a time when you've done something terribly wrong, even if you die for it. Hey, guardian. What's your name? Salmi. I hold the position of a promising messenger in the half-yokai court. I see. Apologize for interfering in the matters among your yokai, but among you yokai, I've heard there are also laws and rights to be upheld. If that fellow over there can't guarantee that, and is unfairly killed or injured. With the position of the Star Hall's chief shaman, anything related, I'll eliminate without mercy. See you next time. Don't worry about your mother's affairs, Yusin. I seriously thought I'd die from fear. It's my first time encountering a shaman. Are they all this intimidating? It won't be the case. That guy seems like an exceptional case even among them. Goyu, you followed me. I can only follow. Now that I've realized what you were thinking. Even not knowing how strong the opponent is, and not even knowing how many there are, you rushed in head first. Even if the opponent was just a bit stronger, you would have been devoured without a chance. Yeah, are you that reckless half-goblin? Oh, hello. Among yokai, those rooted in animals are called beast demons. They are bound by the form and instincts of animals that can be considered ancestors. As their status as yokai rises, not only their human disguise but also their true form deviates from their origin. Such yokai or clans are referred to as phantom beasts. And beyond that, there are those who transcend their own origins. In the past, they were called divine beasts. Beings who were worshipped by both humans and yokai. Nice to meet you. My name is Goyu. You must defeat me in order to become the yokai king. Hello, Choi Saiwoo. What's going on? The atmosphere seems slightly different than before. Don't hold his hand. Why are you suddenly coming out and doing this? He's already had a tough day today, why now? Who cares? Is there a rule that I should be asleep the whole time? And besides, it's fun. A half-goblin who boldly declares that he will become a yokai king. Acquired techniques. Shrinking ground. You're tougher than I thought, huh? Dealing with the shrinking ground for the first time, and being able to still remain standing, that's rare. Moreover, it doesn't seem like you're that surprised either, I guess. Do you intend to eat me too? Well, that's probably the most likely possibility, isn't it? There's something I want to ask before we start. Do you play games? Not metaphorically, I mean those computer games. I did various things in middle school, but I didn't play games much in high school. I see. So, what genre did you like back then? AOS? FPS? MMORPG? Or maybe mobile games? If I had to pick, action RPG. I'm not a big fan of online games. It feels like spending money becomes more important than skill. That's good. It seems like we might have quite a lot to talk about. Certainly. You're quite fast. Instead of evading and attacking, before avoiding, he targeted me and moved. I'm the one who attacks. His judgment and decision to target me seems pretty good for a rookie. No, definitely great. When it comes to combat, Saiwa's senses and talents are the best. But the thing that shines at this moment is it was the ability to learn enemies that induce the approach that he already experienced before. That the other person may have vigilance against potential dangers. The chosen solution was indeed a newly learned lesson today. Arm guards that release the wearer's vitality and strength. And one more lesson. Even if it seems the attack has landed, never let your guard down and finish it decisively. Yokai force, it's not completely. I think I got the hang of it now. A static electricity that pierces through the entire body. It starts from the lower abdomen. Intuitively, the remaining amount seems to be slightly more than half, around 60%. When I just released a strong attack, 10% was consumed. When I released several smaller attacks, each felt like around 3% was used. If the remaining force reaches 0%, will it become depleted like last time? Considering that I can't use it infinitely. It's an amazing concept. I didn't expect to use my abilities so soon. Did I underestimate you? I had to break through phase 1 as soon as we started. Both in what you're saying and, are you really trying to eat me? I'm not sure exactly how to phrase it, but I don't sense any piercing intent from you. Well, it feels awkward forcing a lie that doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't have any particular personal grudges or appetites. Just like I said at the beginning, what you said got on my nerves. Do you know exactly what a yokai king is? Literally the king of yokais, isn't it? Making laws and ruling other yokais. But if you think about it a little, isn't it a bit strange? The selection method is simply a contest of strength. Apart from that, its cycle happens only once in 666 years. The fact that a king who will reign for hundreds of years is decided with a single festival. The fact that all yokai follow that awkward tradition that has come down from a long time ago, it's because it's an indispensable tradition that must be upheld. We yokai are inherently loyal to our desires and instincts. Simply because the strong made laws and rules doesn't mean we abide by them. Normally, slaughter and predation wouldn't cease, right? So, to prevent that, the yokai king is the ancient yokai's creation, a safety device. As the nature of yokai dictates, the inevitable catastrophe will occur. To prevent that, everyone agreed on at least one thing: let's protect this. A being that commands the obedience of all yokai in this world, in exchange for harmonizing their survival. That is the yokai king. Fortunately, for over 10,000 years, the successive yokai kings have managed the yokai of their eras without major disruptions. There might have been differences in policies, but the fundamental principle of yokai survival and benefit remained the same. Except for one, the yokai king of this generation. Imagine if your human leaders suddenly enacted a law like this one day. No one in the world should ever eat meat, no matter what happens. What will happen then? Everyone would definitely protest vehemently. There's no guarantee that this law will be upheld, and it might not end with simple protests either. Isn't that so? But we've upheld it, right? For 666 years, no less. Thinking like that might give you a rough idea. Just how important the yokai king is to us, and how much we've endured to uphold that tradition. But now, that patience seems to have run out. Do you know what I mean? If the next yokai king enforces the same law, not everyone will obediently follow like before. That's the story, right? You're quick to understand as always. Yeah, even if it's the king's command, they won't all listen this time. Even if it's the yokai king, ultimately the strongest yokai. If the vast majority of yokai in the world resist, it can't be stopped. And if it comes to that, it won't just be the new yokai king that will crumble. An existence that has been upheld for many years as the yokai king. Its authority and symbol, quite literally, will all fall to the ground. Now, do you understand what you said? I will become the yokai king and maintain the current state. Not many yokai out there would tolerate such arrogant words. The young yokai might mock and move on, but the older ones might try to tear you apart. Well, I have a pretty good idea where this hot air is coming from. You're a good one, but not exactly fitting the yokai stereotype. The problem is you're clueless about the ways of the world and recklessly give away your affection. So, are you asking me to take back what I said? That's right. Truthfully, at first, I thought you were just some inexperienced one I could squash beneath my foot. But now, it seems you've grown on me a bit. You catch on quickly, possess a fair bit of potential for growth, and all. Come under my command. If you help me become the yokai king, I'll let you rule the Korean peninsula. Quite a tempting offer, isn't it? Even if I rule, I won't be able to eliminate humans entirely, but I can probably spare a few that are close to you. On your side, how strong are you, Goyu? Is there a high chance of you becoming the yokai king as confidently as you're saying? I can't claim to be the strongest in the Korean peninsula, but, among the representatives outside, there's no yokai stronger than me. There's an age limit too. Alright. If that means I can protect the people around me, I'll accept it. Just as expected, you never disappoint. You made a wise choice. I won't feel guilt. It's you who committed those deeds without a shred of trust. Pretending to shake hands, deceiving someone, and attacking first, it's all your type of thing. It was a far cry from what Saiwu had shown so far. It was a different kind of goblin wrestling. Utilizing only 60% of the energy within himself, leaving behind just a single bit, and squeezing out the rest of it. Not a reflexive sense but a deep-rooted awareness. For the first time unleashing a technique, fueled by determination and consciousness. Goblin Cirium Mountain Flip. With no hesitation in that motion. Only determination and readiness exist. Ha, ha, ha. The reason why my body can't stop shaking, is it because of the monster force? Ha, ha, correct. Stamina supplement and wound recovery, to Saiwu, who poured everything into the attack, leaving just the smallest amount of monster force behind, those two benefits were not available for him to use for the time being. In this current moment, where he's run out of resources, Saiwu has no chance of continuing this fight. Tamping down on the bloodthirst until the very last minute, then drawing all of the remaining monster force for one shot. It's a fighting sense that can only be given by the heavens. Unique monster art, Arctic Tushita pursuit. By freezing and manipulating water within a certain range centered around the user, if the difference in basic monster force between the two of us was just a bit less, then who knows, I might have even been helplessly eaten up by you. It's an art that can attack and defend without restriction. Nothing in particular. Even if I had a will, they aren't really words to leave behind for you, and since I went at you with the thought of killing you and consuming you from the start, I've already prepared myself that the same fate could befall me as well. Above all, I still haven't finished yet. If you expected me to beg for my life or something, I think you're a bit too early for that. Those eyes that still glare brightly without fading, is that the will to aim for the opponent's weak spots and wait for an opportunity? It may even be the goblin's fighting spirit that slowly becomes awakened while he himself doesn't realize it. You speak pretty well. When all you can do is stand. Good. Pass. Indeed, you didn't disappoint, even to your last remark. It was at the level where you just overflowed with spirit. Wait a minute, passing, what the hell does that? Well, that's just whether or not you're someone worth rooting for. There's no use in rooting for a rascal who doesn't even have any chance of becoming the Yoma King, is there? Our root. But you just said the reason why I couldn't be the Yoma King, didn't you? Oh, that's all true. Everyone's waiting with their eyes ablaze for the new Yoma King to be selected. However, we don't really want the Knight of Monsters, you see. I haven't liked the noisiness of the monster world since I was really little. Ripping each other up and growling over nothing, and because I didn't understand why that was treated as obvious and essential at all. Compared to that, this is an incredibly idle and quiet place. And although it appears that there are humans who live chaotically, they can at the very least choose their lifestyle, right? Above all, we like that you humans are a species that know how to enjoy idle time. Manhwa, games, novels, movies, because they're all useless things that you can't find anywhere in the monster world. But we like those useless things more than we enjoy consuming humans. If a world where humans can't make those things come to fruition, then we truly believe that'll be a tragedy. He keeps on saying, we, since before, does that mean there are other monsters that think the same? Soul me. I understand what you're saying. But for that, there's really no need to root for me though. You could just be the Yoma King and, it's a bother. And the Korean peninsula does appear to have the highest possibility of winning, but beyond being or not being the Yoma King, there's an annoying problem. Including myself, the leading candidates participating in the festival are all from families with rich histories. But there's a large presence of the optimized usage methods for the unique monster arts that have been handed down from our forefathers. Even if they're unique monster arts of similar force, there's no choice but for the side that has inherited the usage manual edited over thousands of years to be stronger. Like, you know how humans say that they were born with a golden spoon, right? It's the same vibe. So you're saying, that a family is a golden spoon, like a chaebol household that's been passed down from generation to generation, right? Is there something like, family pressure? Pressure, what a refined expression. You can basically see it as being pressed down to the point of death. The second an offspring that has even just the littlest of talent is born, the entire family hangs onto them and makes noises, saying that they must become the next Yoma King. There's no personal will there. The second you become the family's rep, the pledge to realize the interests and will of the family is forced upon you. If you don't, then they'd drag me down or kill me, just to put forth a new rep. He's definitely, not even a human like me, but having your entire family turn their backs and be your enemy is quite a cruel thing. But you're different. A talent that you've inherited from an essential bloodline. Despite that, you aren't tied down by a family or clan, and you even have a clear will and motive to become the Yoma King. You can do it. No, you have to do it. Wait, hold on. I understand what you say, but let me just think for a second. It's all been just so sudden since earlier. Well, from your perspective, it's definitely. Unique monster art wind plumage. Soul me, hold on. It's fine. It won't even leave a scratch with just this much. Looking at it, it seems that he's already dipped somewhere far away because he's aware that he's going to get cursed at. He dipped. What the heck was that person even? Saiwu, the guy you just met isn't that Appa's original self. To put it simply, it's like a split personality. Black Tortoise. According to the legends, an existence born from a snake and a turtle pair off and become one. However, if you look back to their roots, it is said that their origins just come from an ordinary turtle. However, in a distant past, it is said that a certain genius realized the reason for the yin and yang. That person separated the yin and yang from their monster force, and separated only the extremely docile yin monster force. And as a result, broke beyond the limits of their birth and awakened as a divine beast. That was how the first black tortoise came to be. After that, the black tortoise's descendants were born, carrying the innate abilities to an extent, but it said, to become a complete black tortoise, they must go through excruciatingly painful training in order to acquire that. And the family side effect that forms from that is the snake. It's the personality that you saw. Well, he didn't seem that bad, though he didn't appear that way at the start. As a result, he did though. Yeah, he doesn't have malice. The problem is that he doesn't have thoughtfulness or anything either. He's impulsive and moves as he pleases, and he even has a strange mischievousness, so it hasn't been just once or twice that he's put people in a sticky situation. A personality naturally created when the monster force's yang energy is concentrated. I don't know if it's because of that, but his innate personality is extremely calm and cold. It's completely submissive to the main turtle personality, but it's supposed to be the side that provides strategy and analysis, as far as I know. For some reason, Goyu Appa's snake is said to be totally messed up from the start. Personality's one thing, but for some reason, it even has the ability to take over the body as it pleases, and it seems that it has frequently come out and caused trouble since long ago. And it's because of that reason that even when he was chosen as his family's rep, there were quite a few dissenters. Calling him a halfling black tortoise or whatever, he's just so talented that I think they were pacified somehow, but... Anyway, are you all packed? We really have to go back quickly now. Yeah. Don't worry so much. It isn't any of your fault, so even if they say something for being late, there won't be any negative impact your way. That isn't what worries me. The broken veranda, we've already been gone for a month, so I think my mother's going to be really worried when she sees that. Well, you won't have to worry about that. Things will be restored to the way they were tomorrow, as there are people who are in charge, prepared to handle things like these. Solmi, you go on ahead first. I have something to say to Choi Saiwoo separately. Saiwoo didn't do anything wrong. This all happened because of my incorrect judgment, and, yes, I already know that. However, you don't need to be here, as there's something the three of us need to talk about. 3. I'm aware that such a sudden visit is rude, but there's one more hand that you have to shake. So this is the sort of place that humans live in. Well, it isn't too bad. It's a bit cramped, but it's neat in its own way. Did you come out here for a bit because you gained permission to go out? No. I didn't get any sort of charity, nor did I get a 12-hour visit every 6 months. I have no intention of coming out to the human world where I have to be conscious of other people's eyes. I was just dragged out here abruptly. I'll explain if you just follow me first, is what he said, so I followed him. But what about you? Begin talking now, HM. Yes, to talk, first, I'll have to share what happened tonight. Right after dark, about 50 shutterwalks appeared, centering around Siachogu, Seoul. They were all under someone's control and attacked humans on the streets. After handling it, it appeared their method was incredibly crude and they had no signs of covering what they did up, so I thought it was a trick to lure Solmi out and aim for Choi Saiwoo, but... Are you saying that wasn't their original purpose? I'm not saying that it wasn't. But their goal probably wasn't just one destination. Tonight, at least 200 people have disappeared across Seoul and the Seoul metropolitan area. That number is only based on the reports filed at the human beings police stations, so the number of those who have actually disappeared will be over 500 at the least. I can't believe it. If it's to that extent, then it isn't just one or two, that means there has to be a group of at least 5 people who move together then. If we set our hearts to it and close in on the list of suspects, then we can. You're right. If the person who committed this is a monster from the Korean peninsula, then we can find them without much trouble. All suggest an undesirable fact. However, from the traces left at a few of the scenes I visited tonight. Although it's impossible to count the regions other than the Korean peninsula, a number of monsters have come over here. Because they'll be caught red-handed for what they did in the regions where they're from, they most likely started to hunt down humans in the Korean peninsula, where it's hard to track them. If we don't track and punish them as soon as possible, the hunting of humans will continue in the 6 months even before the festival begins. Surely. A monster that has the will and ability to protect the human world. In this current moment where we need every hand on deck possible, I want to give you two an offer. The qualification exam that was set to be held in a month. If you two accept, then that exam. I'll proceed with it in a different manner immediately. To find and take out those who invaded the Korean peninsula as quickly as possible, that right there is the task I give the two of you. No matter how much I think about it, I shouldn't have sent Saiwoo off like that. What the hell was I accepting like a wuss? Didn't sleep a wink. If that rascal isn't able to come back, then that's entirely my responsibility. Let's take some proactive measures now. And your phone was turned off. Well, still, I knew you'd be on your way to school. Do you have a minute? Quite a lot has changed after what I told you yesterday, so. Cafe Eden what? Choi Saiwoo, you're really insane, aren't you? Yushin, a little quietly, it's a nuisance if you talk loudly in a public place. And I'm not insane either. Oh, I apologize. Still, it's quite a good condition, isn't it? In any case, that means I'll be here rather than in the monster world. I won't have to make you or Mom worry about me either. You've never heard what class monster you are exactly, right? Well, would I even know so far as to my class? When, from the start, it's just yesterday that I found out I was a monster. Shinryung Kigosu. What kind of monster name is that? It's my first time hearing it, but just hearing it brings chills down my spine. Mysterious. It isn't just one word. Each of the 5 words symbolizes a monster's status. The lowest tier is Su. Su is from the Hanja for beast, and its meaning isn't much different from the Hanja. The majority of monsters fall into this class. Although dangerous, they're petty beings whose levels aren't that different from wild beasts. Their powers are also limited to just that. They just have the weapons and the numbers. Then it's possible for normal humans to go up against them, even if they haven't learned magic like I did. There were even quite a few precedents left in the old records. If it's with today's guns, it's possible to attack them with little to no problem. But it's beginning with the classes above that where it becomes a level where normal humans can't attack them. Go. Monsters that have the strength of at least 100 humans. Even if you have 100 people, that's just in terms of pure physical ability, so even if 1,000 people go rushing at it, they'll all just die. If those are the 2 lowest classes, then to what extent are the top 3? A calamity. I can't give you a definite answer because I've yet to experience one myself, but the risk that key class monsters possess is about 10 times that of Go. Under the condition that there aren't any restrictions, in just one night, they could turn a small city into a living hell. In the case of Shin and Ryung, just know that you shouldn't run into monsters like that. You probably won't run into them either. Because beings that powerful don't really bother breaking the law. If they're really monsters that have invaded from outside Korea, then they'd be prepared to fight at least once against the monsters here, or against shamans like myself. I don't know exactly how many of them there are, but it'd be okay even if they are key class. Then, Yushin, in your opinion, the monster that took the snake form, what class do you think? It's a little kid. Although not a Su class, it definitely doesn't touch the key class at all. At most, it can be seen as a mid-tier Go. If it was able to handle even just half that power, then neither you nor I might even be here right now. There was a reason why it used it as bait to draw our attention. And if I didn't misread the situation, then you would have almost gotten consumed by that lousy bastard. Saiwoo, your current status as a monster is below him. In short, you're at most in the middle to lower tier of Go. Whether you're a goblin or a braggart, that's the reality. So don't try to meddle needlessly in things you can't even handle. I'm saying, just be objective about your position, you moron. Even though my words weren't not harsh, I should nail this coffin down firmly so he doesn't have any other thoughts. But, what? I can't hear you, so speak up. But if I go up against him again, I seriously, for sure, feel like I can beat him though. Like you said, if you weren't there, then I really would have died without uttering a peep. But things have changed from then to now. I've gotten a sense of how monster force works to an extent, and should I say that I've also gotten a feeling of how to fight as well. This punk, his way of thinking is completely screwed up. You're gonna go to school. Is it already time? No. I have no thoughts of going to school today. It doesn't seem like you'll be getting your act together, so I'll have to get it together for you somehow. Follow me. Olympic Gymnastic Arena, a sports facility that was completed in 1986. Built to hold the 1988 Seoul Olympics, and currently known as a large-scale concert hall, KSPO Dome, but unknown to the public, there exists another use for it. Wow! I didn't know such a place existed in the basement. I saw a lot of places like this on the way here. Are they all your families? Olympic Gymnastic Arena, Special Underground Zone Public Benefit Training Center. No way, it's a facility created by the government. It's not like there aren't any shamans or masters besides my family. By the government? Then, do they know about monsters and the festival, too? Far off, from ancient times, the state powers have always kept strong shamans by their side. No. Perhaps it was strong shamans who were first to create the concept of a state to begin with. Because the power to fight monsters itself would have been even more powerful than anything else by the standards of the distant past. Years ago, since the early days of the Joseon dynasty, there hasn't been a threat of monsters. Even the Joseon royal family established the Constellation Hall, an institution to train strong shamans. And it's my family that has continued that line of duty. Whether it's monsters or festivals, or other surreal forms. There is some recognition at a national level. Even so, it's a secret that only a few at the top even know, and it doesn't really seem like even they take the situation that seriously though. Well, anyway. If you're ready, then feel free to come at me. I told you already. There isn't anything like a time limit or rules. If you can overpower me using whatever moves you can, then I won't worry about whatever you do with the other monsters. You aren't going to use a sword or a dagger-like weapon like you did yesterday? Of course. It's because I'm not using it that this fight is established. Although there is a difference between each individual's preferences, generally, the amount of skills that strong shamans can exhibit without their weapon is less than half. It's to a level where you shouldn't separate yourself from your weapon, no matter what happens. But if it's me, I can go up against a Go-class monster without any difficulty, with just my body. In other words, if you can overpower me, then that's proof that you're a monster who's beyond that class, isn't it? What are you doing? I told you to come at me, didn't I? Yushin not asking, "Are you okay?" means there's no meaning behind that question, because he noticed the second he struck. He has already seen Saiwa's recovery rate once before. You're incredible, Yushin. And because he had the purpose of, I must save my friend so he gets his act together, he never put much stock into his golden touch. You're like a protagonist of a manhwa. And because the actual damage was near zero. Rather. I wonder if I'm on the losing end instead. It feels like I've struck my fist against a brick wall. If I had wrapped my hands in less energy, the bones would have all been smashed. Saiwu, who has realized that his friend won't be hurt even if he doesn't control his strength, and his friend, Yushin, who has realized he's a much more dangerous monster than he thought. In an atmosphere and mindset that have completely changed. Saiwu was the first to move. He's a lot faster than before, but his attack manner hasn't changed at all. Periodic restriction as the energy of all creation has reached me now. Lateral descent. I earnestly ask that you come down and become one. Choi Saiwu, you're so, the thing you're holding, is it what I think it is? You're probably right. This is the first time I've drawn it out with my will though. Let's briefly touch upon a fact that may not be evident. Saiwu's overall condition is approaching poor. If we were to consider only his physical stamina, it would seem relatively good. However, the issue lies in his spiritual energy. In the battle of last night, Saiwu consumed approximately 93% of his total spiritual energy capacity. Originally, this amount would take more than a day of rest to fully recharge. Moreover, in the sparse environment of the mortal realm, recovery may be even slower. The current state, nearing exhaustion of spiritual energy, has been quite helpful in replicating the moment when Saiwu drew his goblin club. While he lacked control over his body, his consciousness and senses were sharp, allowing him to vividly recall that moment. It's a bit disappointing. I've read about goblin clubs in old documents. Whether those documents exaggerated the weapon or there's an issue on your end, I don't know. But from what I can see, and what I can feel, it doesn't seem all that impressive. I don't think the documents are incorrect. In my opinion as well, I certainly don't seem any more remarkable than last time. He's bulkier than I had imagined, but if I'm in an enhanced state, it's not something I can't defend against. A strike after a great leap. The cost in terms of stamina and energy will be far from trivial. There's no need for me to close the distance intentionally. I can just maintain the defense and wait for his exhaustion. This could actually work. What on earth are you doing right now? Well, it seems like it would be difficult to win up close. I have a feeling I can't keep blocking that giant fist-like thing indefinitely. If there's one thing that Saiwu knows for sure, it's that he can't replicate the same power as last time. The size and strength of the club, nothing, not even half of what it used to be. But there's one thing, the ability to freely change its form, that he could manipulate to some extent. And he had enough cunning to make use of it. Here I go. There's no noticeable difference in the aura compared to earlier. It's just that the change in form and how you swing it, the power has almost multiplied exponentially. Well, I'm not exactly squeaky clean either, but you were the one who suggested we fight first, right? This is a test to see if I can handle fighting against yokai or not. In a fight like this, it's better to be more cunning, don't you think? Fighting honestly would be meaningless in a life-or-death battle. His argument makes so much sense that he can't argue with it. Well, if you think about it, even though the situation and perspective are a bit unusual. In the end, we're just two teenagers who are very close friends. I was wrong, Saiwu, sometimes admitting that can be a way to go. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just that my abilities were lacking, so what could I do? Yeah, is that how it's going to be, Choi Saiwu? I've reached my limit with your nonsense. Geez, you're terrifying. I'm the one who should be increasing my speed, but it's getting harder and harder to avoid his attacks. I'm adapting to his martial arts and speed, and it's happening quite rapidly. Misdirection. Yushin, are you okay? I'm changing my tactics to minimize the power of your attacks, even though they're probably much weaker than before, but perhaps back then, I was already injured. Righteous comfort prime longevity the true Lord who permits the radiant sun and banners. Urgency as the law commands and as equals demand. Leaf arrow an arrow fashioned in the shape of willow leaves used during the Joseon dynasty willow leaf arrow arrows crafted to resemble willow leaves, piercing like thorns. The regal monarch of the moonbeam that alters the hue of scarlet heaven currently, for Yushin, there is no ritual implement equipped that aids the ability of a specific martial art. As a result, the disadvantages arising from this include the inability to utilize the majority of acquired techniques. Even if the techniques are usable, it's very difficult to control its power. Urgency as the law commands and as equals demand. By adding his own energy, it creates weapons using divine power. One of the 18 or 24 martial arts forms, a type of swordsmanship performed with a katana art of the homeland, heavenly sword. Even if it's hastily made, the power to defeat yokai is truly overwhelming. A moment right before the end. The reason Yushin hesitated for a moment is that the opponent in front of him is his friend. But the reason he made up his mind is also because the opponent in front of him is his friend. Why did you suddenly spare me at the end? Even if you had finished me off, I could have recovered quickly. It wasn't like that. I used the full power of my exorcism arts. If the opponent is a yokai, they wouldn't have held up even at chi grade, no matter how strong they were. Just like your goblin club was shattered. It's just that the technique itself recognizes beings other than you as, not yokai. Speak or something. It's incredibly annoying for you to be all anxious right next to me. No, well, your nose, I was wondering if it hurts a lot. If it ends up scarring, then, that won't happen. It isn't as great as a monster's, but it's a body that I've worked hard to cultivate too. Something like fractured bones and torn skin will get better in a day. Besides that, you decreased your force right before you hit me, didn't you? The second you realized my attack didn't work, you most likely took out as much power as you could. Because if you didn't, then at the very least, all the bones in my nose would have been shattered. Yeah, you're quite decent, Choi Saiwu. If you're gonna go around catching monsters or whatever, do as you please. Thanks for understand. I still don't understand though. I'm only like this because I made a promise. Here, take this. These look like some gourds, don't they? They are like some gourds, they are gourds. Consumable, just think of them as a bomb-like gourd that can be used once. To use it, hold it in your hand and recite, urgently like a mandate. Or if you're really in a rush, then just smash it on the ground. With your force, I think just holding it in your hands and giving it a little power will work too. Then the magic inside the gourd will activate. Just use it once whenever you're in danger. And be careful not to shatter them at the same time even if you do use several of them. I'm grateful, but, is it really alright to accept 3 of these? Your energy is stored in them, aren't they? And an incredible amount at that. I don't think they're things you can make easily though. How the hell did you know? Have you seen something like this before? No. It's not like that. But even just holding them in hands, I can feel it. The energy that I felt when fighting you earlier. A lot of that same energy, and a lot at that, is stored inside these gourds. Saiwu's speculation was correct. 3-colored stream, the accumulation-type Dharma tool, mainly used by Yushin's family. Inside the gourd that's been treated with a special glaze, one's energy is poured in and stored whenever they have the time. So, whenever and whatever the situation may be, one can use their power to use magic that would have been difficult to use otherwise, and even if it isn't them, anyone who possesses the gourd can consume the Dharma tools to use magic. The purpose of the glaze applied to the gourd's surface is to seal in one's energy. But to penetrate through that and, even figure out the amount of energy inside? Show me your hand for a second. My hand, why? Is something there? Although it's said you can tell one's fate and disposition by just looking at the length of their palm and its placement, it's completely groundless for the most part. Well. However, if there's one thing that can be ascertained. This isn't just being a bit compatible, this is just talent itself. It's the skill of a spiritual person, masters, or gurus who are like shamans. Although I'm not 100% sure of his palm, being able to sense the 3-colored stream's energy is one thing, but if I also think about how he looked while fighting, I'm almost certain. What is it? If he wasn't a monster, then I would have told father immediately. No, it would have been possible with my own discretion, without needing anyone else's permission. His talent is to the extent that even if he was accepted as an external disciple, no one would have had a problem with it. Even now, is it not too late? Although we can't hide that he's a monster, he's undoubtedly half human and his own will is, no. There's no way those stubborn fools would permit it. Beyond simply failing to get permission, there's a high possibility that they may take it the wrong way. A goblin that has the talent of a shaman, truthfully, if it wasn't Saiwu, then even I wouldn't have looked at them in a favorable light. Just a little, if only I had found out just 3 days earlier. I was just thinking that your life's pretty tangled up too. You can really tell something like that from my palm? Maybe or maybe not, anyway, so when are you thinking of attending school again? Well, I should probably first start with getting fitted into a new uniform, right? As it stands, I basically don't have anything to wear besides this tracksuit. Did you know that it even feels like my feet have gone down half a size too? That's quite a bit fascinating. But it'll be worth seeing everyone's reaction when you go to school. If you just stay still and don't say, "I'm Choi Saiwu," then I wonder how many will recognize you. Having fun, aren't you? My head already feels like it's gonna explode just thinking about it. There's no way. Actually looking quite forward to it. It's already this late, isn't it? No wonder why I felt hungry. Then let's eat at the place right up here, I'll pay. Why though? Can't we just go to your place and eat there? You know that kimchi fried rice that you made last time? It was nice how you put the pork belly in too. I'll buy the pork at the supermarket. Oh, that'll be a bit hard though. There's a guest there currently. Moreover, right about now, they'll most likely be in a deep sleep too. A guest? Yeah, and there's also a place that I gotta go to after we eat lunch too. Up to there. There's no need to force yourself to try to say something that's hard to bring up while being mindful of me. I told you, that, whatever you do with the monsters, I won't pay attention to it. It looks like you have some matters to attend to, so I'll just leave for today then. Treat me next time. And don't be down like someone who has committed a crime or something. Whoever you go out to meet, straighten your shoulders and go confidently. Because, you're more than strong enough to do that. It's a pretty old-looking neighborhood. It feels like the homes are basically all empty. Have I really come to the right place? Rising Dark Moon Quarters. What does that mean? This person's a monster. And an incredibly strong one at that. Oh my, a guest that we've never met before. A pleasure. My name is Hongrian, the head of the Rising Dark Moon Quarters here. Hello, I'm Choi Saiwoo, so, I was introduced to this place by the cleanup post yesterday, you see. They gave me the address, saying I should go here first. I've already heard about you from Elder Yaman. Now, please come in. The inside, just simply doesn't feel dark, but rather, it feels like a black fog that's shrouding the place. Please drink comfortably. Oh, thank you for the drink. This isn't Seoul, is it? The unobstructed view is one thing, and the wind and air and something, it all feels incredibly refreshing. That's correct. The Rising Dark Moon Quarters is a space separated from a part of the human world. Because it has been out of reach from the touch of civilization and progress for hundreds of years, it maintains the fresh air and energy of those days. If you ask for what purpose this space exists, then we are a store that provides various conveniences so that residents of the monster world can adjust to life in the human world. If you pay a visit when the day is bright, then it will be of help, is what he said, but even if they call themselves a store for monsters, oh. I received this sort of thing. I was told this is currency from the monster world, but am I able to use this here? It's monster coins. Well, of course, we help with everything, both purchases and exchanges. Exchanges? Yes, there are those who acquire jobs in the human world, but they exchange monster currency for human money to use for the most part. With monster coins. Given the current exchange value of this nation, 1 niang is equivalent to about 3 million won. Of course, that's the value with commission included. The maximum cash balance of his entire life thus far, 720,000 won. Would you like to take a look and see what you can purchase? Show our guest the demon spirit pill. Yes, ma'am. What you see right now is the demon spirit pills that the guests at our store most frequently look for. It's a pill that accelerates the recovery of one's monster force. As you're aware, monster force barely exists in the natural environment of the human world, and even if there is a monster world, recovering monster force itself is something that consumes quite a bit of time. Because of it, a single pill is made up of all sorts of medicinal ingredients from the monster world, and it is made with the secret technique that has been passed down in our Rising Dark Moon Quarters. So that even in an environment where monster force is incredibly weak, an ample amount of monster force can be absorbed after consumption. I'll buy it. I really need that, so, the colors of the containers they're stored in are different. Is there a difference in efficacy? Yes, the color of the container refers to each class of the demon spirit pill. The price is set at a standard of 1 monster coin niang, the silver demon spirit pill is 10 niang, the gold demon spirit pill 3 niang, and the black demon spirit pill is 1 niang. The higher the class, there's also a difference in recovery rate, but if you want the effects of recovery right this moment today, then I recommend the black one. Then, for now, one black pill. Can I eat one right this moment? Of course. If it's fast, then you'll be able to see the effects sometime tonight. Well, that's the same, no matter which one you eat though. There's discussion from monsters regarding monster force, so the two most important things are the size and absorption rate of one's niden. The size of the niden, or the case of the total quantity of monster force, the older a monster gets, they grow as they consume other monsters. However, in the case of the absorption rate that's from the surrounding environment or the food they consume to recover their monster force, it's incredibly difficult to increase that rate through acquisition, so the majority of monsters' rate largely comes from their own talent or their bloodline's influence. If they're a high-ranking class, then it takes about 3-4 hours to completely digest a black-colored demon spirit pill, but with just a half-monster body, not even half will be digested after a few days pass, and will just be excreted from the body as is. Still, it isn't like I lied. If he absorbs even just a part of it, your insignificant niden would probably be recovered by tonight. In accordance with Hungrian's assessment, the black-colored demon spirit pill is an excessive wonder drug to the current Saiwu. With one pill, it can restore Saiwu's niden 3 or 4 times over. However, that just means it's confined to the size of his niden. It can't be, he just swallowed the demon spirit pill, and it's just been a few seconds. This is the extent of the monster force that he has absorbed. But in that short time. Of course. The third day since Saiwu began his life as a monster. For a low-level pill, have I eaten something that is really that great? Choi Saiwu. For the first time in his life, he experienced 100%, beyond 100% of his monster force. A few minutes earlier Rising Dark Moon Quarters Annex. How is it? It's a specially prepared 6 floral liquor because I heard young Master Yuzium will be visiting. It's a liquor that uses the 6 flowers that grow in the Sanzu River to add an aroma. Well, that isn't too bad. Though, to serve a not-so-bad liquor to a little greenhorn does bother me quite a bit. But I haven't seen Hungrian, that little girl, for a while now. She said she'd come back after seeing someone though. Should I think of this as her having no thoughts of treating me as a guest? How could that ever be possible? She is just a bit late because there was some business she had to attend to. A guest that Master Judge had specially spoken of paid a brief visit, so. Grandpa Yaman. And who is that guest? I'm not quite sure of the details myself, but I heard that it's a half-monster who has goblin blood running through his veins. Wow, I thought it was something, but it was about that punk again. That grandpa's such a joke too. When he could just leave a dried-up vein to just disappear altogether. I can't believe he's going out of his way to find a halfling and make them fight in the festival. When it doesn't even feel right to call him a monster, let alone a participant. You've suddenly gone quiet. Why? Do you find serving me alcohol that boring? Because as a similar half-monster loser, you feel just so displeased about what I'm saying. I've heard some things from my older sister, you see. It's a 1,000-year-old tradition or whatever that you all view extremely highly, but I heard your Rising Dark Moon Quarters bunch is just a gathering for halflings with nowhere to go, right? Ambiguous things who can't become neither monster nor human, while not considering yourselves as human, but also unable to get acknowledged as a member of the monster world either. This is a place created as a result of the struggles of you halflings. In order for your usefulness to get acknowledged, whatever the outcome is, I should see this as being pretty smart in your own way. Well, even if that's the case, there will never be a day where you things will ever be called monsters though. Don't you think that as well? How can beings like us even know the future? Your cup is empty. Well, would it be alright to pour you another cup? Once a merchant, always a merchant. Even if that's the case, there's no fun in teasing you either. I apologize. So, when can I start going out? All procedures and preparations will most likely be completed by today. We have exchanged all the monster coins that you have given us, and all the residence and status information that you will be using in the human has been taken care of as you requested, young master. The highest quality, along with the condition of not encountering humans as much as possible. You're a lot faster at handling things than I thought, aren't you? You are someone who risked your own life for the sake of the human world. So of course, I must do my best and... it isn't for your sake, it's just because it's hateful. There are outside bastards from who knows where who are acting up, but from an owner's perspective, I can't just leave them be, can I? Moreover, if I make contributions and raise my species' reputation, then even Father will acknowledge that I have the right to participate in the festival. I'm not that far behind even Hyungnim or Nunim, when it comes to innate talent. However, because I was born 100 years later than them, that's just the only difference between us. First, let's get acknowledged as a candidate any way possible. And, catch up and surpass Hyungnim and Nunim with whatever it takes in those remaining 6 months. Look here, that wench, Hongrian. Oh, I will go out now and see if she can come right this ins. No, it's fine for now. There's a more important matter I want to entrust you with than having a drinking partner. While I'm residing in the human world, I want that wench to serve me. Oh, don't have an ill-humored misunderstanding. Because I have no thoughts of playing with a mere halfling, even if she has a pretty face. It's just that it's not like I've come to have some idle chat in the human world, and outside of hunting those bastards who have come from the outside, there's something else I'd like to focus on. However, young master, we do not do such. I know, but aren't you a merchant? Then, shouldn't you just be silent and respond accordingly to the request of a precious, paying client? To not upset them, no. Go over and properly convey it to that one. What the? Like water, ki is something that flows in all creation. And for living beings, such water is nothing more than just a puddle that gathers for a while. Although the components of that water, and how to use that water are different for each living being. It goes without saying that the great principles for all species, regardless of being monster or human, are the same. Even if you can increase the size of your bowl, you cannot hold more water than the volume of the bowl. Actually, it's just an obvious principle that doesn't require such fanciful language. Are you alright? It just feels like you've needlessly encountered a mishap because of me. Still, it's a lot more incredible than you mentioned, this pill I mean. But why is it? Something feels really good. Whatever it is, should I call it a sensation where I feel like I can do anything? That such an obvious principle doesn't apply to the current Saiwu. What the hell is all this fuss? Just how uneducated of a bastard are you, to recklessly scatter your energy without fear in such a place? If you can't make sense of it, then shall I take this opportunity to teach you? Young Master Yuzium. What just happened is something that I am responsible for, not this guest over here. Please retract your anger and... Shut up. I'm sure the monster force I felt together with the thundering noise was from that loser. Moreover, he still doesn't have a grasp of the situation and continues to release his energy. Even after having such a sight before me, are you telling me to overlook it with such a ridiculous excuse? Young master, please. I'm sorry. I'm still not that used to controlling monster force, so... The boy called Choi Saiwu had a gentle and temperate nature originally, even amongst humans. I didn't think such a thing would happen at all, you see. If I bothered you in any way, then I apologize. However, having his Naiden be filled to the brim for the first time in his life, and the resulting elevation of his body and mind because of it. But, even if that's the case, I think the words you're using towards someone you've met for the first time is a bit rude. And just for this moment, the boy's nature was closer to that of a monster than to a man. What did you say just now? I'm really, really sorry about what I'm sorry about, but the loser or whatever, don't speak so damn rudely. Look here. I didn't firmly nail this to your head, but it'd be best if you don't even dream of overstepping your bounds. This isn't a fight, but discipline. Since this is simply a process of teaching manners to an ill-bred inferior. Young master. Please calm down. Whatever the reason may be, violence is prohibited here in the rising dark moon quarters. No matter how great your family is, young master, if the great room finds out about this incident, then they will never overlook this lightly. To not even dream of overstepping your bounds. I kept an eye on you, thinking that you looked quite clever amongst all the dogs, but in the end, you do reveal that you're nothing more than a halfling. Just now, what the hell was that? I didn't feel any monster force or anything at all, something that can't be seen to the naked eye suddenly materialized from absolutely nothing. This is the divine beast, the unique ability of the Haiti species. Haiti is a mythical unicorn lion, similar to the Chinese, Xieji. Look here, you halfling, listen carefully if your ears aren't completely blocked. Come over in front of me right this instant and kneel. I'll properly instill in you the manners that Grandpa Yamong should have taught you. Saying bullshit, isn't he? You should have said it nicely if you wanted to talk it out. Talking about, I'll teach you manners after hitting as much as you wanted. That itself isn't proper manners, is it? Let's continue with what was started. Fine. If you're really wishing for death that desperately, then. That's water, right? What you threw at me. I don't know the fundamentals or whatever that well, but since it's all just monster art anyway. It looks like you're shooting little water droplet-like things at me at an incredibly fast rate. The first thing I was probably hit by was the tea that spilled onto the floor. Forget a water droplet, it felt like getting hit by a car though, it faintly smelled of tea, you see. Being conscious of that, it looks like you're ready to be hit again. Something like water droplets the size of a fingernail suddenly materializing from nothing. It looks like you can use either the moisture in the air or dew on the grass, and what I was hit with just now, it feels like the longer the firing distance, the more powerful it becomes. Probably because of the acceleration. It isn't an experience that I'm proud of, but I had a similar experience with someone last night, you see. If I had to compare this to that time, you feel a lot like a little fry than them. What? Sorry if I hurt your feelings. That halfling bastard dares. Does he attack with his right hand? It's a monster force control ability that's frankly just pathetic. The fact that the attack's direction can be seen through with monster force means that he doesn't even know that he has to train in order to hide it. I will definitely make you realize the price of ignorance. As expected, I was right to think that it was obvious. So this is what Yushin saw and read my movements. Well, whatever. You got hit, you little fry. Unbelievable. The reason Hungrian was so shocked was not just one. It was because the first encounter, the first confrontation with magic. The way he casually discerned and countered it as if it were nothing. And not just that, he realized his energy could be read by the opponent. Momentarily amplifying his energy, concealing the attack's direction, almost simultaneously redirecting his energy in another direction. He precisely struck in the opening created by his opponent. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. For yokai belonging to the strong, it's like a basic skill they possess. The descendants of goblins appeared only, just 3 days ago, surely, until then, I heard he was an ordinary human. How on earth, what could have happened for a mere 3-day-old yokai to possess such proficiency? Is this where it ends? Well, it doesn't matter. If you're going to end it, at least apologize properly and move on, okay? I mean, I might have caused a ruckus first, but that person is different. What did you do to someone who was trying to stop the fight? No matter how you look at it, it's 100% your fault, so go and kneel down and offer a polite apology. That way. The Haiti clan's unique magic, clear autumn water, controls and manipulates the surrounding water. As Saiwu pointed out earlier, the operating mechanism of this magic is similar to the Haiti clan's northern martial arts, but what sets it apart is its ability for more precise utilization. It can amplify water pressure to the extreme, utilizing it as a weapon as sharp as metal and infiltrating even the tiniest amount of water into the target's body. It can also be utilized as a living venom that disrupts internal organs, including blood vessels and nerves. There's something peculiar about a yokai's regenerative power. Losing an arm or a leg is no big deal as long as you have enough yokai energy, but, when it comes to poison or infections, recovery takes longer than you might think. You probably can't understand or have never experienced it as a human. Well, I have to admit, though you were quite something, even against a half-baked opponent like you. Perhaps it's because of the exceptional lineage you inherited, even as a half-blood, or maybe you inherited blood that runs quite thick for a half-blood. I want to make it clear that you're no match for a true yokai, no matter how half-blood you are. Whether it's a real yokai or just a phony, I don't know and I don't care, but there's one thing I'm certain of. You're really getting on my nerves. You messed up all of my veins and organs, and you're already healed. Reservoir, clear autumn water, one of the advanced applications of the art. It extracts massive streams of water from sources like rivers, lakes, seas, or underground water. It's called an advanced technique because it can compress to the extent that it transcends the laws of physics. The actual weight is several hundred times more than it appears. The added speed and power exceed that of a fully speeding large truck. Focusing ahead rather than the immediate danger is the form a bat should take. Just by taking the right form for the situation, the power increases significantly. As I've already experienced. Surprisingly, the answer had been determined from the beginning. Ugh. What the, is having your arm cut off really that unbearable? I've never had my arm cut off, but, you said if you are a real yokai, so you must be accustomed to pain. The reason Yusomi is trembling is not the excruciating pain of losing both arms. Hate. Undoubtedly, a clan that ranks among the divine beasts, and rules over many other yokai, a truly blessed bloodline. One of them, and as the youngest, Yusomi has been cherished and raised. That's why there is no immunity. Shouldn't you be saying sorry by now? The overwhelming sensation of confronting a creature that overpowers oneself, that suffocating pressure. Sorry, what are you on? Well, you've done wrong to me too, anyway, I think I've paid back what I owed. It's not just me, there's someone over there who you should apologize to properly. Go and bow your head and apologize. What? What are you trying to say? I can't believe you're still not getting it. Are you going to babble like before? Well, if you find it hard to change your ways, do as you please. I'm so sorry. This is unbelievable. For the first time in 10 years, and it was a very short leave too. I never expected something to happen during that time. Muriang, head of the House of Cultivating Humility. It's my fault. If I had been a little more vigilant, there's no use in belated self-blame. Plus, it's not your responsibility. Initially, it wasn't you and Hungrian's job to entertain him. I knew that the youngest of the Heichi clan was extraordinary, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. So, is Hungrian severely injured? It seems she has some wounds, but nothing too serious. More than the physical wounds, she seemed to be deeply distressed by self-blame for causing the situation herself. But even if it's the black magic of absorption, how could Hungrian predict such a fast absorption rate? It was because of her fast absorption rate that there was an opportunity for reflection. The boy was experiencing a kind of mental cooldown. Unlike the phenomenon 3 days ago, he hasn't completely lost control of his body. He went a little berserk due to his life force, but all the emotions and willpower from before are Saiwa's own. The life force that was the cause has been released, and the emotions that were running high have cooled off. So-called sage time has rapidly kicked in now. Honestly, I think the fight itself was justified. Regardless of personality, someone who resorted to violence, especially to the point of potentially killing someone. Cutting off his arm was also necessary for the nullification of his magic, and even now, I can do it without hesitation. But back then, what I felt was undoubtedly euphoria. Pure pleasure derived from the very act of cutting off the opponent's arms. Maybe it's just a temporary phenomenon. However, may I enter? Yes. You seemed quite injured earlier, are you feeling better now? Yes, it was a very minor wound. But didn't you vomit blood from your mouth? I've experienced it too, and it's not such a minor wound. Please forgive me, Master. I lost control, and I acted in a way I shouldn't have before, Master. No, responsibility for the fight lies solely with those who participated. I'm the one who should be sorry. Even if it was just a rooftop, I could have destroyed it. It's all my fault. Originally, the black spirit bead should never have been offered to Master. The effect you wanted could have been achieved with silver or gold spirit beads. I recommended the black spirit bead, knowing that. So you're saying you've tricked me into this? The black spirit bead is the most expensive one. As you heard earlier. I'm a half-breed, a mix of a human father and a yokai mother. Hybrids, born of both human and yokai parentage, aren't so rare. It's not uncommon, for the two races to form connections and have children. Those born like that inherit qualities from both parents equally. In other words, they belong to neither humans nor demons. In the case of most half-breeds, they are born with an innate vital essence, and they can sense yokai energy, but cannot absorb it into their vital essence. And that is a very miserable and painful matter. Afflicted by a thirst caused by deficiency, knowing that they could quench it at the world's hot spring, but never able to drink from it. Even if we consume medicines like the bright lotus pill, it only wets their parched lips to some extent. That's why I dare to envy you, Master. For our half-breeds, to you Master, you are a truly miraculous being. Despite being a mix of human and yokai blood, you possess remarkable yokai abilities to the point where they are recognized as officials. Gaining the dark elixir wasn't for personal gain. There is someone who has what I longed for but could never have. Unable to accept it, I resorted to a reckless prank. A crime of cheating and ruthlessness as a vendor. A crime deserving of death. No matter what punishment or penalty, the manner of the apology might be wrong. It doesn't matter what punishment is imposed, in the end, it is shifting the blame onto the person receiving the apology. Master. I must apologize for everything. I am Muriang, the master of the House of Cultivating Humility. Don't bother the acting manager. So go and continue to entertain the guests. However, it's all right. The master will proceed as you wish. I've understood your apology and accepted it. There's no need to be considerate of me any longer. If possible, a refund for that black spirit bead would be appreciated, though. Of course, that's only reasonable. It was more of an excuse than an apology, but I am simply grateful that you've accepted it. Well, it's not a huge mistake, I suppose. If you're agreeable, I'd like to arrange a meeting for reconciliation in the near future. The one who had a conflict with you is named Uzium. He's the youngest son of the Haiti tribe, also known as divine beasts. The Haiti? Him. He looks quite different from what I imagined. Of course, the Haiti tribe I know is befitting the dignity of divine beasts. If you understand the circumstances. I don't think it will be a significant problem, but I will make you regret this. Surely, there might be misunderstandings that don't favor your side. Before those misunderstandings deepen, we need to have a meeting to explain each other's situations and perspectives. It's because of our carelessness that both sides have faced an unpleasant situation, so please don't be too hard on. It's not necessary to go as far as taking responsibility for the mediation, insisting on it. But my lord, if they come to me, I'll tell them exactly what happened, in my own words. It was his side that escalated the situation from a simple apology into excessive violence and personal insults. So I did what needed to be done. It's a clear case of right and wrong to everyone, and Hungarian and the master should apologize for not apologizing and for a situation that could lead to a fight. I'd rather just fight, as it's more comfortable for me. That's truly a profound statement. The Haiti tribe is never to be underestimated. Even the younger siblings of Lord Uzium would be in a different league from the inexperienced and reckless yokai that the guest fought. Naturally, wouldn't it be like that? I think. I haven't met many yokai, but I've already fought with at least 2 yokai stronger than him. Neither of them seemed like bad people, though. But it can't be helped. In the end, to become the Demon King, I have to fight and win against all of them. That's not something easily heard anywhere. You're not saying it easily, either. If you say such things anywhere else, you could die, right? I know, I'm prepared for that as well. The Uzium kid himself was just rampaging for nothing much right now. If I'd talked about being the Demon King, it would have been a disaster. This child is really... Just thinking about those guys wandering the world 6 months from now, even thinking about it is terrifying. So, how will you somehow try to stop that? Among the things I've heard, this is definitely an audacious and cheeky statement. Laugh all you want, but there's nothing I can say. No, I absolutely have no intention to laugh. Instead, I'm becoming quite intrigued by you, our esteemed guest. I only thought of him as a poor boy who got caught up in bad luck. It seems I made a hasty judgment. Since the previous owner's era, it's the first time I've had this level of intuition after a previous change. This is a gift we give to our guests at the House of Cultivating Humility as a symbol of apology, but, if I say it like this, you might not accept it, so should I word it differently? It might still be too early to talk about, but I want to invest in your future. It's been quite an eventful day. It's almost dinner time already. Where were you? Are you just coming in now? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'd be out this long. Enough. Well, it's fine. It hasn't been that long, and I just received some information. Information? Ah, hello, Salmi. Are you an idiot? What makes you think that's Salmi? The color of the outfit is different. A summoner that attaches the souls of dead magpies to the feathers of a crow. Be cautious around Salmi. Even though it's a magpie, it doesn't have a single white feather. I've been really upset about it since I was a kid. Salmi may not get angry if you say something by accident due to her personality, but that doesn't mean she won't be hurt. Yes. I'll be careful, anyway, just now, it was sent by Salmi. She's been running around everywhere since last night, gathering information. Over the past month, there have been several missing person cases throughout the city, a considerable number of. The last known locations of the missing individuals are concentrated in several areas. Perhaps those places are the hunting grounds for the outsiders. Tonight, we plan to hunt them at one of those locations. And before that, there's something you must prepare. Yes. Just tell me what. I can understand if the treatment isn't great. I'm a guest you didn't expect suddenly, and I won't complain about my sudden change in status either. But for everything else, you make me wear these clothes drenched in your sweaty stench. I thought you might have brought something halfway decent, as you've been out for so long. Enough. Even so, this is my most cherished workout gear. Let's go buy some clothes. Right now. This is it, right? The best department store in this country, what was it called? I'm not sure if it's the best in Korea. When you go to the provinces, there are much bigger ones. Humans built it, didn't they? They've constructed something quite impressive without any magic. A young boy at a department store, no, this is his first time buying clothes properly. It's not like he lacked interest. He's at an age where appearance matters, and he had enough determination to save up the allowance. However, as always, there's a problem. Just buying one set of clothes will do, right? Once I lose some weight. Yeah, it's the moment I've been dreaming about for years. Today, right now, I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. Let's go in. Try on anything you want, and if there's something you want to buy, just let me know. Well, I was planning on doing that. I'm grateful, for now. Let me say it once more. It's the boy's first time at a department store. That's why he didn't know. The typical price in a department store. Adela Style No. 1-1-3.1-60-123 Color, 20, Black, Size, 03, M, Price, 950,000 Korean wons. Your girlfriend must be really lucky. Not many boyfriends out there who buy this much. Why is there an extra zero? Oh my, oh my. Miss. It suits you incredibly well. Well, it doesn't look too bad. How does it look, Choi Siwoo? More than 5 million, it's a relief I had them exchanged. Well, I think it looks cool. Mr. Choi Woo 10-12-17-23, amount, 1,980,000 KRW, one-time payment, Brandon Department Store. Oh, did I ask you to discard what you brought? Yeah, let's stay calm. Siwoo has a lot to learn in the future, and most importantly, the reason I could get gold spirit coins in the first place. Hey, go buy the next outfit over there. You're buying more. What are you saying? You're not even staying here for a day, and you're only getting one outfit to wear. That, oh, right. Come here for a moment. Reach out your hand. Both palms together. Here. Do you think 10 gold spirit coins won't be enough? Well, even if you need a bit more, just tell me right away. If there happens to be any left, you can take it. It's not much, but consider it a token of appreciation. Let's go. How's that? Oh, it's great. What about this? You look beautiful. Really? No way. But why? I'm not quite sure. Just irritated. But, to be honest, I was a bit surprised. About what? It's your first time coming to the human world, isn't it? But when you're choosing clothes, it seems like you have a distinct taste and no more than me. It's because of Salmi. She thinks I'm interested, and she keeps bringing stuff and pushing it on me. It's really annoying. Nevertheless, in the end, you meticulously examined all of it, didn't you? And to be honest, the reason I came to the human world. Oh, I'm sorry. Please be careful, let's hurry up. I thought it was just you, but it seems that humans, as a whole, have retreated. What do you mean? That guy bumped into you because of his own mistake, right? With just a single word on such a subject, a single glance, as if all the problems are solved. You're the same. If he showed such an attitude, you should have made him pay right away. Not to the extent of killing him, but you should have trampled on him so that he would never dare to look you in the eye again. Do you really need to go that far? Yes. It's an issue within the human world, and I don't know all the details, but if a yokai like you shows a limp attitude like that, you'll just be labeled as a weakling, no matter how strong you are. The moment you look like that, you're not a strong one anymore. Even if you're strong, if you can be easily beaten without any consequences, you're just big prey for anyone who happens to win. You probably bowed down to Haiti even though you could have won. You might have had to win, but you would have let him off lightly. How did you know? How did I know? As soon as you entered the house, the smell of a wet dog was practically vibrating. There are other smells that reek, but that kind of foul odor is quite rare. If you're only at the level where you can win, is the youngest of the 3 siblings? Was he a little runt without much dignity? Ugly and all? Well, yeah. Were you already acquainted with him? Not so much acquainted as something like that. He's the brother of my friend's sister. We fought once. Was it about 20 years ago? It felt like there were rumors circulating about me. After hearing that, she started a quarrel over some non-existent rivalry. She's nearly 100 years older than me. Sounds ridiculous. So, did you fight her? Of course, why wouldn't I? If you're going to ask a question, ask whether I won or not. Well, even a question like, did you win or lose, is kinda silly. I stomped her hard. I told her in no uncertain terms that we should never meet again, and that irritating face should stay away from me. Anyway, I haven't seen him since then. But according to Salmi, he's going around making all sorts of threats from behind. Wow. Anyway, the key is, if you're going to stomp, stomp hard. Being a human, you can't instantly adapt to the way yokai think. But at least when you're wielding violence, do it decisively. Ultimately, that's a choice that uses violence less. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, you should be prepared to kill whatever you meet here. Huh. Here, you meet them. Hurry up and come here. Can't you go a bit slower? If we're even slightly late, they say the waiting gets reset. I've been waiting here for a week just to get there. What's with you? I said we need to hurry. What? Where are you? Don't play around, seriously. "20 guys don't taste good except in fighting. It's better to go for the ones next to them." Why are you acting like this? Puppeteer. Let's talk. The upper world is your turf, and the underground is mine. Wasn't it said, each in their own hunting ground, never crossing paths? You seem to have taken that rule quite seriously. Why would we, like siblings, have to end up separated, despite looking so close before? The underground yokai of this land are coming now. They probably tracked our activities. Well, I anticipated this. So, do we need to give up here? The broker's conditions were not to fight with Peninsula yokai, right? To be precise, it was not to cause trouble. In other words, it's okay to do anything as long as we can handle it quietly without causing a ruckus. You know it well. It's been a month since we started hunting. And those over there are just now catching on. All the yokai in this land have fallen to mediocrity. They can't even protect the livestock within my fence. It's almost comical to think they're retreating because they're scared. That's why I decided with my siblings. If we're willing to risk breaking the rules by coming here, there's no need to restrict ourselves to safe prey. Assist me, Chien. Today, 2 Peninsula yokai have come here. We'll catch and consume them. They'll be boasting the same arrogant nonsense. So, the reason you came here in the first place is for clothes. The largest department store in this country. It's said that this place has the highest number of human disappearances. Throughout our travels, I intentionally scattered these seeds. There's no escaping. In places where humans throng, it's better to watch and capture rather than flee. But what's this? Instead of fleeing, those fellows are nesting here. In that case, I must make it clear. This area, no, this city is our hunting ground. They've seriously misunderstood. The reason for the high population flow in this area is not simply because this is the busiest department store in Seoul. A subway transfer station where a total of 3 tracks intersect. A bus terminal connecting Seoul to other regions. These 3 elements overlapping have made it the center of Seoul, with a daily population flow reaching tens of thousands. Certainly, even if there were many missing persons here, it wouldn't be noticeable. If only they could avoid CCTV and people's eyes, no, it might not matter even if there were no such blind spots. If someone were to disappear in the midst of the bustling crowd, most would assume they had simply misperceived or the person had moved elsewhere. Well, I'm not sure about this, CCTV. But judging by the traces felt here, there are 4 of them nearby. They seem to have established their hunting grounds in this way from what I feel, department store, terminal, subway, but I'm not sure what kind of yokai they are. 4. If there are this many, wouldn't it be better to report to the divine judge? If the number is significant and we don't know much about the opponent. If it was a different situation, it might not be a bad choice, but in this case, if that happens, there will be no fight at all. What those guys are doing seems like a kind of provocation. It's like saying, we know you've come to catch us, but we won't run away. In other words, it means there's a contingency plan in place if someone other than us barges in. Even if we call it a contingency plan, it would just mean running away, which is essentially the same as our defeat. Since we are the ones who need to catch them, running away isn't an option for us. I don't know if we could properly pursue them. Unlike them, we are in a position where we must abide by the law. It would be difficult for us to carry it out without causing harm to humans. And they will likely try to exploit this advantage as much as possible. Perhaps the fight will unfold here. It seems unlikely that the area around the subway or terminal will be empty, but the department stores will be closing soon, right? But even after closing, there will still be department store staff remaining, doesn't matter. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem at all. Brandon Department Store Rooftop Garden. Huh, where is Maydear? She left. She said she has no plans to get involved in this matter. I will decline. I'm not uninterested, but I prefer my current leisurely and abundant meal. I won't give up this satisfying situation just to catch 2 measly ones and eat them. I said, there won't be any issues. The 4 of us would be enough, that's your opinion. From my perspective, it sounds like you're inviting me to join a gamble that's at best 50-50. Well, I understand it might sound unpleasant. But what can I do? The ones I've seen for the past month aren't exactly trustworthy. But you're not thinking of forcefully stopping me, are you? Are you serious about that nonsense? You think you can stop us? I have no intention of doing that, so don't worry. Anyway, I have to find a new hunting ground from now on. Since we're parting ways, I wanted to be honest for a moment. Thank you for everything, Ray. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot, but it seems like there won't be any more of that now. Good luck. That ungrateful bastard who doesn't even appreciate the favor, you should have ripped her head off right there. Appa had a subtly tender side towards Maydear. Nothing will change just because she's gone. Anyway, Maydear doesn't have a proper force to begin with. Just us 3 siblings are enough. Well, that's true, but I didn't expect Maydear to refuse, considering how much she loves to consume. Then brother, what are you going to do once we finish off the 2 newcomers who just arrived? No matter what, if it's our kind that's involved, the response will be severe. I have prepared a hiding place. From there, we will continue hunting in this area. In this vicinity? Yes, we'll continue hunting humans while picking off the yokai of this land that are chasing us. Anyway, we have the geographical advantage. As long as we remain mixed among the humans, they cannot exert their full power. But isn't there a limit to that as well? Leaving us alone might be more dangerous for them than a few humans dying. That's the moment when the yokai of this land would think it's all over, right? Yes, that's why we have to consume as much as possible until then. Until when we return to the mainland and reach the realm of the soul. Wayran Byran, think of the humiliation our family has suffered so far. We might not be able to return to the mainland now. But when we return, no one in the mainland will dare underestimate us siblings. United, the 3 of us can control the yokai of the whole Central Plains. No. We will rule the era to come and become the kings of yokai. What surprised the 3 siblings was the sudden surge of yokai force that enveloped the entire building. And there was a voice. Isn't it a bit too late to still be here? Go back home quickly. Right now. Inherent magic, Purple Whisper. With a voice infused with yokai force, it subtly implants a strong suggestion into the other party. The effect is stronger when the gap in yokai force between the parties is significant and when the distance is closer. What? Weren't there 4 people? Casting it from a distant location without direct contact is a considerably challenging application. Yeah, you can't be that stupid. But covering the department store showcases an exceptional genius among the yokai in terms of output and technique. I'm sure this is the presence I sensed just below us until a moment ago. She jumped up to this height in an instant. Let's see. I sensed a smell even inside the department store, but now that I'm closer, I can feel it more clearly. Human insensitivity is somewhat enviable. It's fortunate that this place is relatively open. If it were me, just breathing the same air as you would be painful. This little. Don't get involved in petty provocations, Byran. And youngest. You go down. Huh. Aren't we fighting together? We have to catch both of them. This one will be handled by Byran and me. The remaining ones seem to have a faint presence, so you should be able to handle it alone. Catch it and devour it all by yourself. Really? It must have been a regretful decision. If it was, run as far as you can, even alone, you could have saved her life. You sure are generous. In this situation, you should worry about your own life before worrying about our youngest sibling. She's clearly powerful. No matter how low you try to put her, she is at the top of the skill level. If it were us before coming here, we would have been easily defeated. But it's okay. After devouring over 1,000 humans in the past month, we can do it. I like how you can't grasp the situation. Well then. Let's see your abilities. Are you okay? What's this? Earlier, there was an emergency broadcast saying there's some kind of gas leak, so the department store is closing early. The main entrance is still open, so it seems like you can go out through there. Thank you, but did you happen to see a young child around here? A bit taller than me. You mean your grandson, right? I just saw him on the lower floor. I came to look for you because he was worried about you, Grandma. There shouldn't be that many. If you're lucky, there might not be anyone, it's just that I'm whispering to humans in the 3-digit range simultaneously. If you have a certain level of resistance to magical energy, the suggestion may not work properly. You should wander around the department store first and get those humans to leave. About 7 people, perhaps. Just to be sure, I should take another look. It's you. Certainly, your presence is quite faint. I've been searching for a while, but I was still a little uncertain. But, how should I put it, saying this is a little strange, but let's just pretend we didn't see each other and not fight, okay? What? Honestly, I came here with the intention of devouring, but from what I see, it doesn't seem like you would be very nutritious to consume. Above all else, why you're my type. Actually, there's no need for yokai to devour each other, right? Unlike my older siblings, I have no interest in being a yokai king. Anyway, it will be our world in 6 months. It'll be enough to be able to eat as much as you like without ever going hungry. You'll be freely devouring in 6 months too, won't you? Then, why not get along well instead of being so uptight? It's not like it's obvious that we're eating here secretly. So, yeah. I really do like you. Did you come up from below? The one who just sent down that human, was that you? I happened to see them coming from the top, so I devoured them. Both the one that was there originally and the one coming down. Silly me, now that we've come face to face, it would be a shame to. Saiwa thought he already understood, but in reality, he doesn't completely understand. Yukai devour humans. The past 3 days were pitch dark. I personally experienced what yukai are and how dangerous they are. And that's why it was only at this moment that I truly realized. The danger I was aware of was limited to what yukai feel toward other yukai. To ordinary people, what yukai represent as a catastrophic threat. Still, even so, aren't you a bit harsh when you are angry? At least say you're angry. Setting that aside, it's quite a twist. Honestly, I thought you were super weak. But looking at it now, you seem really tasty. That's a relief. On the left. Rather than I like it, it's more like I want to eat it. It's a bit less disgusting that way. Haha. What is this? I've completely become a ridiculous sight. I had all the forms of being super strong, but it's incredibly cool. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Is that your unique magic? Yes. So, in the end, it turned out like this. It's not the most pleasant visual, is it? What kind of power? It's not just power. Her recovery ability, and the instantaneous movement to block the bat, I didn't see any of it. Is her appearance really for real? If you get to know this appearance, you might have run away from the beginning without even fighting. Bro. This is my unique magic, or rather, it's my original form. My arms and legs look like this, but my face and torso, they are truly hideous. Not really. It's not the way it looks that's the problem. Yeah, I know. Well, I don't have memories of seeing my parents, so I don't really feel sad or anything, but it's a little heart-wrenching when I see my older sister and brother. Anyway, the three of us, without parents, lived in the shadows of the human world. We couldn't even properly maintain our human appearances, and we lived in the sewers, covered in human filth. In an ugly state, without even knowing that our own appearances were ugly. But, look. Now I can be this cute and pretty. Instead of the dark and smelly sewer, I can walk under the clear, fresh sky, basking in the sunlight. Most importantly, it's not such a big mistake to eat humans, is it? We've been doing that for tens of thousands of years except for the last 666 years, and we'll keep doing it starting from 6 months later. Not even a single second I don't want to give up this wonderful life because of some weird rule. I've already lost too much. So, shouldn't you just pretend not to know? After finally meeting a yokai I like, I really don't want to kill because of that rule. First of all, to clarify. I'm not a yokai, and I'm someone who hopes that the rule you're thinking of will continue forever. So, instead of babbling about things that make no sense or empathy, why don't you just charge in? I see. She's even faster and stronger than just now. If this isn't her full power, a head-on fight is completely hopeless. Saiwu possesses all the qualities of a yokai naturally, and it goes without saying that he is exceptional. With his inherent bloodline, his talents, and his real combat experience that has come rushing upon them in such a short time, 3 days ago now his mental strength, skills, and the ability to control yokai energy, among other things, have all contributed to their newfound strength. However, in this particular situation, the opponent they're facing numerically surpasses Saiwu's rate of growth by far. The innate gap in their respective species should be substantial. However, sorry, I'm still not used to handling all this newfound power and speed, as I haven't had it for long. There is one factor that transcends this unfairness. Human flesh. I've almost got the hang of it. I'm confident I can finish this one without any issues. For yokai, it's not just about a rich, nutritious ingredient. Consuming it alone, without any side effects, serves as an extraordinary elixir that provides explosive benefits. Over the past month, consistent and explosive consumption of Wei Lan's flesh resulted in growth so significant that even she herself couldn't fathom. How about using that spell from earlier? Among the attacks you've used, that one was the strongest. Considering the advantage of the range, it's probably the one with the highest chance of winning. That I don't know. Both the speed and likely the power are not significantly different from bare-handed attacks. The spell he used earlier might not be usable as we please. Then, all that's left is to slaughter and devour him. It would have been nice if I had at least known your name. It was nice meeting you. Depending on the way they fought, there was a fair chance of success. However, even so. I see, not taking out the Goblin Club was a gamble he tried with his life on the line. This is how it's used. It's called Goblin Wrestling. And in that gamble, he emerged victorious. A few hours ago, so, did you fight with that black tortoise? I'm not sure if the term, fought, is the right word. I did put in all my strength, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Even though I tried hard, it felt like he was consistently relaxed on his end. Well, that makes sense. After all, the approach itself was way off from the start. For starters, his blood is thicker than water, and his mastery of force and finesse in handling it are exceptional. While adopting an attitude of indifference to everything but absolutely flawless when it comes to fighting, that's what makes him a true expert. Even if we extend the range to 300, no, 500 years, there are few yokai in the Korean peninsula that can undoubtedly be considered stronger than him. Oh, you're 500 years old, right? So, this story applies to you as well. What did you say? I am sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Of course, I will win. Regardless of age, I am the strongest. So, what did you do when you fought with him? It probably wasn't as satisfying as when you fought against me. I tried using the tools I received from Salmi and Cirium with all my might, trying to overpower him. These days, it's hard to keep up with these youngsters' conversations. Yet, seeing no shock whatsoever, I could definitely sense a wall. He stayed still. Huh. When you applied your technique. Since he's not a physical fighter, he either stood still or you caught him off guard. Alright. While we were shaking hands, then the reason you couldn't deliver any significant impact must be more than just a difference in skill level. Well, it's a simple story. No matter how powerful the magic is, it doesn't make everyone equally strong. Cirium is fundamentally about a contest of strength, isn't it? Seems like I've got a sense of it to some extent. It's good that I'm not feeling frustrated. What are you talking about, huh? It means my judgment was correct. I expected this scenario to unfold, so I left something behind just in case, but still, I was a bit worried. You guys were unexpectedly strong, and I was concerned you might end up getting killed. But well, with your level, you were somewhat usable as a foothold for that guy. To be honest, was quite disappointed. I thought you would make me at least pull out around 4 tails, no matter what. Just 3, if I had been determined, 2 would have been enough. There was no need for that, but I wondered how many of you came into this peninsula, but since in the end, they were defeated on your side, so they must have crossed over secretly. While we're on the subject, you must know to some extent, right? How many of them came over to the peninsula from outside? And who was the mastermind that brought in a few of you, with levels lower than yours, to hide here for a while? You thought I would just tell you that just like that, isn't that obvious? I'm not sure how you do it, but you're the ones who have lived in disguise, breaking the laws. Trying to put on an act like things are in order is just laughable for such entities. So, if you want to save your wretched lives, you better cooperate obediently. No. I refuse. Judging by his yokai force alone, He could be considered somewhat superior even in chi levels. Summon Supreme Demon Suppressing Emperor. Suppress. No matter what you did, the result would have been the same. Despite having that level of force and strength, your actions amounted to nothing more than simply colliding with brute force. Even if you were to become 10 times stronger than you are now, it would be no different. Make sure you understand that prowess comes not from strength itself, but from how you use that strength. Nice clothes. What? Since when have you been watching? I just arrived not long ago, you know. Your reaction is no fun. Saiwu wasn't like this. But, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in a good condition. Something happened, a whole lot of. I haven't had a wink of sleep since last night, wandering around the entirety of the yokai realm and the human world. Sealwa, please, save me. I've been gathering information, relaying messages, handling various aftermaths, and even entertaining guests all by myself. There's even a mountain of things to do in the future. Can't you help me enchant a few humans? Well, yeah, I get it, but what do you mean by entertaining guests? Is something happening downstairs? I wonder if there are more yokai left. It's probably Choi Saiwu. They're probably in the middle of fighting. You brought Saiwu here. I told you they were dangerous yokais. They could be more dangerous than Saiwu, yeah, they must be strong. If he's unlucky, he could end up dead. But so what? Should I have matched him up with some small fry he can easily defeat just because it's dangerous? Honing his skills will improve naturally over the course of 6 months. If his lineage were ordinary, he would probably be considered decent at his current level, but unfortunately, that guy is a goblin. Even if we discard the far-fetched tale about becoming the Demon King, the very purpose he holds ensures that the fighting will never cease. If he's not going to fight all those battles on our behalf, then your worries are just futile attempts to block his path. Well, maybe there wasn't even a need to worry in the first place. Blood is thicker than water, after all. Don't fret, just wait patiently. It will be over soon. The attacks are definitely landing properly. And that too, more than 10 times. Something changed in that moment. But what on earth is it? How did it change? Is it possible that he won't fall? Goblin Cerium. Unlike the bat, which is a privilege that only a talented few can have, goblins are born with instinctual wrestling skills along with their strength. However, if it's simply a technique relying on strength alone, Goblin Cerium could never have been called a magic technique. That's why they are known as yokai who are not just good at wrestling but rather as yokai who cannot be defeated through wrestling. That was the realization the boy obtained. Sorry. After realizing something unexpected, I got too excited. I wanted to become as familiar with it as possible so as not to forget the sensation. Let's finish it now. If it's not about completely neutralizing the impact, there must be some movement that certainly softens the shock. Then, the one I received earlier. I'm giving it back. The movement itself is sealed and struck, minimizing the damage caused by channeling the opponent's power. It's not only the basic principle of wrestling but also of numerous martial arts and self-defense techniques. However, it goes beyond that by not only containing the impact received but also releasing it through the surface contacted by the body to neutralize it. Goblins call it root. Just as it is not easy to break a tree with strong roots, the goblin who grasped the root is the same. As long as they stand strong on both legs, minimizing the damage from the incoming impact and amplifying the power of Goblin Cerium beyond the usual boundary than before. Only then will they finally demonstrate their true power. Fitting room. Hey, could I ask for one favor? Before my breath runs out like this, could you end it for me? If my power fades, I'll return to my original form. Even if I die, I want to look as least ugly as possible. I don't plan on killing you right now. The other yokai that have crossed over, and the method of their crossing. There's a lot of testimony you need to provide. It would have been better if the reason for keeping me alive had been different. I wonder if it's too much to hope. So, what does entertaining the guests mean? Who is coming from where? It was revealed that there are several yokai from the mainland among the yokai that crossed over. Even in the mainland of the yokai realm, they are aware of this fact and have sent help, taking their own responsibilities. It doesn't seem like a bad story, does it? If they have a certain level of skill, I'd like to meet them too. I'm also curious about their level. Perhaps because of their dignity, they sent a helper with an excessively high reputation from the mainland. Dealing with them was a bit difficult. Their attitude was somewhat nonchalant, I should say. Reputation, huh? If you say that, does that mean they sent an elder who has been dormant for 1,000 years or something? No, not them. They said it's a direct descendant who inherited the bloodline. Whose descendant? Why are they here? Great Sage Heaven's equal, they said she's the granddaughter of Sun Wukong. The attack just now wasn't directed at me. Does that mean they're not enemies? I'm Choi Saiwoo. Acting on the orders from the promising judge, I'm hunting down the foreign yokai. If it's not too much trouble. I don't care who you are, impure spirit. The intonation, this person, could they not be a yokai from the Korean peninsula? The one behind you is a sinner deserving of death. I might let it pass once, for whatever reason you're here. But there won't be a second time. If you don't want to die together, avoid it. I thought it would be enough. You are much tougher than it looks. The boy sensed, if it were me 30 minutes ago, I would have been killed instantly. The flow of shock was executed perfectly beyond compare. However, for the still quite young stem and roots of the tree named Choi Saiwoo, it was an excessively harsh impact to bear. Can I block it, the second time around? No, probably. Are both of your legs still moving? Well, it doesn't matter. Even if you dodge now, this time I'm definitely going to kill you. Dashing wind of striking God. Something seemed strange, so I came down to take a look, and this is just ridiculous. Hey, who are you? Did you come all the way from China pretending to be helpful? Instead of catching the ones they told you to catch right after arriving, you're picking a fight with some easy yokai. Don't just stand there with a face that clearly doesn't like the world, and at least give me some excuses, will you? If you don't want to die. Choi Saiwoo, are you okay? Yes. I don't seem to be seriously hurt. It looks like that. What happened with that thing? Why all this chaos? Well, never mind. It's probably just something you wouldn't believe even if you heard it. The real reason for causing this chaos is probably something else. The real reason? Isn't it obvious? Everywhere you go, you were quite a distinguished person. You might not understand that, though. Regardless of how long you'll be here, you don't want to do things just as they tell you to. Are you trying to make an example by capturing US or something? Originally, heading to the peninsula wasn't my cup of tea, but now that I'm here, it's much more irritating than I thought. There's not a single one that understands the topic properly. How are you supposed to endure and work with these kinds of things? They're doing some messing around over there. Seems like you can roughly get by with half-baked measures in that neighborhood. No need to endure, so why don't you tell me where it is? Let me teach them what my topic is all about. Excuse me, stop. Sielwa, what are you doing right now? Didn't I clearly tell you? She's a guest, a guest. If a conflict arises, you should mediate. Do you have any intention of pulling out your nails and fighting as a side dish? If this problem escalates, are you going to take responsibility? Can you even take responsibility? It's the same for you, Xiao Huai. Weren't you sent as reinforcements to help us? Whatever happened between you and that boy, it seems you were the one to wield magic first. Even if that boy acted rudely, a fight between unaffiliated yokai, without the intervention of a magistrate, is a clear violation. Regardless of the laws of the Central Court, this is an absolute rule issued by the Yokai King for all yokai. As a representative conveying the voice and intention of the magistrate, I cannot ignore such recklessness. If you don't withdraw from here, I will carry out what needs to be done. I will immediately summon you to the Central Court and formally report the reasons. Surprising, isn't it? Well, even if it's an errand runner, not anyone can be the magistrate's errand runner. She's a candidate who claims she'll pick up celestial bodies to eat. However, those individuals couldn't even last a single day before running away. Among those she must convey the chief's words to, there are monstrous creatures as numerous as stars in the sky. While delivering unpleasant messages to such beings, instead of being intimidated, she must stand tall. Even if it may seem overly indulgent to the weak and pitiful, on the contrary, even if faced with overwhelming strength, if she believes it's unjust, she must never yield. Humph, fine, I understand. It's true that I've lost some self-control as well. There's no worth in fixing a thick-headed skull just for the sake of giving an excuse. Make it clear, I came here to punish sinners. I have no intention of associating with or adopting your methods. As long as it's your land, I'll show the minimum respect, but it's best for you to be cautious not to interfere with me. Especially that fox woman, she better keep it in mind. What? Hey, you just barely escaped with your dear life. Anyway, somehow, the extermination seems to be a success. We've captured at least one. Saiwu, you really worked hard. This place in Seoul is known for having a significant number of missing persons. Thanks to you, there won't be any humans dying here from tomorrow onwards. Are there many places like this in Seoul? If so, even if it's challenging, we need to at least block people's access. Don't worry. You're not the only ones going on the hunt tonight. Like Guiyu Appa, the yokai in the human world and also yokai like you, permitted to enter the human realm for this mission, are participating. Each has been assigned to a specific hunting area. Even if it's challenging, tonight, most intruders should have been captured. Were there others coming from the yokai realm besides us? Were there really that many useful ones in such a calm place? According to Grandpa, it's not direct cooperation, but they've reached an agreement regarding the zones. South of the Han River is managed by our yokai. The north is assigned to the male shamans for the purification mission. So, could it be Seoul Yonggu Nam San? Well, why did you insist on doing it alone? For me, it's normal to follow along. If it's Dorianum's authority, you could have brought about 10 more female shaman assistants, couldn't you? I can handle it alone. We're already short-staffed for the extermination around here today. And, honestly, no matter how many come, they just make a fuss. I'd rather run around alone. I find it frustrating to direct everyone individually. The more reason to use this opportunity to get used to commanding. I consider it both the role and duty of a shaman. I never asked you to do anything like a shaman, did I? The old man forced me into a position I didn't want. If you want me to step down, I can step down anytime and become a shaman. As long as you don't give me orders left and right. Whether it's a shaman who doesn't want to boss around subordinates or a shaman who doesn't want interference, both are beyond repair, aren't they? By the way, the yokai lying down behind you is quite big. Is it of Ki class? Is that creature the leader of the group in Namsan? This? Well, it seems to be of Ki class, but not particularly the leader. Among the group, it seemed to have an average size. Residing deep in the mountains, it greatly enjoys the flesh of human females. Their habitat is Japan. A month ago, no, even compared to just a few days ago, there's a significant growth. No matter how lacking in practical experience, no one in the CSU department would have achieved such a feat. Even facing numerous objections, the reason the elder appointed you as a shaman must be because of this achievement. The genius who, for the first time in centuries, was born with a transcendent state, reaching the level of Zen. So, what's the next schedule? Meeting someone and reporting, is it the Minister of National Defense? No, it's the Chief of Police, so, the Commissioner. They're probably waiting for you now, so you should go right away. Right now? Can't I just sleep and go tomorrow, since it's just a report anyway? You're talking nonsense. Today, literally all of Seoul was turned upside down. We've done our best to minimize casualties and succeeded in extermination, so it's over. But it might not look the same to civilians. Even if we tried to control the media as much as possible beforehand, it's not an era where that's 100% effective, especially these days. Maybe it's fortunate to think that way. So, it's about making people believe that even if it's fake news. Sharing the situation makes even fake news more plausible, you know. Alright, I got it. It's going to be late at night, well, it's the weekend anyway. Oh, and you have to go to Incheon Airport by 7 in the morning. With me. In the morning? And what's this sudden talk about Incheon Airport? That's right. I just received the information from the elder a while ago. It seems that a request came from a quite famous Onmyoji family in Japan to send 2 individuals, and the elder accepted it. Have you ever heard of the Kira family? I only know a few anime related to Japan. But why me, of all people? Well, maybe to match the grade? The children of the current head coming from over there. I mean, they're candidates for the next head. Just looking at the airport doesn't make it feel real, but the taste of the air is definitely different, don't you think, sis? Come on, loosen up a bit. Anyway, it's our first overseas trip, right? I know it's hard to say. I hope it turns out to be a fun place, Korea. Hello, welcome, Korean friend. Isn't it a bit late for cramming with a translator now? Don't be noisy. But still, they're a guest, so I can't just keep babbling on and on. What on earth made your father accept the dispatch request? Working together with a shaman and an onmyoji, it's an unprecedented event. Strictly speaking, it's not entirely unheard of. Why is that, during the Japanese colonial period, right? Back then, under the auspices of the chosen government general, 2 onmyoji came through Busan port. There are records that they collaborated with Korean shamans and jointly performed an exorcism in Seoul and Busan respectively. So, what happened then? They somehow managed to capture the supernatural beings that caused the incident at the time, but there were some issues in the process. Overall, the atmosphere was far from harmonious, especially between those two. It seems there were individuals who particularly didn't get along. It escalated to the point of fights where they seemed ready to kill each other, and the damage caused by trying to stop it on both sides was even greater than during the exorcism itself. It might have been expected, of course. Even if the working methods are different, our fundamental perspectives are somewhat distinct from theirs. Young master, be careful. They probably don't have such intentions on their side, but discord can arise unexpectedly. I don't know. If it feels off, I might just bail. Maybe that's the most desirable course of action. It's not the worst option. Ah, looks like those people. Since we sent the photos, they probably know our faces as well. I know this might sound impolite. I'll agree in advance. It's indeed a somewhat unsettling visual. Let's go calmly, stay calm. Nice to meet. Hello. Thank you so much for coming to greet us like this. My name is Kira Yoshihiro. I'm 16, if you count in Korean age, then 17. Please take care of us during our stay. You're really good at Korean. Really? I've been studying it since middle school. That's fortunate. But my sister is even better at Korean than me. What are you doing? Nuna, you should greet them quickly too. Hello. I apologize. My sister isn't very good with social interactions. She's Kira Yuzuru. She's 2 years older than me. It's okay. That can happen. Indeed, judging solely based on appearances isn't advisable. The potential risk seems to be on their side. We've booked a hotel in downtown Seoul for accommodation. If there are any inconveniences with the location or environment, please feel free to let us know at any time. No, it's not. It was a sudden request, and just arranging this is already appreciated. Young master. Yeah. I know. However, if I may ask, could you provide more details about the purpose of their visit? I heard it's for dispatch and exchange, but I'm curious about which aspect they're focusing on. Are you here to assist in exorcising yokai? Or do you have more interest in sightseeing and cultural exchange? We need to know that precisely so that we can welcome you without any misunderstandings. It's somewhat direct, but it's better than beating around the bush. We've come to investigate a certain yokai that may have crossed over to Korea, and if possible, to exorcise that yokai. Hey. You know, there shouldn't be any problem, sis. Even father said, leave it to your discretion, and here, it's their territory, not like in Japan. Hiding information isn't the right thing to do, and, honestly, speaking openly and seeking cooperation would be better, I think. What does that certain yokai refer to? Crossing over here, it might be a dangerous yokai of the spirit class, it's not that. At least not yet. We call it tatarigami. Dark god, that's what it would be called in Korea, right? Right? Can you tell us what type of dark god it is? We don't know that yet. As I mentioned, we're not even sure if it has crossed over to Korea. However, based on the divination predicting the appearance of the Iadukshini, we only know the fact that it has already been born and is heading west across the sea. Well, we'll contact you in the evening. Please rest comfortably. What do you think? Think and rest. Cooperate as much as possible, we should report to Father as well. If it's true, it's a big deal, but there's no bigger issue than this. What I mean is, you understand the implications. While exterminating the monsters last night, I thought. If there's a mastermind behind this, what could be the purpose? Each of them was an ordinary monster. They gained strength as man-eaters, but they didn't know how to use that power. If others are similar, it's just a matter of time before they're all annihilated. Apart from the question why, it becomes a meaningless task, but if there was a different purpose from the start. Funneling low-level monsters in large numbers to make them underestimate the situation, that could be the goal. Certainly. I thought the massive purge last night almost concluded everything. However, if among the uncaught monsters there is a dark entity, the dark gods might be in the mix. It's not just Japanese monsters that have come over. China and Japan, and though on a smaller scale, various places in the identified areas. If one came from Japan, there's no guarantee that they won't come from other places. But that's too. Dark gods aren't such common entities. I think it's a bit excessive worry. But it's not entirely baseless. If dark gods from other regions come over and have gained a certain level of strength in the past month, that would be a different existence from the creatures last night. It might have already reached the level of spiritual entities. Perhaps someone, like those yin and yang masters, might have come from elsewhere to capture dark gods. Well, I hope it's all just my concern. Near Mount Moya, Seoul. This should be okay. It doesn't seem to be a mountain frequented by many people from the beginning. Well, even if a few passing humans see us, it doesn't matter. It's not like there are many humans who can't confront us directly like at the department store. And if the number of people we encounter in a place like this is manageable, we can control it neatly. Fortunately. Couldn't sleep a wink last night because of the 2 humans who died at the department store. I don't think it's your fault. If I had to say, it's probably because my spell was not as clean. It sounds like an excuse, but it was the first time I dealt with something so indirectly and extensively. Saying this may not make you feel better. Yeah, I brought you here to equip you with some skills. Similar to yesterday's incident, there will be countless situations like this for you in the future. Starting today, whenever I get a chance, I'm going to teach you acquired skills. It's also my original role, and you need to know it to properly fulfill your role as a yokai. Even if it's not as powerful as mine, having a basic purification skill is good. There are many spells like barriers, exorcisms, detection, and seals that can adapt to various situations. Pull yourself together and learn properly. And before that, hold on a moment. Be careful. Even if you are a goblin, don't get too distracted and waver due to surprise. Well, it's a perfect posture for you. Relax, let go of your strength. Just stay still. It'll be over soon. A fragrance of an unknown flower and the delicate scent of peaches subtly approached. A dizzying sensation I've never felt before, and a heart beating rapidly as if it had just sprinted at full power. The boy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the unfolded scene was a familiar sight. Don't worry. The actual unfolding scenery isn't real. This place is the depths of your mind, the innermost space of your consciousness. What you see, hear, and feel here are all based on the things stored in your memories. That's a relief. It wasn't that. You mean it's like a fantasy that doesn't really exist? Then what about Miss Silwa? No. Right now, what you're talking to is really me. I have a special trick for you. One of our unique spells, called Purple Whispers. Through sensory organs, it injects false stimuli into the brain. As a result, it can induce hallucinations or auditory illusions. It can make you forget what you've already seen, or manipulate simple actions, just as you know. Compared to that, this is a bit more advanced. It's not just about providing stimuli. By opening the mind path, we temporarily connected your and my thoughts. Simply put, it's like I've briefly visited your mind as a guest. Normally, there wouldn't be a reason to go to such lengths, but the tests we'll see from now on, honestly, they're a bit interesting even for me. Against this guy, let's see how well you can fight. Wait a moment, no way. The familiar appearance might not be the case for you. It's your first time facing the actual thing. Well, it can't be said to be entirely the same as back then. Anyway, it's a reproduction based on the information in your memories. However, the memories of that guy I faced and the ones you experienced firsthand. Since I cross-verified our information, the reproduction accuracy should be quite high. Aren't you curious too? Which one of you is stronger, and by how much? By the way, I should mention that guy's yokai power amount should be the same as back then. Body on the brink of collapse due to yokai power depletion. I remember the embarrassingly small amount of yokai power vividly. Well, of course. Even without yokai power or the like, that guy was genuinely strong. What is this power? Surely he dispersed the impact by stepping on the ground. Was I really this powerful back then? Strength, speed, everything surpasses the yokai fought in the department store. And above all, it's not easy, is it? Like I said, you guys have the talent. If I were a yokai that used my body directly, it might have been even more challenging. An unreasonable level of combat sense. Even if I gained the upper hand in battles so far with just that sense alone, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. But that's only when the opponent's level is low. Talented as your sense might be, facing an opponent who surpasses you in certain aspects. How would you overcome it? Why? Even though I poured all my power into it, there was no significant damage, not even a flinch. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. If I really don't have the yokai power I had back then why? Oh. All the techniques I've used in fights up until now were influenced by that guy. Even when I first pulled out the bat, I could change its form because of the influence of his memory. In other words, what he could do, I could do too. Ground manipulation, right? The ability to reduce impact and draw out power by manipulating the ground, he's much better at it than me. To the extent of overcoming the difference in yokai power. I might not be able to close that gap right away. Well, if there's a way, let's give it a try. If you can use ground stepping without touching the ground. Siewa. I did it. It was incredibly strong, but, since it was me, it was easy to identify the weaknesses. Yeah, you did great. Both of you have to admit it. Both, what do you mean? Yeah, take a look. At least, you recognized him as an opponent worthy of bringing out your bat. Well, even if you didn't think it was worth pulling out before. It's a scam. Well, good job. I thought you'd be more thoroughly beaten, but you put up a decent fight. Winning was never really an option. Even if it wasn't a tight match, that creature was the one who could summon up to 5 tails from the start. If the more tails Ms. Sealwa has, the tougher the opponent. How many tails do I have? Hard to say. 2 might be a bit lacking in firepower. If it gets tight, it can manage 3 tails. If there's a need to finish quickly without time, I can go up to 4 tails. By the way, to tell you the truth, each time I summon a tail, the power output increases by 1.5 times. The difference between 3 and 5 is 1.5 squared. More than 2 times. Still, for most leftover creatures, handling them can be managed with just 1 tail. You over there. Like a sneaky little mouse watching from the shadows. I am sorry. I was afraid I might be in the way. I swear I haven't harbored any hostile intentions while observing. Please consider that. Ha. Hongyun. What? You know each other? Yes, she's from the House of Cultivating Humility. Last time, I made a contract with our leader, and with the advance payment from that contract. I'm here to transport the items our leader prepared. The top-quality yokai treasures, the clothes that Master Saiwu will wear. A day ago simply calling it an investment might feel vague to you, right? There's nothing difficult. It's about helping you, our guest, become the victor in the arena as much as possible. Providing material support as a basic, of course. I will also show very special items that aren't even known to other guests. In addition, you can enjoy various conveniences such as the provision of all kinds of information that comes to us. Just listening makes it look very good. Isn't investment something done when there's a calculation to receive more than what is given? If I were to become the Yokai King, what would you want from me? Seems important. Then, shall I be more straightforward? What we want from you is. For now, we truly want nothing at all. Of course, as you pointed out, you can't really call it an investment. For the time being, that's what I mean to say. Let's be honest, as mentioned earlier, the potential candidates for the battle who receive investments from our shop are not just you. And it's not just our 2 parties that are investing in candidates. It's only natural. The Yokai King is a being who will rule the world's underworld for the next 666 years. No matter what monster takes that position, depending on the relationship with them, not only the individual but also the relationships of the tribe may change. Honey, those who are not strong enough to dream of becoming the Yokai King at least want to become beloved followers. Even if it's a bit of a stretch, we try to select the most promising candidates. We're sowing the seeds for the future. Certainly, now that I've heard it, it's less burdensome for me. Are there no yokai who are dissatisfied with that approach? Like, why aren't you sponsoring them, or why are you sponsoring that one? Well, of course, there are. There's nothing particularly problematic. Such dissatisfactions are mostly resolved naturally. For example, the youngest of the Shiji family, who had disputes with you, was also originally scheduled to receive our investment. The potential and latent power in the blood of the divine beasts, we deemed it worthy enough to pay the cost. One guest directly informed us. He stated that he is not qualified to receive the investment. Moreover, he asserted that you are a yokai worthy of receiving the investment instead. That's how it is. If you want to receive investment or more investment, you just need to prove yourself. If you don't qualify or if you dislike hostile yokai receiving investment, simply defeat and crush them. As the competition progresses, those without qualifications are bound to be eliminated. What remains are individuals getting closer to becoming the yokai king. When that moment comes for you, we will discuss the conditions of the investment at that time. Of course, whether to continue our relationship after hearing that is entirely up to you. Until then, please consider it purely as a casual favor. Wow! It's really amazing. Even though I put it on directly over my clothes, it feels so comfortable. The fit feels perfect too. Well, that's the characteristic of clothes made with elf silk. It's not like taking them out one by one, it's more like calling them whenever you need, like a storage space. Are there specific commands set? Yes, in a state where you've made the hand seal like this, when you want to wear it, you say, put on, and when you want to take it off, you say, take off. So, take off. Whoa. Take off. Put on. Take off. Put on. Aren't you way too jolly? That person is the rumored Gumiho, nine-tailed fox. Despite numerous offers from our House of Cultivating Humility as well as other factions, she's a genius who refused them all with a firm, I won't owe anything to those tiny creatures. Huh? What's your deal? If you've given everything, then you should just back off. Why linger around? Are you conducting an investigation? Oh, no please, do you have more to say to us? What did the Lord say? Last night, remnants that survived without being hunted, we know the location of one of those groups. The Lord would like to inform you, Mr. Choi Saiwoo, of that location and suggested assisting in clearing out those beings. Wait a moment. I can understand telling him, but how do you guys know about it? It's better to give a straight answer. Mr. Saiwoo remembers Mr. Yuzium from yesterday. Yuzium, you mean Shiji? Yes. Last night, Mr. Yuzium also participated in the hunt and was stationed at the outskirts of Seoul with two other beings. Oh, they didn't get hurt too badly, did they? Was it Yuzium who reported the location of those remnants? Something feels uneasy about this. Rather than receiving a report. Last night, Mr. Yuzium and the two beings stationed with him were killed by the targeted beings they were hunting. Mr. Yuzium managed to escape alone. Wait, there were beings that failed in subjugation. I haven't heard such a story. We only grasped the situation this morning. Mr. Yuzium visited our House of Cultivating Humility late last night. Despite his injuries, he was in a state of panic, so we brought him inside to help him find stability. However, he still hasn't been able to shake off the trauma. He keeps repeating fragmentary testimonies about last night's events. The fear towards the adversary and the guilt and shame of failing the mission. The shock from both incidents seems substantial. His future must seem bleak. It's not like he lost in a fight, he just miserably fled alone, the whole clan got humiliated. If it were me, I might as well have died there. He probably already knows or will know soon. Still, there probably won't be any specific actions for a while, right? The events of last night consumed us more than expected. We failed to hunt in one area. The plan might be to bundle them with the other remnants from other regions and deal with them later. First, I think I need to check on things. It seems like Salmi is struggling with the aftermath problem. She's still a bit inexperienced with acquired skills. Well, if it bothers you, just go check on her once, okay? Is that really okay? Well, naturally, Master Mengti would probably say not to tell Salmi or Salmi's dad. But that's my perspective. Right now, you don't necessarily need permission given the situation where you can find out the location of that yokai, right? Anyway, if you safely capture it and report back, you probably won't get into big trouble. Most importantly, aren't you extremely concerned right now? If you capture even one earlier, at least a few humans will be saved, right? If I were you, I'd go. So, I can't really stop you. If I have any advice, if you meet the opponent, scrutinize their type. If you're a type that focuses on the physical, you should have a good chance, but if they're skilled in magic, always be prepared for them to escape and fight accordingly. Whatever you decide, it's up to you. You'll keep that in mind, right? Please tell me all of the pieces of information you got from museum. Wait, where are you going, sis? Where am I going? Obviously, gonna go and have a sightseeing. Did you come all the way here just to stay stuck in the hotel? Not really, but, you know what I mean. I'm asking if you're really just planning to sightsee. I mentioned it earlier, right? We're guests, this isn't Japan. There are rules and customs unique to this place. You saw them earlier, right, sis? They didn't seem inclined to help even if we cooperate properly. What about you? How do you see me? Do you think I'm going to boldly go out and hunt yokais? In someone else's territory where I don't even know the way? You, pretending to be a temporary leader, don't act like you're not suited for it. Instead of holding unnecessary weight, focus on doing your own job properly. Who was it that caused trouble with the Sumida family the other day? I'll be back before evening, so if you're really worried, contact me or something. Even if I contact you, you won't answer anyway. Who knows how long I'll be in this place? I don't need to actively intervene. If the yokai side wants to find me, so be it. I need a great fortune, can you draw one for me? Kira Yuzuru is a Shikigami shaman, an individual who manipulates various spiritually endowed beings. It's possible. Considering the amount you've gathered so far, 7 lucky children enhance the luck of the day as desired by the shaman by storing the energy in usual fortune of the 7 lucky children. There are 7 types of luck: wealth, health, love, business, academics, family, and social. The shaman cannot determine the type of luck to draw, but, thank you. The 7 lucky children automatically provide the luck they believe is most needed for the current shaman. It's a shame to use such a good fortune, but with this, I can capture the yokai without much trouble and be done. Good fortune, love. What is this? A miraculous day where you encounter the destined connection you've been dreaming of. The process might be a bit intense. The color of luck is black. What the heck is this nonsense? Is this really what I need the most in this situation? Even if something goes wrong, I need something solid. Sir, I think you might be in the wrong place. Is this the correct address? Ah, it's okay. You might be right. I'll just walk, it seems close anyway. Seriously. If I knew it would be like this, I should have just taken the bus. Seoul Han River Park. Looks like fun. I thought you hated humans. Oh, you're here, Chien. How long have you been here? Not long, just a few minutes. I was enjoying myself, wondering if it would be a bother, so I left you alone. Your unexpected appearance is quite fascinating. Unexpected, isn't it? I consider disliking something and watching it as separate issues. Most humans may detest bugs, but when observing from a distance, they tend to watch with quite a deep interest. It's similar, you know. It's interesting, watching it wriggle like that from time to time. Even if it doesn't resonate much. Chien, you're still young. You haven't even celebrated a second birthday, right? Given how fast you learn, it won't take long for you to understand what I mean. Certainly, there's something you realize only after it's over. The 3 from the Bailon family, they're all dead, right? Well, for the top 2, Ray and Bailon, they must have died. The opponent was excessively formidable. The youngest, Weiran, might still be alive, but we should consider him already dead. Since he was captured alive, he'll probably do anything to extract information about us. Of course, nothing substantial will come out. Last night, I regretted it all night long. Until Ray rejected the proposal, everything seemed fine. But as I left the department store alone, the more time passed, the more it felt real. How did I see those three? And what have I done? Quite foolish, isn't it? Spending a year with them and only realizing it now. The three of them. I should have eaten them. It's frustrating. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I devoured whatever came my way throughout the night. What's happening all of a sudden? My hunger still persists. How many did you eat? I didn't bother to count, but the building we spent time with those three is no longer needed. I devoured everything inside. Is it really okay? Well, whether it's okay or not, I said no more playing it safe. After midnight yesterday, you are free to do whatever. Wherever you go and whatever consequences follow, I won't stop or hinder you. I never had the right to do so. So go ahead and do whatever you want. That's all I ask from each of you 7. All residents in the apartment complex missing. The news might come out around lunchtime. That aside. How do you know if Ray and Bailan had a tough opponent or if only Weiran survived? Were you there by any chance? Oh, yeah. I was there at that time too. It's not like I had any business with you or the Ray siblings. It was more of a coincidence. I had been keeping an eye on things, and I happened to be in the vicinity. It's nothing special. At least, not yet. What on earth is that thing? The aura he gives off, as if he has no intention of hiding. Even if he's not a yokai breaking the law, considering the recent atmosphere in this country, it's an incredibly foolish act. There are probably 2 things to consider. Either the person is being controlled by the magic of a supernatural being. Or they simply lack control over their own aura. A yokai intentionally feigning incompetence to lure someone. Chasing a dormant sword, that dagger was used by Master Yuzium. When imbued with aura and thrust into a target, the blade that penetrated can detach, allowing the one holding the hilt to track the impaled target even from a distance. The remaining part of this blade is embedded in the supernatural being that Yuzium was chasing, right? Is there any limitation, like the duration the blade persists? The effective range is approximately 1,000 kilometers. The effect will persist as long as it stays within that range, or until the target removes the blade, but there's a condition for that. Extracting it with a stronger aura than the one infused when stabbed. That's the condition for removing the blade. When the blade is removed, a new one grows from the broken part on the hilt. The opponent is someone who could suppress Yuzium, and not only him but also 2 other yokais. Despite having the power to subdue Yuzium and others, the fact that some parts of the chasing adornment sword's blade are intentionally left broken. There's only one possible explanation: they are deliberately not extracting the blade. What's going on? The blood stuck in Tao's arm. Is it okay if you leave it like that? It's fine, it's not a big wound. I need to keep this in place because new ones will come. I was going to mention it anyway. What's the deal, Tao? You want to keep attracting those who want to hunt us? So, what's the gain in doing that? If the pursuit continues, we might be able to keep feeding on humans like we do now, right? I was about to say that. From now on, I won't consume humans anymore. What are you talking about? If you don't consume humans, then what will you do? Of course, they're delicious. The more you eat, the better it feels, and you get stronger. But for some reason, even though I kept eating, it never felt like my hunger was satisfied. I've been pondering the reason, but a clear answer never came. However, it started to make sense last night. Those 3 we fought last night were truly formidable. If it were me from before coming here, I probably would have perished against all 3. The last one put up a bit of a fight towards the end. Anyway, after defeating them, that's when I felt it. Seriously, my stomach was incredibly full. The one who brought me here probably knows what I'm talking about. Clearly, I was born to experience that feeling. I want to hunt beings that are worth defeating, not just for the taste. Since it's a sensation humans can't feel, I don't think I need to eat them. It sounds absurd. I'm losing interest, Tao. I can't understand it, and I don't want to. It's an opportunity one gained, and I don't want to die entangled in your caprice. Well, that could be the case. It's just my greed, and your perspective might be different. So, is this the end between us? It's a shame, but perhaps this is for the best. Wait a moment, if this guy isn't going to eat humans, then maybe. Live well. To Huifeng, and to Zen over there. Even though it was a short time, I learned a lot from things I didn't know. If not for that, I would have died earlier. It would have been nice to continue together, but, you're right. I think it's much better for you if I go my separate way from now on. I'm sorry. And thank you. You brat. Hey, Zen. If you heard, move quickly. We're leaving here before nightfall. Why are you dawdling? I want to be with Tao, what? The reason we survived last night was because Tao fought for us, right? And I also. I want to become strong like Tao, so. I want to fight, not against humans. What the hell are you talking about? Even if you don't know the details, haven't you forgotten what you and I originally were? Our body metamorphosis is different from that guy. He's like a filthy copycat. I just said it, but it's dangerous to be with me. Especially you, Zen, the likelihood of you dying is much higher. As long as you're with me, I'll make one promise. If you die, absolutely, do not die before me. Tao. I really can't stand this. Leave the foolish acts to the 2 of you. Oh, and both of you don't eat humans, right? If that's the case, then the ones downstairs I'll finish them off before we leave, and there shouldn't be any complaints. Yeah. It's better to eat as much as possible before nightfall. Right. Like all other nocturnal creatures. This yokai also has existed from very distant times, spanning countless eras. Tao. Are you okay? The ominous name it bears varies depending on the era and region in which it appears. Yeah, I'm okay, Zen. I was just a bit surprised, that's all. However, in any era, its essence remains the same. An insatiable desire for endless conflict. I knew you would come, at least, I thought you would be after sunset. That was the era when it was most rampant. Yokai and humans collectively referred to it by that name. I should prepare to welcome the guest, Zen. Chi-Yu, violence that devours the world. It's intimidating to step into the building. 2 different sensations assail from 2 directions. The aura sensed from above and the bloody stench felt from below. In this chilling dilemma of quantum choice, the boy makes his decision. What this absurd eeriness. Unless there's a special history to the building, this is a dining place for monsters. There's no way he wouldn't sense it. Without a hint of hesitation, he walked in so naturally. It's probably a trap. It's almost foolish of him to consider possibilities, however. The fortune-telling of 7 lucky children never lies. Even if it's about love fortune, it's as good as guaranteeing happiness for the day. Anyway, meeting my ideal type safely is the point. By the way, what on earth is the ideal type? I've never even thought about it. There won't be any hints. Not bad, but not too handsome either. Anyway, I feel energy from above, maybe. Let's go, Ryuju, beast. Were you too nervous? It doesn't seem like an urgent monster. Well, whatever. As long as I catch whatever comes out. What? Human, no, yokai. You guys. How many, until now? Well, it's a meaningless question. How many are there in here? There can't be just one, the rest must have gone to those guys above. What a funny guy. It's pointless to even ask, you know. Then it's an opportunity. Quickly eliminate that guy and get out of here. Thanks to you, I can't even enjoy the meat I've been saving up. Looks like you'll have to take care of that for me. Go ahead, if you can. What is this speed? I'll ask again. How many of you are here, and what are the strengths and abilities of each? Keep it as concise as possible. I'm watching you mockingly, you little bastard. You piece of sh*t. Should have finished you when the distance closed. Holding on to whatever weight or status you think you have is what leads to getting into such a situation. Anyway, whether it's this guy or that guy, they're cluelessly setting up shop without understanding the true nature of my name. Did it go in more smoothly than expected? Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I can swing it from a distance, my aimed attack will hit without fail. What? What the hell are you? You should have collapsed earlier, but why? I get why you feast on humans. To become stronger, I understand the desperation to get even a little stronger. But, to kill and devour so many people for such meager gains. And even after that, you constantly crave more and more. I just can't fathom it. Killing people for such trivial benefits is beyond comprehension. You're a funny one. Why do we eat humans? It's obvious, because we can. What's wrong with a strong one eating the weak? You're the same, aren't you? The one swinging their strength as if it's obvious saying that, well, it's just amusing, yeah. No matter how much I think about it, something feels odd. Are you really alone here? Aren't there leaders or a group separate from you? I don't know, stop intimidating me, focus. I'm doing that. Even if you go easy, it's at the level of an intermediate tier, and even that reveals a lack of knowledge in fighting, not just strength. Did it originally separate or get expelled from the group? It seems even killing has become tiresome. Should I just capture it for now? That won't work, Zen. Your attitude is already off. If you keep that up, they won't even treat you as a worthy opponent. Due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities in this region have more practical experience compared to abilities in other regions. Kira Yuzuru. A psychic exorcist who, since around the age of 14 in Korean terms, has accumulated experience in exorcising over 100 spirits over 5 years. However, such experience at this very moment sent shivers down the girl's spine. In a fight, momentum is everything. Among them, despite her numerous experiences, none could be compared to the supernatural being before her. Even if it's a stronger opponent than me, it's important to give off the feeling that, this one won't be easy. He concealed his presence until now. No, more than that, it's an energy that seems to be probing this nerve. It's not the spirit I'm pursuing, but there's no room for doubt. This is dark, and intense. Already at the level of a poltergeist. Sorry, human. I never intended to deceive. I just wanted to give my colleague a chance, since he was so eager. Whether I run away or fight, the chances of success are the same. Tao. What was it that you said over there? Whether it's a superhuman or something like that? Go back. There's nothing for you to do here. Just a moment. If you came here with the purpose of getting rid of them too, then it's frustrating to act like this. You are in the way. If there's something meddling in the middle, I can't fly around freely. Isn't that what you're trying to say? I can tell at one glance. You look a bit different from me, but you look like a friend I want to spar with. Meddling, you say. Worthless yukai and such. How dare you say something like that to someone like me? Hey, there. It would be wise to step aside. I don't plan to control my strength enough not to drag you in. Fierce thunderstrike. Since the person in front of me is also my opponent, I have no intention of leaving my strength half-hearted. I will exert all my power and unleash every firepower I can. Fierce thunderstrike. Something is off, just 2 lightning strikes and I'm already out of breath. This is not even half of my usual condition. The energy of this country doesn't align with mine. Ease up. It hurts. Did it run away? No. It probably didn't run away. If I had the determination, I could have completely cut it off. One of the two didn't seem accustomed to fighting. So I protected and let it go during the recent attack. The other one will return soon, or perhaps it's saying, follow me because we're connected. I'll follow him. As I said before, I don't need you. What nonsense are you spouting? Should I show you? Do you really not understand what nonsense you are? I haven't crushed a human, but just by lightly gripping, I can tell. If I put a little more force here, your neck bones will easily snap. Why are you just standing there? If you don't want to die, you should do something right now. I apologize for being too aggressive. However, I don't think I went too far. I don't know if you're aware, but the attack that came earlier was actually aimed at me, not you. What I meant was that you couldn't avoid it, and I knew I would act to save you. I unleashed that attack to tie you down and buy some time. Whether it's pride or some other motive, I don't know, but it's clear now, isn't it? Right now, you don't have the power to defeat the yokai. So, it would be better for you to quietly turn back. At least for today. I don't want to see more people die. And one more thing. In the basement of this building, there are corpses of people. It will be a difficult sight to witness, but, please take care of it as best as you can. I'll ask you a favor. Finding those people in such a state would be too much. I appreciate your consideration. Honestly, we could have fought right there and then. Thanks to that, I was able to keep my promise to my comrades. You probably noticed on your way here, but you don't need to worry about humans getting involved in this mess unless absolutely necessary. It's a redevelopment area or something, so there weren't many humans living there in the first place. Scheduled for demolition. Because of us, rumors were circulating, and it seems like even those who originally lived there have left recently. Those filming for something also came by occasionally. Thanks to them, it was convenient for hunting, but... Sorry, was my explanation too long? Please understand. I got excited. At first glance, the collision of the two seems tense. In reality, the two had almost equal senses and talents. However, as they gradually compete in strength, what becomes apparent is the difference in performance beyond that. Chiyu is considered a symbol of war and a supernatural being. He is one of the three primes of China, along with Gonggong, Chuanyue, and Hengchen. Chiyu is known as a monster that is acutely aware of its own nature of violence and conflict. Its power is of truly overwhelming, superior compatibility. I was just lucky. I've heard of the preservation gem. Whether your constitution is unusual or if this is your first time eating something like this, I don't know, but it seems you took it rather well. I'll make sure to firmly implant this in your memory. From now on, it's better not to eat this twice. What? However, by eating this, I was able to defeat Heichi. I paid a lot of money to buy it. That's what I told you, you were lucky. Originally, overcharging your energy is as dangerous as running out of it. That's the case with the bulldog you fought last time. You couldn't handle the overwhelming energy and lost your reason due to the instinctive explosion. If you continue to take the drug under the influence of power, no, I don't know what kind of accident might happen from the next dose. There might be no problem, but on the other hand, you could become a monster. Seriously, you're really something. I couldn't exchange blows like this even with the three I fought with last night. Using this much power is the first time in my life. What's with that elegant thing on you? Although Saiwu wasn't able to answer that question. If there was someone who knew about goblins from hundreds of years ago, they might be able to provide the correct answer. Goblin hat. The third ability possessed by the goblin race. As soon as the goblins disappeared, the ground cracked open, trees were uprooted, and the entire mountain shook. They probably fought while invisible to each other. Well, how accurate what I saw is, I can't say. Ultimately, beings like them defy human understanding. Arguing over whether this is right or wrong for such creatures is a futile endeavor. Let's have another drink or two. Legends, myths, and folktales about yokais often have a basis in reality. However, these interpretations are based on human perspectives, so they may deviate from complete accuracy. For example, the horns of goblins, which may or may not exist according to folklore, are not an integral part of their anatomy. The fighting ghost mask, commonly known as the goblin mask in folklore, is a part of the ear protection made from the energy of goblins. The statement, "the appearance of a goblin wearing a mask is not visible," is only half of the truth. Goblins wearing a mask do not disappear. It's just that their movements in that state cannot be tracked by the eyes of humans, let alone the majority of other supernatural beings. Goblin wrestling. Lightning bolt. The boy instinctively understood the function of the goblin mark on his face. Unlike their club, it lacks direct practical utility. However, it serves as a kind of gear, enhancing the limit of abilities that can be exerted, much like the tail in folklore. As a result, the current self has significantly increased the limit of output that can be exerted, and that limit is more than sufficient for the present self. This is the first time since becoming this form, I've felt muscle pain. The rate at which energy is consumed is 3 times faster than usual, no, even more. In this condition, it can't last that long. You really are amazing. Not just last night, combining all the moments from birth until now, it feels like I've learned more during the few minutes I fought with you. How strong, sturdy, and fast I can be. And what I can do. Thank you again. I'm fortunate to have met you. Unique magic, Copperhead Iron Deity. Thankful. Then go back to sleep or something. Damned monster. Haha. I don't know about other things, but that one seems like something I can't comply with. It's already crazy fun to live, even if it means dying soon. Especially at this moment. At that moment, the power and speed on both sides were almost equal. However, in the end, pushing harder and reaching the limit quickly is the side that produces an output that is not suitable for itself. The blessed privilege of growing during a fierce exchange of blows was not exclusive to just the goblins. I can do something like this too. Unique magic, mysterious cold. The fight of unyielding monsters. What is needed to break such an opponent is a destructive power that surpasses the current level of the fight. Both monsters almost simultaneously thought. Weapon creation. How regrettable, but unavoidable. Your weapon was much more exquisite. Impressive. You've grown a lot in the meantime. Fighting Ghost Mask and the essence of the club. Even for a formidable goblin, it's quite an impressive title. Well, anyway, nice to meet you, Saiwu. My name is Baihyung. I'm of the same kin as you. There's no need to be so tense. I don't plan on intervening in your fight with Tao, even belatedly. Is he implying that? You seem pleased, Tao. That was pretty disappointing. If only you had time to get used to your newfound magic, the outcome would have been quite different. Well, it's okay. There's next time, so you do better. There's no next time. Wow. Even with a perfect block using the horn, it's still this intense. Quite sharp, your horn. I could have lost my eyes if I made a mistake. What the boy is vividly feeling at this moment is the position where he originally delivered to the opponent. Blocking the full force blow wasn't just a matter of simple strength. The perfected form of the technique that Saiwu has just awakened to, dissipating the impact using the ground. There's probably no need for special proof. I'm relieved that you recognized it. I understand. It must be quite bewildering. They say you're the only goblin left in this world. So where did a guy like me, out of nowhere, pop up? I'm not surprised, and I couldn't care less whether you're a goblin or whatever. I'm just curious, that's all. Did you bring yokais from other countries to this side? Making them prey on humans? Yeah, that's right. From recruiting to execution, including hiding places and providing information. It's all my doing. Curious about why I did such a thing, aren't you? It's nothing. Now, there's no need to hide anymore. I'll tell you everything. Being of the same kind and all, I thought it might be interesting to have a conversation with you. So. First piece of advice as a fellow being. When facing an opponent one level above, make sure at least 1 foot is touching the ground. Even though we're beggars, horn is an unbelievably absurd magic. Unless it's poison or curse-type magic, as long as you're firmly grounded, you can deflect most attacks. And even against attacks from the opposite side. This is still quite excellent. You can extract maximum power without necessarily using your supernatural powers. It's still quite excellent, without anyone teaching me. I've almost awakened to the basics as a goblin. Well, should we get back to what I was talking about? Saiwu, do you like dogs? Dogs are excellent. In many aspects, they are quite superior compared to humans. However, sometimes, they can be annoying. Dogs raised under a pathetic owner bare their teeth without even knowing the topic, and sometimes, they even bite people, right? Of course, it's probably the owner's fault in those cases, but occasionally, those pitiful creatures become so repulsive. Beings that exist solely for the needs of the superior race and can only exist by receiving kindness and care. The fact that they wag their tails without understanding my topic is in itself. Once they start thinking like that, they are no longer cute puppies. They are just disgusting creatures that are useless, ignorant of the topic. Crazy bastards. Releasing monsters and killing people for such nonsense reasons, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Well, I do dislike humans, but it's not just those who don't understand the topic that I despise. Ah, it was a long time ago, Saiwu. The yokai king wasn't present, nor was it necessary in this world. There were no laws among the yokai. There was only power. And the only thing that existed was the food chain between the strong and the weak, determined by that power. Both humans and yokai, if their power was weak, they were nothing more than prey destined to be killed. Doesn't it sound interesting when you think about it? Countless yokai today are eagerly waiting for just 6 months from now. Finally, they can freely catch and devour humans. But when you think about it, there's nothing as amusing as that. The vast majority of those creatures were probably not much different from humans originally, just prey that has been protected for much longer. Creatures of our kind that are unpleasant to look at are probably the same for humans. Saiwu, you must have seen quite a lot during your life, haven't you? Many parasites that set up more than they're worth. Under the protection of laws, common sense, and institutions, they shamelessly commit acts they cannot take responsibility for themselves. As if it were their inherent right. They live in the dream that they are protected. Imagine a world where such unreasonable protection is completely removed. It doesn't sound splendid, does it? There's no right or rule that embraces such vermin. The sole criterion is power. Those who cannot take responsibility for their actions simply wither away or silently endure. Far from being splendid, it sounds like something a middle school student might imagine. It might indeed. I didn't expect you to understand just because I said it. If anything, this kind of reaction is normal. Even though we share the same species, our ages, experiences, and values differ. So, I thought about making them alike. Since you defeated Tao, I've gained an interest beyond our mere kinship. Come with me, Saiwu. I'll tell you everything. What you can do as a goblin, and what you need to know. What kind of beings we are and what debt this world owes us, the world you know. I don't want to, if I tell you not to speak nonsense. It's okay. It's not a matter where you have a choice. This is a bit disappointing. You should be able to see that it's a meaningless resistance. Brain power, trapping lightning. Not meant to deliver an impact, but rather, it's an attack to induce a slight stiffness. The slow recovery of wounds is because the entire nervous system and focus are solely concentrated on one thing. The appearance of one's own goblin club, a bizarre and boundless transformation. Why such a change occurred and the principle behind the intensified power, there is little to no knowledge. However, one thing is certain, the emotions felt at that moment. In the past, the term used for the goblin club essentially means a weapon that can become anything. It could be described as a weapon that reflects the form desired and wished for by the owner. Utilizing that ability. Saiwu, who could draw out forms with various purposes, but earlier and now, what the boy is drawing is not just a tool suitable for the situation. What is added to the necessity is a strong emotion that says, I will achieve my goal. Yokai that devour humans, and humans who are devoured by yokai. Preventing this unrealistic catastrophe is impossible. But if that's the case, at least the goals within reach, right in front of your eyes, will not be missed. I won't miss this time. I'll kill you. For sure. That's the boy's determination and the emotion he encapsulates in the bat for the first time. Haha. Killing intent. Infused with the owner's will, the true nature of the Goblin Club. Demonstrated a power deserving of the spiritual grade. What on earth? Was this yokai really of such high rank? I've never seen such power before. Get down. Yo, what can I say about this? Just like last time, you never cease to amaze me with each moment in battle. I thought I couldn't defeat him. But to this extent, it's not a reflex in a crisis, but a perfectly controlled intention to unleash your true nature. When was I able to do that when I was your age? So, how does it feel? Not bad, right? Wielding it with the intention of killing someone. I guess that's the only thing. On your monumental first manifestation, you didn't kill anyone. There's a saying that the first unveiling of true nature should achieve its purpose. At this rate, I might be disqualified as a fellow member of the same species. That won't work. The essence of the bat is a form that enhances specific functions at the expense of flexibility. Your bat now is a tool designed to kill me. In other words, it's a weapon specialized solely in killing. Trying to defend with that won't make much difference from taking it with your bare body. No. It might have been better if you had prepared to block it with your bare body from the beginning. That aside, you're not a human from this country, are you? Why did Amiko from MANHWA come here? I have a rough idea of why you came, but at least you should have investigated what kind of place it is before interfering. I'd like to twist her neck right away. But what do you think, Saiwu? I could let her go just like this. If you put down what you're holding in your hands right now. That's probably House of Cultivating Humility's prescription, right? It's not a bad potion, but for some reason, you seem to respond to it exceptionally well. But that's the thing about medicines, they have both benefits and side effects. That's your second time already, isn't it? A sudden charge of energy that overloads the energy orb 3 times stronger in such a short time. I can't even imagine what might happen. And you know what? Even if nothing happens, you can't do anything about it. So, just come along quietly. I want to avoid anything that might harm you as much as possible. Don't listen. Like death during an exorcism, it's something I've prepared for many times at this point in the job. Seriously, you're so frustrating. I told you to keep quiet and install. Stay still as you are. You've already done enough of what you needed to do. If you use more energy in that state, it'll be irreversible. GWU. How come you're here? It might be too late to ask that question now. Even if there are no people, the chaos is already this intense. Ah. Fortunately, it seems things aren't resolving as smoothly on that side. Too bad. Despite your outstanding skills and speed, compared to that, your lack of strength is lamentable. So, no matter how hard you hit, the impact isn't effective. It can't be helped. We are not a race born with bodies blessed by the gods like you. Inherent magic, clear bright autumn water. Maiden's blood. To contend with fists like yours, I have no choice but to use such tricks. The unique sorcery of the Chubby clan involves changing the form and nature of adjacent water. The closer the controlled water is to the caster, the more efficient the spell, especially with clean, fresh water. Therefore, most applications of the technique involve attacks using groundwater and water vapor. Melee combat is unsuitable for my aptitude. Does he intend to cast it on my blood? Heating of blood, huh? Even if it's just a theory, looking through the history of Chubby, there aren't many who could pull off such a feat. The thing you just shot, was it a water droplet? Considering the materials, the cost-effectiveness doesn't seem to be that great, right? Regardless of the race, everyone has their own advantages, don't they? It should be familiar to you too. If it's Chubby's magic. I faced it just the day before. Chubby, you say? For sure, now that I hear it, their energy feels similar too. However, the effectiveness of the magic is on a completely different level, like heaven and earth. Even if it's the same attack that shoots water droplets, I can penetrate and counter his magic as much as I want. In comparison, that one. Even among yokai of the same species, their abilities vary greatly. Inborn talent, the effort to hone that talent and the guidance that leads them. That guy is the top among the current Chubby clan. Even with the lingering effects of maiden blood, there is hardly any change in his movements. Exceptional recovery and adaptability that surpass common sense. What, is it over already? Just when I was starting to get used to it. I'll give it my all. Please take care of the protection of the two and any potential aftermath. Did you gather everything in this area? No wonder, it felt a bit aesthetic. Catch him. Ishimi. This is the same magic I witnessed last time. However, back then, it was at most a few meters in length. And even with that, it had a substantial force capable of effortlessly demolishing a house or two. Strike. Good, very good. Now. Chubby and Black Tortoise. Both are supernatural beings rooted in the essence of water. Their synergy when together is not favorable. The two spells, each manipulating water in distinct ways, disrupt each other's effects. It wasn't an ideal situation to choose a combination, the synergy wasn't particularly favorable. A formidable opponent who could exert full power in broad daylight. Or, if possible, collaborating would have been the best course of action. Of all times, to think that only the two of us were nearby in this vicinity. Yuyong, are you okay? I'm fine. Just need a moment to catch my breath. Unleashing my full power in magic after such a long time. Whether it yielded significant results or not, I'm not quite sure. I see two possibilities. Either I overestimated the opponent's skill, or perhaps the opponent had no intention of continuing the fight. The latter probability is overwhelmingly high. I probably didn't deliver any meaningful blows. Most likely, the opponent was more conscious of their engagement with you, Guiyu. Even after taking that hit without significant damage, it's hard to say whether they would hesitate to engage with me. You. What is the meaning of this? You're on the same side, aren't you? Yet, why out of the blue? Don't worry about it. I merely did what needed to be done. He can go back just the way he was. There are no longer any elements that pose a threat to you now. From here on, it's the business of yokai that humans shouldn't interfere with. This one is a dark god like me. Perhaps it feels different because of the difference in species. It's a bit different from what I was expecting. This side looks more appetizing, though. But no, Chien. Even if we don't know about the future, for now, let's get along amicably. It's not bad that you and Tao may devour each other, but if such a thing is bound to happen, I hope both of you grow a bit more and do it properly. Why are you still alive? What do you mean by that? That's too much. I shouldn't die that easily. It was a bit precarious for a moment, though. That little one perfectly understands my power. The roots I use is a spell that channels the impact below the feet. In other words, if the ground is unstable, the effect under the feet won't be fully realized. So, before extracting the water from the ground, I manipulated the terrain as much as possible to ensure the ground couldn't fully absorb the impact I released. I'll keep that in mind when I devour him later. Admirable, isn't it? Facing off against a creature that even humans couldn't consume, more splendidly than the Zichis from 1,000 years ago. If it were up to me. I wanted to savor him thoroughly, down to the very last bit. I don't quite understand, but I can sense that it's a different feeling from my desire to eat. But then, you could have just fought as is. Though my desire to do so is as strong as a chimney, it seems like the heavens are advising against it. Ha! There wasn't any forecast for rain today, it seems like it's going to pour quite refreshingly at this rate. Well, that's the reason. Black Tortoise and Shiji. Even if I don't confront both of them simultaneously, I don't have the confidence to emerge unscathed from a battle with them on a rainy day either. Even if I manage to win, it's not just me. Given Chien's current state, just getting involved in a fight could be fatal, don't you think? Right? And on top of that, there's Tao. Perhaps those kids had a similar thought as me. Even if it's just themselves, there's an opponent they shouldn't get involved with. Not being able to take Saiwu with me is one thing, it's regrettable in many ways, but there's nothing I can do about it. There's plenty of time ahead of us. Where is this? My body, besides the pain, it won't even move. I anticipated it to some extent, but I didn't expect the muscle pain to be this intense. Yes, I received the call. Ah. Yes, Chief. Yeah. Yes, yes. I'm fine. It's not that severe, thank you for your concern. I took a half day off in the afternoon because I wasn't feeling well. The company department head was quite worried. Is your body okay? There shouldn't be any major issues, but it might be a bit uncomfortable for a while. It seems like you've pushed yourself too hard. That mask, it's a spell that was awakened not too long ago, right? I'm not exactly sure, but it's not something meant to be sustained for such a long time. Probably a spell for momentary power increase, that's why, throughout the maintenance, there has been a constant expenditure of magical power and physical stamina at maximum output. So, unavoidably, I had to perform a forced termination. Still, you were suddenly taken aback, right? I thought it was an urgent situation for a moment, I apologize. Even so, my youngest sister, Yusum, tried to visit me once for work. I'm not inherently a malevolent being, but I must acknowledge the mistakes that cannot be fully excused by immaturity. As a representative of our kind residing in the human realm, I formally apologize. I don't think you need to go as far as an apology. I believe the matter has been settled among the parties involved. More importantly, what happened to that yokai in the end? Clearly, it introduced itself as a goblin and its magic was similar to mine. There should only be one goblin, unmistakably me, I thought the same way as you did. Unfortunately, I've come to realize that judgment was incorrect. Along with my apologies, I believe it's necessary to explain the circumstances to you. His name is Baihyung. He was the goblin prince that existed on this peninsula 1,000 years ago. And perhaps, he might be an ancestor of yours. Rain falls just as ordinary in the human realm. Still, humans are surprisingly resilient. I thought everyone would be stuck indoors without moving in this kind of weather. What, exactly do you think of humans? Anyway, I truly live today because of you. Yesterday, dealing with the department store personnel and others in different places, with dozens of witnesses, I was wondering how I could handle it alone. If you hadn't helped, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Save your thanks for Choi Sai-woo rather than me. It wasn't much trouble for me, and I chose to help you instead of dealing with that guy. Yeah, it's embarrassing. I said I would help Sai-woo a lot, but instead, I'm just causing trouble. We haven't even had a proper conversation, not even a, "Can I have your number?" and suddenly asking about availability was a bit. But the boss is truly impenetrable. Well, considering how many people must have asked him such things. What is it? Most of the customers here are actually humans coming to see Appa. Ironically, he doesn't seem to grasp that himself. Sorry, we're closing early today. Oh, it's you guys. Ah, you beat me to it. It's still a long way until dinner. Is there a reason for closing the shop early? It wasn't even a day to be open in the first place, we just had a few customers to serve, including you. What will you drink? I'll have the usual. Even if you say that, I don't know, order exactly as it's written on the menu. Isn't that too much? I've had several iced coffees here. Seilwa, what would you like to drink? There are teas you're familiar with, but if it's okay, I can recommend. What's with that look? Do you want to die? Calm down, Seilwa. Whoever it is, they're still a kid, aren't they? I mean, that doesn't excuse it, but here, I know. This isn't the yokai realm. It's the human realm. And the little one, whoever it is, shouldn't just barge in like this. Huh? Weren't you acquainted before? In a den where there's no tiger, a raccoon acts like one. They said rootless creatures were running wild where the tiger disappeared. It's precisely a single fox causing the disturbance. Ha! Even among yokai, the concept of natural enemies exists. And it mostly involves creatures rooted in the animal kingdom. The antagonistic relationships among the original animals continue to influence yokai even after they transform. Of course, the power dynamics among the original creatures might not exactly align after they become yokai, but the enmity remains distinct, influencing the relationships of descendants who inherit the blood. If this atmosphere is driven by our instincts, could it be that this little one's true identity is, "Don't worry, Salmi. Even if they make the first move from over there, I have no intention of leaping around like an indiscriminate beast." Should I summon the judge now? I'm ready to do it right away. Since I came to the human realm, I haven't had a proper meal. I don't mind. I'm not particularly interested in fox meat. Dispatching you won't take much time, no, young master. Truly, I cannot take my eyes off you even for a moment. The judge gave you a rare opportunity to come to the human realm. If you get involved in a fight on the first day, it will affect your reputation, young master. But Woliang, this fox looked at me first. The judge said they would call him too. But even then, we shouldn't fight. Young master, really. In the world of affairs, fairness and procedure alone is not enough. The young one you're arguing with is currently the most influential member of a tribe in the Korean peninsula. You, who don't even belong to a tribe, are not in a position to argue. Regardless of who is responsible for the fight, ultimately, it will be considered your fault, young master. The young lady probably knows that well too. Among all the begging for life I've heard so far, that's probably the most pathetic. Well, whatever, I'll let it slide. Crushing the seed of a tiger in its last moments with my own hands feels somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was more of a provocation than a threat. Considering Sealwa's personality, this was probably the only correct response. If he had recklessly attacked or shamelessly groveled, Sealwa would have crushed him without mercy. By the way, it's quite an anachronistic combination. Not just the presumed dry tiger, but also the Changwi that's been nurturing the young tiger for who knows how many centuries. If you plan to go through several more moltings in the future, you better get your act together. Don't listen to her. I don't know why that thing is taking care of you, but to a little one like you, she's an absurd spirit. So, what's the point of calling me and Salmi with these? Just tell us what you're here for. It's a tea house, and we don't like the smell of burnt wood in our nostrils. We're curious, too. After last night's hunt, we were told to keep quiet for a while. Could something have happened? As you know, to suppress this commotion, a promising elder issued a temporary license. Even yokai without qualifications that come to the human realm can take part in expelling intruders if they have enough strength. But the situation has changed a bit. Wanhui. Sealwa. Woliang. Except for you three, temporary license holders received an order to return to the yokai realm due to a lack of skill. First, the details. What about Choi Saiwoo? Saiwoo. I don't know what's going on, but this seems to be a problem that needs to be applied differently to Saiwoo. They didn't send Saiwoo alone to the yokai realm, did they? If they did, that's really crossing the line. I agree too. He may not be weak enough to get beaten up anywhere, but, you know, strength isn't everything, right? When it comes to discussing yokai strength, he's still incomplete. The core being human, no matter how skilled in fighting, is just a big prey. If he is left alone in the yokai realm, he would only survive a few days before being hunted and devoured. I'm out of here. I'll tell the elder that I return to the yokai realm. As originally promised, I'll train Choi Saiwoo for a month and then face judgment. He's a resilient one, so it's okay. Whatever you decide to do is up to you, but listen to the end. Choi Saiwoo is still here. And whether to send him back to the yokai realm or keep him in the human realm has not been decided yet. Also, that decision is closely related to your new goal. Because you have to protect Choi Saiwoo from humans. That creature is a Shieji, you say. On the surface, it looked almost identical to me. No, if it claims to be an ancestor from the beginning, how old is that yokai exactly? If that goblin is what I think is a Baihyang, it would be a yokai from about 1500 years ago. Yes. When it first appeared, it introduced itself as a Baihyang. 1500 years, it can live that long. No, in this case, the story is a bit different. While it's true that yokai have longer lifespans than humans, on average, it's only around 500 years. What allows for a lifespan beyond that is precisely yokai power. When a yokai accumulates a certain level of yokai power, it can extend its lifespan and maintain youth and prime for up to 1,000 years. Up to 1,000 years. But the creature we encountered, that's correct. At 1500 years old, it maintains an appearance that doesn't seem to approach old age. Not only that, even as a seasoned killer, using all my power, I couldn't land a blow, and it allowed me to leave the scene. To think there might be a yokai that could match your skill among the young ones in this land, it seems that Sealwa and Guiyu are the best we have. Even if it claims to be a goblin, with an aged and withered body, he wouldn't have been able to face you. He would have been an esoteric tale to be shared with Choi Saiwoo if time allowed. The last time goblins completely hid their traces was 666 years ago, just after the most recent Great War. Over 1,000 years ago, the goblins divided into two factions and opposed each other. The Goblin King of that era and his faction were defeated, hiding their traces from the world. However, the victorious side also suffered severe blows, gradually declining until there was only one remaining 666 years ago. He was the last goblin, Bacon, and he survived until the latter half of 666 years ago. But even Bacon succumbed to injuries sustained in the Great War, and the goblins were judged to be in an extinct state from that point onward. So, initially, I thought you were the hidden descendant of Bacon. When Bacon took his last breath, even if he were to become a soul goblin, it would have been over 100 years after he had become a goblin. Even though there is no direct clue to identify your ancestor, if we consider the short lifespan of Banyo, it somewhat aligns with being a descendant left behind 666 years ago by Bacon. However, one of the notorious family members known to have died 1,000 years ago is Baihyang. The fact that Baihyang has reappeared now, still maintaining an appearance and skills without aging at all. If Baihyang and other goblins were alive back then, it could imply that they might be my ancestors. Whether the goblin you encountered is truly Baihyang and if so, how he has maintained his youth are secondary issues. What's important is that a goblin with such formidable power has been hiding somewhere with some purpose. And regardless of whose blood is mixed in, why was your lineage and your family's bloodline discovered only now? Answer my questions as truthfully as possible from now on. Your parents, especially your mother, is she truly an ordinary human? Son. Even though I didn't know the reason, because I got the sense that it was an incredibly important request to Mom. I never used violence against anything after that incident. That is, until I became a monster. Father was a Cyrenium athlete. He met Mother at 24, married her, and then immediately had me. And I heard he died of an incurable disease shortly after my birth. Seeing how overwhelming his record was as an athlete, I think I may have inherited the goblin blood from him. And Mother has a job where she appraises old artworks, ceramics, paintings, and more. She even occasionally brokers transactions as well, and she's just a normal person, who has absolutely nothing to do with this world. If that isn't the case, then how could I have not known anything about being a monster until a few days ago? Maybe she did not tell you on purpose. I know how this may sound to you, saying something like this all of a sudden. However, if you compare yourself to just a few days ago, your very existence has completely changed from where it was, just like night and day. A few days ago, even when I had met you for the first time, you were someone who was a whole lot closer to being human than a monster. That time, I just simply told the only goblin of their duty to participate in the festival. I had no expectations regarding your growth. But, I wasn't that useless of a person as you thought I'd be. It isn't that pleasant of a story, is it? It's like you said. The growth I've seen over these past few days has been phenomenal. Because even considering Goblin's talent, which is specialized in combat, you were clearly at a level that fell beyond the standard. That's why I had no choice but to doubt your mother. Whether you truly are just a typical half-monster. And whether you were just a tool that was planned and raised for the possibility of Bai Hyong getting involved in the festival to begin with. What kind of absurd nonsense. Of course, the likelihood of that will be infinitely low. Even if Bai Hyong has something to do with you in some way, I know that you're innocent at the very least, Choi Sai-woo. Then why? The problem is that it is only us who thinks that way. To be precise. Humans who are aware of the existence of monsters, the shaman folk, see you as a dangerous person who is related to Bai Hyong. Just today, there have been several cases of mass disappearances across the country. With the high-rise apartment complexes in the Greater Seoul area around noon, most of the residents have been confirmed missing by the police. Last night, there was news that some residents didn't return home and that it was reported to the police. Two similar incidents occurred elsewhere in Seoul, as well as an incident in Incheon and Busan each. As this news was reported on and published as articles, the public opinion online is literally in a state of mass confusion currently. In the case of the subjugation last night, this was something our side had prepared for 2 weeks along with the shaman folk. Coordinating and sharing the regions where the other side was entrusted with, as well as the members each side would be dispatching. And the shaman folk asked for the leaders of this country to cooperate with our operation. That if they could just condone just one night of disturbance, and cooperate with the subsequent cover-up, that we try to wipe out most of the monsters in this country. But in one day, no, before a day had passed, this sort of stuff arose. Not just last night, but interest over the surge in disappearances over the past month is spreading like wildfire. For us, it is a bit of a headache. But from the shaman folk's stance, as they are in a position where they have to use energy to make up for their incompetence. What you did today, although it is fortunate that no human was swept up in this mess and killed, it seems the aftermath was witnessed by quite a few humans. Actually, I'm also responsible in that respect. Using that as an excuse, the shaman folk are requesting for the new recruit. They probably intend on punishing the monster who went on a rampage in the middle of the day. Well, it is my fault that I moved alone without receiving permission. While that is true, that is just something that monsters have to deal with amongst themselves. While it is true that you moved against the judge's orders, the opponent was a monster who has killed countless humans and made a mess of the law. It's not like you killed any humans by using your powers. And it's not like your monster form wasn't directly revealed to average humans either. Even if you have to receive some sort of punishment, that is only to my discretion, as the judge of monsters. It isn't even a punish them in any way, but hand over the recruit, a clear violation of my authority. Although they're trying to forcefully have you handed over, don't worry too much about it. As I will definitely protect you and your mother. My mom. That's right, as it appears that the shaman folk are aware of Bai Hyong's existence. It appears that they are almost certain that your family is related to Bai Hyong. If it's the woman who has raised you until now, the shaman folk may have already been considering her as a criminal. I understand how you feel. But I cannot let you freely go to her yourself. As that is exactly what the shaman folk are playing at. I have already sent someone to protect your mother. So don't worry, and it'd be best that you stay here, under Yuyong's protection. It'll be a good idea to do as the judge says, Saiwu. Given your current physical condition, even if there is a conflict with the shaman folk, you don't know what will happen. So, it's all my fault. Forget receiving permission, I went there without even sending notice, and even made this matter balloon. This is all my fault, and I have already prepared myself to be punished because of it. However, my dumb self didn't think that far. I didn't even consider that others besides myself would have to bear responsibility for what I did. What's more, it's that I never thought it'd be my mom. I'm sorry. I know I'm a nuisance, but it can't be helped. If something happens to my mom because of something that I did, then I won't ever be able to forgive myself. The wonder cloth with just his physical strength. When I confirm with my own eyes that my mom's safe, I will return then, and receive whatever punishment is given. I'm really sorry. Why is it that you just stood still and watched? Don't say anything along the lines about being so pathetic that you couldn't respond at all. Oh. There wasn't any water nearby that I could use. And if I just burst a fire hydrant just to do this and cause another disturbance? When the current weather outside is like that? Ack. With such a pushover personality, that is why you're said to be lagging behind even your sister, who lacks in talent. Then again, I don't know why, but it is the nature of your clan that the softer you are, the more of a real deal that you are. Isn't it that even you weren't being completely mean to Saiwu, sir? Although I was aware that Saiwu's potential was beyond my expectations, I know that the wonder cloth isn't just a monster art that is that easy to tear or to be broken simply because it was torn either. Humph. No matter the manner in which Choi Saiwu moves, our current relationship with the shaman folk will not change much. What's more, the reason why he's in this sort of position, is largely my responsibility for not figuring out the whole situation properly. And above all, I'm not cruel enough to turn a blind eye to the tears a child sheds for his mother. He isn't picking up or reading my texts either. Where on earth did he go? Who is it? For what reason? Don't move an inch and just stand still. Well, Solmi was right. I guess I must have underestimated humans. When I knew just how freaking annoyingly they'd act. To the point I want to kill them. Ma'am. I don't know just how many have crawled in, but it doesn't matter. It's all over if I just stomp on them as I see them. If you don't want to die, then first off, kneel. First, kneel. Unique martial art violet low note technique. Primarily infuses chi into a voice, causing confusion in the senses and consciousness of the listener. He didn't immediately swing his sword. Was it because of concern that Choi Saiwu's mother might get involved? You can come in, it's nothing special. Is that Saiwu's mother? Thank goodness, I was wondering, but it seems we weren't too late. Really? Considering the level of that, even if we were late, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. Again, I said we should avoid conflicts as much as possible. Yes, so in the end, we didn't fight and secured her safely. It wasn't intentional though. You said it would be unreasonable to interfere with human beings, didn't you? How did you manage to handle it so well and escape? This is, since they were born after the last competition, it's the first time they're feeling the sensation that's currently overwhelming them. It seems the idea of avoiding conflict was only on our side. However, in the surroundings they found themselves in, both yokais intuitively understood what was happening. Barrier. Moreover, it's not something that can be hastily constructed on the spot, it requires improvisation. Those guys, they came prepared from the start. Wait a minute, then what's the point of sending someone ahead? So he managed to release the violet low note technique with his own chi. I have no intention of fighting you. The person you are currently holding is my friend's mother. I came here to prevent her from being taken away. If your purpose is the same, then I am willing to cooperate. You are a familiar face. Are you really Choi Siwoo's friend? Yeah, just the other night, that person protected Siwoo while I wasn't around. Time is running out. You might have noticed, but there's a barrier operating around the apartment complex. As long as that's active, you won't be able to leave. Luckily, there's still a way to penetrate the barrier from inside, aside from the fact that you're talking about being able to walk out the door. Why are you acting so cocky as if it's obvious? What? I understand that you're Choi Siwoo's friend, but weren't you a shaman before? The Siwoo from the other day and today are different beings. That would be even more so for you shamans. Are you really willing to abandon the foundation you're in just for friendship? You're not foolish enough to believe that blindly. Though it may sound a bit cold, what Siwoo says is not wrong. If this is a tactic to lower our guard and trap us, engaging in conversation itself is risky. I knew it would be like this. Including the blood flowing through the meridians. I temporarily paralyzed the chi flow used for martial arts. Right now, I'm no different from an ordinary human. If I activate my chi again, I could directly see everything in your mind. Do you understand what that means? It might not just end with me peering into your mind casually. I could manipulate you like my puppet until you die. I can't say it doesn't matter, but, still, at least it might help Auntie to escape. If that's possible, it doesn't matter. Why go to such lengths? What exactly is your relationship with Choi Siwoo? I just said it all a moment ago. I'm his friend. That's all there is. Whether you're naive or Siwoo's influence is good, it could be both. Are you okay? What's there to be okay about? Let's hear it. Let's see how impressive the skills of shamans really are. The pain that resonates throughout the body, forgotten amidst hurried steps. What momentarily halted those steps was an intense intuition strong enough to suppress the urgency. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual to the naked eye. But, there's definitely something. If I take a few more steps forward from here. You're Choi Siwoo, right? You're much smaller than I thought you'd be and you don't seem to have that goblin blood mixed in. Still, seeing you stop right at the edge, you seem to have some sense of danger. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Lim Jagwon. As a third-rank officer of the Sungsa Department, I've practiced reading scriptures and hand-to-hand combat for 15 years. Even if you say so, I don't really understand. Sungsa Department. I've heard that it's a group directly related to the continuation of the Yushin family's lineage, so is this Lim Jagwon guy a relative of Yushin? Or, since I've introduced myself, let's get straight to the point, you, just surrender. Don't make a big fuss out of it unnecessarily. You roughly understand the situation, don't you? The surroundings have already been surrounded by a barrier. By now, my colleagues have probably secured your mother. I don't know if you even have the concept of filial piety, but if you try to escape, your mother will be the only one suffering. Since all the shamans in the country are here to capture you, it's only a matter of time before you're caught. Fighting seems inevitable. But the problem is, it's like setting a trap. Once the prey steps in, it's definitely caught, but the problem is getting it to step in the first place. Obviously, you can't leave now, can you? Your options haven't changed. Choose one of the two, as I said earlier. Either surrender quietly, or, well, run until you're on the verge of death, looking pitiful. The next moment, a slight tremor is detected in his tense nerves. First, kneel. A short phrase, more than 100 meters away in a straight line, which is impossible to hear the voice itself. However, the formidable chi contained in that voice was so familiar to him. The boy immediately moved. That was clearly Sealwa's chi. Other yokais, at least Sealwa, is inside this barrier right now. I'm not entirely sure, but judging by the direction where I felt the chi, the location should be our house. If that's the case, what I need to do isn't rushing to my mom right now, it's actually moving away. Whether it's surrounded or secured by now, my mom definitely hasn't been captured yet. I don't know the exact situation, but Sealwa must be with my mom right now. Even if they suspect my mom, their first priority is me. If I can cause a disturbance as far away from our house as possible, that alone could buy Sealwa enough time to escape. Good response. He's fast and powerful. Superior in every aspect compared to Yushin. Yushin's consideration for me last time might have been one reason, but even considering that, there's a feeling that there's something more. Is that so? Yeah, this is unexpected. You've learned some martial arts in your own way. It wasn't a 1v1 match from the start. Even though I don't know the structure, just by feeling the energy, their side seems much larger. And that energy is being augmented by the male side. I know my words might sound strange in this situation, but I don't want to fight here. In the middle of this twilight in the apartment complex. Who knows how many people will get involved? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we struck this barrier just to confine you? Ordinary beings without energy can't even see inside the barrier, and if they come in, they'll just be confused. Everyone inside will be peacefully asleep. They'll only wake up long after the barrier is lifted, right? Well, it's certainly not a valid excuse. It's kind of amusing. I told you to surrender quietly. There was no need to make a fuss after all. Goblin Cirium. Lightning stab. You've gotten the hang of it, right? I didn't slow the speed at the end to look down on you, it's because I don't want to kill someone with my own hands. I know this is not a fight that can end just because I say so, but I'm definitely warning you. I'll try my best, but I might lose control over my strength. There's no way. It's not only because he has good or solid tenacity, it's like I'm hitting against a giant wall. I thought she would help with an attack from both sides, but she is not moving even an inch throughout. Is her role not one that fights directly? But if that's not the case, the warning applies to you too. I don't want to engage in unnecessary fights, but if I have to, I won't hesitate. What are you doing? I told you. I'll take care of it by myself. You're just a mere concubine, what good can you do butting in? You just have to keep calling out in the back. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Or do you understand but ignore me just to provoke me? You should do what you are told to and keep calling out. A fight breaks out between the enemies. Saiwu doesn't understand why they are fighting, but he knows exactly what to do first. The one left unscathed and has stronger energy is definitely that one right there. I don't know what she's going to do, but I'll win over her as fast as possible, avoiding harm. 100 Ghosts. Evilization Uninvaded Beast. Royal Order Bow Shooting. 100 Ghosts, Overpowering. Evilization, Chase away evil beings. I used up 3 high-level amulets, but 100 Ghosts and Evilization didn't even work. Out of all, only Uninvaded Beast works. A monster that doesn't work against exorcism, huh? Uninvaded Beast, protect oneself from beasts. I can't say that works. Like the punch just now, it doesn't feel like I hit anything. It's not that I hit her and she got pushed back, she is the one that took a leap back. If what's covering her body is a method to block impacts, then there is bound to be limits on it. The sword-tipped blue edge is a sentence of condemnation. And the dew formed at dawn is the blood of sinners, so I ask you, God. Is the limit that it only lasts for a certain amount of time? Or is the limit on the ability to block a number of attacks or a certain level of impact? Or maybe it only blocks certain kinds of attacks? Please come down. There are 5 male shamans, not including me, that were dispatched here. 3 of them are capital shamans, 2 of them are regular shamans. The 5 of them form a 4-way surrounding the apartment complex. And originally, the boundary line is made by installing a pillar or amulet on the outside of the boundary line, but the boundary surrounding this place is special. The capital shamans act as a living axis personally. There's no need to explain it in a difficult way. It means that you have to knock them down to let go of the boundaries, right? It doesn't even have to be all of them, since usually boundaries will collapse if you remove even only half of the axis. It's not as simple as that. Fine. First of all, I understand that all of you are monsters with acknowledged skills. But no matter how strong you are, unless you're a 666-year-old monster, you don't have experience fighting a bullfight. Our strength is different from yours. Most of the martial arts and crafts we practice are made to catch monsters. If your fight is purely a power struggle between your people, fighting against a male shaman is like stepping on a custom-made trap for you. It's not about strength or superiority, but about compatibility. Also, I told you, right? There are 3 capital shamans being dispatched here right now. Capital shamans are a position that only a few exceptional male shamans can get. They are the only ones who can compete against a deity-level monster. Even so, since the fight is inevitable, what I would suggest is that you only deal with one person. Just like you said, you only need to knock down 2 to break the boundaries. I'll take on 1, so you guys are going to aim for the other almost at the same time as me. We have to break the boundaries quickly before the other side notices, and we'll get out with your mother. Fortunately, I know the role and capabilities of each person, so, well, it's all good. Aren't you in a condition where you can't use your energy right now? I heard you sealed your spirits with your hands as proof earlier. I know that it can't be helped, but it's going to be hard to knock down at least 2 shamans in a place like this. Even if all of them are unconscious, if we want to make sure that no humans are caught up and hurt. The ones trying to protect ordinary people are them in the first place. They also wouldn't be able to fight because of the humans. We know they are obsessed with Saiwu more than you think. Even if there are casualties in this apartment, they'll find ways to cover it up somehow. What do you mean? What's the point of doing all that just to catch Saiwu? It's not because of Saiwu. It's because of pride, and the power we will gain in 6 months. For the past 666 years, you're not the only one who's been waiting for the monster's night. The shamans are waiting too. I don't understand. The last few hundred years were the best times for humans, right? Because they gained nights without monsters. Being free from the monsters, civilization advanced more in those years than in tens of thousands of years combined. It was literally the peak of humanity. To be exact, it was the peak of most of humanity. The shamans are living perfectly obscured under the shadow. It has been downgraded from a civilized master who defended humanity to an outdated and useless superstition. The inferiority complex, the sense of decency, the psychological compensation, it's a desirable mindset that most modern martial artists have. Maybe, in 6 months, when the sun sets, when people start screaming, that's when they will laugh. That's the moment, that they will come back to being the ruler of the world, after being an outdated superstition. What happened today too, it didn't matter how many people died. I yelled at the government that it will be okay. It was not, and I lost my face. So, I'm just trying to catch the main culprit somehow, that way, sooner or later, they wouldn't have to question their ability and authority. But then, if that's so, then, well, the conclusion is that the people who lived here don't care if they get hurt or not, right? That's enough. What is this? Im Jaguang. This energy, no way, is the White House opened. But, how? There are 2 main categories of abilities that martial artists on the Korean peninsula use. The first is reading, memorizing the scriptures that contain divine power, drawing out the power in the words. As a result, the amplification of energy and various types of techniques tailored to the situation can be used immediately. Most martial artists use this ability. The second one is, the descent of the gods among the martial arts. The sensitivity of the white blood is said to have novelty in the case of those who are born with it. And they used white blood as a passage, and their own body as a vessel, a being outside this world. Advent, the sword dancer. It is possible to accept the heavenly God into the body. The overwhelming power of a deity that I face for the first time in my life. Something inside the boy's body reacted to the energy. Confronting entities and adversaries beyond the ordinary realm. Especially if it's one's first encounter, whether as a demon or a human, it's an utterly brutal experience where panic is not uncommon. Nevertheless, despite all that, what the boy chose was not retreat, but rather, an offensive. It doesn't have substance. Integration completed. Why is that? With that agility and speed, he could easily evade even the finest swordplay of sword dance mastery. Yet, to voluntarily assume a defensive stance and simply withstand attacks in place, claiming a disadvantage. Could it be? Is that Jake Young? Yes, General. If I may inquire. Why are you opposing this individual? He is a demon-blooded half-beast, stained with the blood of countless humans, disrupting the mortal realm. You dared to summon the general without proper protocol, you should choose your words carefully. Is this lad truly burdened with guilt, or are you twisting accusations against him? If you had any sense, you would have seen it yourself. Despite having a chance to avoid confrontation, he chose to retaliate. Perhaps they feared the repercussions it would have on the locals here. Even as their own lives are at stake, their focus and attention seem directed towards behind. Even if it were said that it flowed with the blood of ghosts, I do not believe it truly violated the law and harmed anyone. Perhaps it is a false accusation entangled with your understanding and needs. If they were mere rabble, I would never have responded to the summons. I apologize. Quite literally on the brink of death. The reason for Saiwa's overall critical condition was not solely due to the wounds he has just sustained. It's these two opponents he fought successively that are more of an issue than the wounds themselves. For ordinary specters, the elixir itself is akin to a high-grade supplement. Excessive consumption would be mere extravagance without any potential for adverse effects. However, Saiwa's constitution, which sensitively reacts to the elixir. Within a mere minute or so, from the 2 doses consecutively administered, his body squeezed out every ounce of vital energy. And the outcome is his current state. Ordinarily, the wound would have regenerated 2 or 3 times, but only an incomplete regeneration of just 1 arm. That was the extent of it. He still has vigor left. That's regrettable. I don't understand why, but even with just a complete body, you could have fled. Did I not tell you not to kill him? Very well. Ending his life is not something I'd readily do either. The activation method is reciting urgently as the law dictates, Sabaha. If done incorrectly, it might shatter. Then the concealed technique inside will trigger. The power of the tricolored gourd is not singular. Among the stored 81 mystical techniques, it selects and activates the most suitable one for the user's situation. However, at this moment, what the tricolored gourd chose after analyzing Saiwa's current condition was not any mystical technique, but simply a supply of energy stored within itself. The tricolored gourd. It's not just any ordinary item. The quantity and quality of the energy sensed, a formidable martial artist would have spent at least years crafting such an item. But even if it's wielded by a yokai, what can be done? A rare sight indeed. Not only resistant to chi, but also a yokai had used it. This power, it's from the gourds Yushin provided, I get that. But what's with this sensation? It feels like a new energy bead has emerged inside my lower abdomen. Incorrect. There were originally 2 beads in Saiwa's lower abdomen. They both, however, became inactive from never being used for 17 years. One of those energy beads, awakened a few days ago due to his recent awakening. And the other bead as well just awakened moments ago when confronting a demigod, and the empty contents were filled by the tricolored gourd. This energy. The way it's manipulated and its effects are no different from chi, no, rather, perhaps because it's of the same kind of energy, it's much more effective in blocking attacks. However, the Goblin Club isn't being drawn out at all. The ability to deflect impacts feels somewhat compromised, as if a screw is missing somewhere. There must be different methods of utilization depending on the type of energy. The Goblin Club is a technique that can only be used with Qi. It's fundamentally incompatible with my current energy. Then what should I do? If I continue like this, it'll just be a repetition of earlier events. The opponent isn't someone I can simply overpower with brute force alone. If there's no way to utilize this energy. Hey, I only had a sandwich at the airport this morning. And that was before getting on the plane. What am I supposed to do? Should I order room service, or go out alone to eat and come back? Am I supposed to fill up on room service after coming all this way? Also, I'm not sure if you're being bold or if something else is going on. It's all because of you that I can't go out alone, you know. Your actions earlier today triggered surveillance. Just the fact that it's not a complete ban on going out is enough to raise suspicions, but when we go out, we have to move together. I know that too. If it weren't for that, I would have gone to find that person immediately. Who do you mean by that person? What happened to the people here? That goblin had mixed human blood. Setting that aside, thanks to that, he was able to save my life. The reason I was there was to track down the Dark Watchers along with you. What's this? The stories I've heard from our side weren't like that. Of course. It's obvious what happened, isn't it? They're trying to twist everything the Dark Watchers did. News reports of group disappearances received in various locations in Seoul/Gyeonggi. That's the only way they can save face, by saying they've caught the culprits. Ah, is that how it feels? In that case, there's really not much difference between here and our side. Well, I understand your feelings for now, sis. You're feeling anxious because of the false accusation, right? But we can't take any more actions. You understand that too, right? Apart from the fact that we're guests in this land, we and those people are in the same industry, and will be competitors in the near future. The fact that they govern this Republic of Korea and we and other Inyang families oversee Japan. It's just traces of the Goryeo dynasty in the Kamagura period, 666 years ago, after all. To the past Joseon royal family, and to the current government of the Republic of Korea, those people are nothing but ancient myths recorded hundreds of years ago. While we may give them the benefit of the doubt for now, entrusting them with the future and power ahead seems highly dubious. If they're deemed powerless, this country's government will undoubtedly turn to other countries' shamans without hesitation. Of course, that applies to us too. All the shamans worldwide must be sensitive to this issue right now. But for us to intervene in this situation, it could be seen as meddling with the rice bowl, so to speak. I understand that too. Even if I wanted to do something, I don't have the strength for it. I understand now what Master meant when he said, "It's tough when the ground changes." Until lunchtime, I thought my condition wasn't great, but when I exerted myself, I realized. Since setting foot in this country, my strength has definitely weakened. Is it just me? Well, you're a master of Shikigamis, so your experience might be several times worse than mine. Earlier, you used lightning, right? Perhaps it could be that child's problem even more than you, sis. I think it's possible for me too. Want to come with me? Huh? What? Where did he go? So, just come with me quietly. I want to avoid anything that might harm you as much as possible. How can I save that person? It wasn't just Saiwu who had such thoughts. Of course, at that point, there was nothing Yuzuru's Shikigami, lightning, could do. A Shikigami is entirely dependent on the one who handles it. Without receiving energy from the shaman or any commands, they're no different from ordinary souls. But perhaps they made efforts for the sake of loyalty to their master. At this point, with its master's safety assured, lightning should have returned to Yuzuru immediately. However, the overwhelming fear received from the monster momentarily plunged the Shikigami into panic. Strike. A bit too late to flee. Normally, lightning could have returned to the master as planned. But there's a new variable. A human body with the talent of the shamans blocking the master's path. Absorb them naturally for now. However, trapped within Saiwa's body, where only chi exists, lightning found herself imprisoned. It was a situation that couldn't be understood instantly with the intelligence and knowledge of both. Nevertheless, both had the same instinctual thought. If it's not this guy, we're dead. It's a bit different from the Goblin Club, but just knowing I can face it head-on is enough. And, now, I think I can finally be sure. In terms of strength and speed, I'm actually superior. The only thing overwhelming me over him is skill. Every time I try to move, he reads that timing and unleashes unavoidable attacks. In that case, what about the attacks just now? It's not that I couldn't block them, it's as if I didn't even attempt to defend. Interesting. Since you can never seize the initiative, you gracefully accept that fact. Not only attacks, you won't even bother defending unless it's fatal, huh? Even if you wait, there won't be any openings for me. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure if it'll work or not, but I thought this was the only answer, so I've decided. That's all. Fine. I'll dance my swordplay as fiercely as I can, so try to withstand it if you can. Sword Dance God. A god performing a sword dance literally. Saiwu as he is now is not a match for such an opponent. Even if one were to devise a strategy, it wouldn't be enough to thwart the level of martial arts. Despite the effort being valiant. This is the end. Saiwu himself keenly felt. The only thing he believed in was memories of the past. Regardless of his power, among all the opponents he had faced so far, the ability to momentarily paralyze their physical body was the worst, even for the most formidable monsters. Now. It seems you never had any intention of exploiting my vulnerabilities from the start. The weakness of the divine possession. No matter how powerful a deity you embody, the abilities the deity can exert are subject to the limitations of the physical vessel it inhabits. It was enduring until the thunderous chi surged through this body through the cross sword. I told you. This was the only way. You deliberately let your guard down. You could have easily ended the fight in one go if you really wanted to. There wouldn't have been a second chance if I was any less powerful. Well, it would have been a real problem if that had happened, but it turned out fine in the end, didn't it? Above all, even if you don't know who you are, it's not like it's your own body. It's a bit much to want to kill someone without having your own life at stake. A reckless fellow to the end. Yeah, fine. It's not the loser's right to keep adding words. If there's another chance. Let's dance again next time. It's over. I don't have the combat skills to fight you, nor do I have the strength to perform another ritual. It's our defeat. Those are lies. It was only one confrontation, but that alone made it clear. I may not know exactly how skilled she is, but you're definitely superior to that man. So what the hell, hey man? He's calling me Yushin, I knew it, this crazy bastard. Why are you here? Did the yokai just let you come here? No, what did you do earlier in the day? I just told you to be confident and not get scared. Did I tell you to set off bombs in broad daylight when people are around? Sorry, I'm just stupid and reckless. You're a real pro at pretending to be sorry. It would be so convenient if apologizing could just fix everything. There's no need to try to understand it all. This situation is exactly how you see it. This guy has been my best friend since middle school. I only found out he was a goblin yesterday, and it's just a coincidence. He's definitely not someone who would harm others. You're not the one to decide that. Even more so if there's a previous relationship with the culprit. You should know that well enough. If you truly are the successor of the Sungsu clan, I'm not that shameless of a person. Whether this guy is innocent or not, I know my actions have been inappropriate as a Sungsu clan member. Even if it's an unreasonable excuse, the successor of the Sungsu clan can't take the side of a mere yokai. So, from this moment on, I will resign from my position as the successor of the Sungsu clan. What? Resigning from the position of successor, that's impossible. Maybe it was like that till now. Everyone is struggling to obtain something, so why would they resign? There shouldn't be a problem. Everyone will pretend to be outraged, saying, how could you, but, deep down, they'll be ecstatic. Because such a coveted position is now vacant. Well, I think expressing my stance at this point is enough. Don't drag it out, it would be better if you made it clear soon. Just so you know beforehand, I have no intention of killing or seriously injuring you. So if you quietly release your barrier, I'll gratefully accept it as well. If you fulfill your duty, there's no choice. I'll do everything in my power to bring you down. Without holding back. I have no choice in this matter. How could I possibly oppose you, master? That person's eyes. I did as you instructed, sir. If you release the portion of another individual among the 5 present here, the barrier will disappear, right? Thank you. I don't know what's going on, but you've acted wisely. Now take your sibling and retreat to wherever. If you don't fight and simply release the barrier, it won't be good for you either. Yes. I didn't come here because of you. I was sleeping and was suddenly dragged out for a mission. The other 5 of us were tasked with setting up a barrier. We were waiting for you, not knowing if you'd come here. I was supposed to arrive first inside the barrier, defeat any yokai that came, and bring out your mother. In the process, I encountered the yokai who came to rescue your mother. We agreed to cooperate with each other. But you don't need to worry about me. Listen carefully, the current situation is quite challenging. By now, if you've been listening to the story, you can probably guess. From now on, there are only 3 guardians left besides me. And all 3 of them are stronger than the 2 you were just fighting combined. When you say, the 2 combined, you assume that the lady joined the battle, right? Yes. Except for that sibling pair, everyone dispatched here, including me, is a guardian. In their case, combining their strength gives them abilities comparable to a guardian, so they were hastily called in. Because of you, because you're incompetent. Even if they combine their strength, in reality, it's basically the younger sibling relying on the older sister's skill and ability. I thought you'd notice that something wasn't right, so I'm relieved you somehow fell for it. Well, are you hurt anywhere? It's annoying, don't ask me that. Anyway, there are 3 of those monsters. To leave this place, you have to defeat one of them. Hey, how many gourds do you have left that I gave you? There are 2 left, should I give them all? No. Just 1. Grip and pour. Listen carefully, Choi Saiwoo. One of the 3 guardians will most likely fight against one of the yokai who came to protect your mother. The commotion just now probably indicates that the fight between those 2 has started in earnest. As for your mother, the other monster has probably taken her and fled. Your job is to find and join them. I'll take care of one of the guardians and fight, so the 3 of you need to find a way to hide from the remaining guardian. And me and the fox yokai, once one of us wins and breaks the barrier, get out of here immediately. For a moment, the words, "Don't be ridiculous, how could you both?" welled up my throat. But the reason those words didn't come out of my mouth is because I know how reckless and arrogant they would sound. I said it during our training in the training ground. Our abilities are less than half of what they really are in there. So, seeing it now, how does it feel? Do you think I was lying? To a friend who is prepared to sacrifice and give up everything for themselves? Not at all. How could I force such contrived worry onto a friend like that? Oh, goodness, if the old man finds out, he'll have a fit. Especially when they're already on edge to the point of death these days, and their only son is playing around with a yokai. Well, watching the old man collapse would be quite a spectacle in itself. Look, sir. Don't you have any intention of changing your mind right now? Forget it. Of course, it's your life, sir, but I quite like you. You have the qualities, and above all, your personality is completely different from the other family members. Instead of that, why don't you hit the person next to you right now? Anyway, except for those 2, no one knows what happened inside the house except for my children, Jack Young and Jack Wang. I've managed to keep those 2 quiet. It's a shame to hit you like this, sir. Even if you think of your mother, I didn't know my uncle thought of me like that. But unfortunately, I was spotted by Unsing just before coming here. That tricky old fox. Well, leaving that aside. I've been thinking about leaving home for a long time. I couldn't stand being cooped up at home. Is that so? It's not that I don't understand. Mom will be on the rooftop of the apartment. As soon as the barrier is lifted, you can fly away to escape. Go quickly. And, no matter what happens, make sure you're by her side. So, if I understood correctly, you and Sir were friends, right? There are all sorts of things in this world. There's nothing I can say to that even if you curse me as crazy. Huh? Why would I call you crazy? If someone risked their life to save a friend, how many people in this world wouldn't be considered crazy? There are a total of 7 successors in the Sungsu clan. It's a pity, really, it's a pity. All of them are evaluated as skilled enough to rival spirit class yokai. And possess physical strength that can rival a legion-level force. With their own learned martial arts, and according to their inclinations, each one of them is bestowed with a title of a deity. And it has to be me who has to deal with Aru, one of the few real experts among the crazies. The third-ranked successor of the Sungsu clan, Tosin, Butcher Immortal, Kim Jegan. I'll try my best to finish it as quickly as possible. The 7th-ranked successor of Sungsu clan, Kim Yushin. This way, you'll be less hurt, kid. It won't take long anyway. There's no need to be so tense. Don't worry, I share your thoughts too. Whether it's the young master or other yokai, the goal is to keep you alive. Besides, none of you can leave from here anyway, so the only difference is when and by whom you'll be caught. By the way, doesn't that hand hurt? Even if you're a yokai, you must still feel pain to some extent. Well, perhaps if your sort of devil had been a bit more extraordinary, it might have been agonizing. Do you know what it is? I crafted that myself. It's when a human soul, entangled in intense emotions and resentment, becomes corrupted. There's not much difference from what's commonly known as an evil spirit. However, unlike ordinary malevolent spirits, the devil is a meticulously designed existence. After confining the individual intended for the devil, alternating between physical and mental torment along with psychological anguish until just before death. When the life reaches its limits and is severed using an item meant to contain the devil. That's how a powerful shamanic tool, imbued with all that resentment and power, is created. It was a creation I painstakingly crafted. Was it lacking in some way? Well, there's nothing to be done about it. I have no choice but to ask for help from other friends. Have you waited long enough? By now, he should have run far enough away. Is there anything else to say at this point? It's easier than I thought, but still. Summoning, subduing Demon Emperor. Upper half. Among the deities worshipped by the shamans, there are various types. One of them is those who were humans in their lifetime. Most are heroes who left their names in history, but the reason they can become gods after death is not their own power. Rather, it's the wishes and prayers offered to them by the living, elevating the deceased beyond mere mortals. Those who pray do not necessarily need innate spiritual power, and religion or formality doesn't matter much either. The important thing is the sincere wishes and offerings they make. Countless people's repeated offerings, accumulated over the years, give meaning to the void and create the fruition of a god. In a way, a shaman who handles gods is someone with the right and duty to harness that gathered power. Today, I've seen quite a strange sight. No matter how you look at it, subduing Demon Emperor seems to match the divine status of Guan Yu. I don't know how the yokai can harness that power. But it doesn't look good. We'll have to overlook some things, dirty as they may be. Disgusting. It's so foul that it feels like my nose is paralyzed from the stench of beasts. It's well known that you all excel in such petty tricks. As far as I know, your unique spells are two. One is the fox bead, and the other is likely a spell that mesmerizes the mind, right? Well, now that I've learned something new, I'll keep it in mind for when I need to kill another fox in the future. There's no need to keep that in mind. Something invisible is, no, it's not blocked, it just stopped. But why? The Fox clan's unique spells are a total of 2. However, neither of those 2. Anyway, besides me, no one else can do it. Controlling disgust and fascination is not the specialty of the Fox. Taking control of the disgust and fascination. What in the world? It's nothing special, I told you, right? Your disgust and fascination is nothing exceptional. Even if the lineage was different, her capabilities and evaluation wouldn't change much. While you were taking a short break earlier, I roughly figured out how you handle the disgust and fascination. So, I made this. A spell that can control these creatures much more effectively than yours. Capable not only in supernatural spells, but also in human spells and Taoist magic. This is unbelievable, there's no way something like this is possible. Taking it a step further, a genius capable of its application and modification. Well, I don't quite understand. But I can do it. Yokai power and righteous chi. Although each denotes the energy used by humans and yokai, in truth, their origin is all chi derived from nature. However, as they pass through the filter of yokai and humans, they are processed into fuels with different properties. Since each fuel is utilized differently, naturally, compatibility is also an impossible feat. It is impossible for humans to use spells with their righteous chi, and the same goes for the opposite case. She improved my sorcery in a better way. If that's a human, I wouldn't know, but for a yokai, it doesn't make sense. Unless she's using yokai power instead of righteous chi, a completely new technique must be created for different methods that serve the same function. Even if she claims to have created a technique similar to my spirit manipulation technique, there's no way she can copy all the functions in such a short time, including halt and change in direction. There must be some limit to the commands I can give. If that's the case, then, there's one thing I'm curious about. Is this kind of thing a common technique among you to the extent of mass production? Well, from our perspective, it's not particularly commendable, but in your values, using techniques that harm your own kind would definitely fall under taboo. It seems like you're making quite a cute misconception. The reason alchemy is forbidden is not because it harms fellow humans. It's because it's a simple yet efficient way to gain power. You've heard of grasping the subject, right? There probably isn't a creature that grasps the subject as well as humans do. The problem is, apart from grasping, we're also creatures that utterly refuse to accept our own kind. Physical abilities, intelligence, and even appearance. Even within the same species, differences in status naturally arise based on innate qualities. It's only natural for those of lower status to show deference to those above them. However, rejecting that natural order is what defines humans. Even if they were to die and come back, they would bark in competition and jealousy, rather than submit to a superior they can never catch up to. Ethics and morals, laws and rights. They're all just a facade created to tame and appease such individuals. Fortunately, merely maintaining that facade is enough to delude themselves into thinking they have inherent rights or potential. Is that so? I can't say for sure whether your words are wrong or not. It seems there are humans who think differently. It felt like they sincerely grieved and agonized over the death of their own kind, without any hidden motives or calculations. It wasn't because their blood was mingled, or there was any other special connection. I wonder. Of course, they must be endlessly foolish. It's equivalent to staring blankly while the opponent is right in front of them. This is enough. Since this much distance has opened up, catching up with a mere shaman is impossible. Hey, how about intercepting this once? Try holding out until you have the chance. This one's grudge is undoubtedly the worst among all the spirits I possess. Unbelievable. Well, I can't say I ever made any promises, but I thought we had an implicit agreement to fight quietly if possible. Are these humans here going to meddle regardless of whether we want it or not? Well, either way is good for me. I've already withdrawn myself back into empty space where there's nothing around. Summon. 5 tails for 1 hand. I should be satisfied with just that for now. Well, this seems just about right. Yokai restriction spell. I haven't heard that I need to cast one to leave the human realm. Could it be because I lack the qualifications? Not necessarily so. Even if you have the qualifications, there are those who require restriction spells to limit their power. Yokai with power equivalent to or surpassing that of shamans. It's not unknown that you've reached such a level, it's a fact that no one is unaware of. I'm truly grateful for the high evaluation, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm always being pushed into unfavorable situations. The coexistence of too inexperienced to leave the human realm and too strong, requiring a restriction spell, is quite perplexing. The measures taken due to issues with you shouldn't make you feel bad. It's the will of the Yokai King, and even I, when traversing the human realm, am affected by restriction spells. And, in case there's ever a need to use your power, I believe that even in a situation with a restriction spell, you would be able to use your ingenuity to overcome it to the fullest. That's also why I've come to find you now. Overcoming with ingenuity. I managed to do it as expected, but even if it's just one hand or even just a hand, summoning with just 5 tails was still too much. Overloading my Dan and key pathways, no wonder she called Choi Saiwu pathetic. But pushing a bit beyond the limit was probably the right choice. The shaman's soul she was trying to summon was not an ordinary item. To press down the already released seal, she'd have to draw out firepower even if it meant overloading. Was the one I just defeated the second one? It doesn't seem like the type to break all at once just from losing a tail. It won't take long, maybe a few minutes. So now, I will search for Choi Saiwu. Thank you, sis. Thanks to you, I can enjoy myself outside to my heart's content. From now on, let's play together. Forever. Ah. The barrier is weakening, which means, they've succeeded. I hope everyone is safe and not seriously injured. I'm not too worried about Sealwa, but Saiwu and his friend. Even if the barrier hasn't completely lifted, if I try hard enough, I can force my way out somehow. In my case, there shouldn't be major wounds, but the problem is that human bodies are different. It would be the right choice to wait until the barrier completely disappears, but please, let there be no issues until then. Saiwu. Don't worry, Sealwa just temporarily intervened so as not to startle you. Thank you. For risking danger to save my mother because of me. Risking danger, what else could I do? I'm sorry that this is all I can do. Before coming here, I felt a strange sensation. Like my breathing became a bit easier. If I'm correct in my thinking, it seems like the barrier has been lifted. Salmi, are you planning to fly away with Mom? Yes. Since the barrier will completely disappear soon, I'll take you and Mom. No, for now, just take my mom alone. What on earth are you saying? Saiwu, I understand your intentions, but right now, it's not a decision made out of emotion. I thought about it on the way here, but there's something strange about the shamans here. From the moment we realized that I, or you, were inside this place, if we had gathered our strength together, the situation would have ended instantly. However, instead of doing that, after Yushin and I neutralized one side, another shaman appeared as if they were waiting. I've considered 2 possibilities. There might be conditions that prevent the shamans maintaining the barrier from getting too close to each other. For some reason, these people don't seem to have a good or cooperative relationship with each other. The likelihood is low, but whatever the case, they over there would have naturally anticipated the scenario of when the barrier breaks. Most importantly, there's still one person left. If I were that person, I would be focusing all my attention, waiting for an opportunity to escape from this place. Definitely, in any case, the disappearance of the barrier would mean that Sealwa has won. I don't know Sealwa's exact condition right now, but if she and I join forces, we can handle the remaining person. In the meantime, you'll take Mom and escape first. Don't worry. I believe this is the best course of action. No matter what happens, I intend to escape safely with Sealwa. You truly are impressive. Your judgment and decisive attitude are admirable. You're my descendant, but I might end up falling in love with you. Hey, Saiwu. We meet again. Hello, Saiwu. We meet again. So, the reason I'm here now is the unique spell, Wind Feather, draws in the wind around Salmi's feathers. Just by throwing the feathers themselves, it's possible to assume that it could surpass anti-tank rifles. But its level of destruction is limited to beasts and puppets. It's not a significant threat against extraordinary monsters. What to watch out for is its application. Skilled users of Wind Feather can accumulate the gathered wind power within the feathers. Disperse and release it as well. Even if we attack with all our might, he'll simply brush it off. In that case, we don't go strong but rather, go as sharp as possible. That's right, that's the correct answer for destroying the roots. Poison or curses. Or attacks with hot or sharp qualities. Of course, assuming you can hit in the first place. But still, to know how to use righteous energy. While the energy itself might be supplied through some means, managing it freely is a separate issue. Indeed, bloodline has a big influence. This person is Bai Hyang, a goblin who attacked Saiwu today. It's best for you not to approach. The feathers I'll unleash this time will at least require more than just one hand to deal with. That's for sure. Just the wind feather you sent earlier was impressive enough. I don't think I can suppress it with just my body strength. But still, your friend isn't in a condition where you can afford to go all out right now, is he? The moment you go all out, not just me, but everything around here will be torn to shreds. Even if Saiwu manages to survive somehow. As long as you carry that burden, Wind Feather isn't the suitable spell. Still, I'm glad I came here to help you like this. This is all just a misunderstanding caused by your initial attack, Saiwu. Well, even if I seemed suspicious, it would have been nice if you at least asked why I came here. But getting punched once seems to have cooled your head a bit, right? To be honest, I didn't expect to find you again so soon. But those guys crossed the line a bit too much. I knew there would be some commotion during the day, but I thought they would focus on me. In fact, I even left some traces that could actually lead to me. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have approached more quietly. It's my fault, sorry. You didn't just come here to have such a conversation. Yeah, I said it before, right? I came to help you guys. Saiwu, what you said was right. I'm not sure how the barrier was broken, but it's going to be tough to get out of here safely. Even if there's only one of the guardians left. They're probably on their way here by now. I told you. These guys, they even brought a swordsman after you capable of catching me. The remaining guardians here are not supposed to be here under any circumstances. There are even 2 Jongma here who, combined, can mimic a guardian. Without exaggeration, they are the forces that can safeguard Seoul. In other words, tonight, even if this city turns upside down, catching you is much more important. It's not surprising that your friend's powers were insufficient. The judges have probably sent elites of their choice, but they probably didn't expect the guardians to come out in full force like this. So what can we do? Since the guardians have already gone this far, they have to go all out to minimize losses. They may not arrive soon, but they are probably on their way. Considering the time when the barrier completely disappears, there might not be much time. But don't worry. I'll make sure all of you can walk out safely if Saiwu grants me one favor. When you say, all of you, of course, that includes the absent one. I'm not that callous. Alright. What do you need me to do? It's not that difficult. Just. How about it? It's not such a burdensome request, right? Okay. I'll accept that request. So, right now, yeah, that's a good idea. Just go down and walk out immediately. What? Literally. You don't need to fly. Just walk out in any direction, and no one will stop you. I know I'm saying this now. But I just killed the last remaining guardian. Sorry for just bringing it up now, but I feel like it might drag on if I explain more. Hello. Who else could it be? The one who killed the owner of the phone. But let's get to the point, no need to curse at me. You can really go down. I promise to take care of the rest, remember. Siowa. Don't worry. It's just. I stepped on something that annoyed me a bit. Well, things turned out that way, didn't they? Anyway, got it. Hey, I'll tidy up quickly and leave. Jeez. I don't understand why you'd ask me to leave after coming all this way. Well, I don't think it's such a bad deal for you. I don't really know, but your friend is probably safe. Didn't the real deal show up? Came in person saying, I caught the enemy, I'm here. Since it seems like he might have killed Bacon, too, don't just slack off and stare, there must be a reason. Well, then. We definitely need to wrap this up. What are you doing? Why on earth? I have to do this much so that I won't get blamed for not capturing you, master. Well, even if you go back now, I'll probably still hear some nagging. But it's easier to come back later if people say Kim Yushin defeated Kim Jaegan, right? As you know, ultimately, in this world, the strong prevail. Even if the old man gets angry right away, deep down, he'll secretly be pleased if I say you won against me. Eventually, when you come back to your senses, one thing is for sure, I'll be secretly proud. Uncle, Since you're going out anyway, do what you want, at least, have some fun worth my arm's worth, okay? Got it? That's the one thing I want from you. A week has passed since then. At first glance, the world didn't seem to have changed much. But the change was on the people rather than the world itself. I think that's entirely possible. Unlike us, they haven't been given any information about the recent disturbances. The appearance of a goblin called Baihyung. And the presence of what's called darkness, a disaster in history, or perhaps, carrying disasters. It seems that there haven't been any catastrophic events like the one a week ago, but it's just a difference in scale. It's clear they're still actively operating. Now everyone might be able to vaguely sense it. Something unknown, unspoken by the media, police, or the government, is threatening their lives. Take a break from your messenger duties. There's nothing for you to do for a while, especially with Choi Siwa's matters. It's fine for you to be here with him instead. There shouldn't be any major incidents now. You've worked hard all this time, so think of this as rest. Yes. Normally, I would probably be really, really happy. But at a time like this, when I feel frustrated at not knowing anything, if I were still doing the messenger job for the judge, I would at least know how things are going. Still, maybe it's comforting, the reason why my mind stays calm and focused. Have you been grocery shopping alone since morning? The fact that I'm staying here means it's as meaningful and important. Hello, ma'am. It's not even close to the mart, how about we all go for a drive together later in the evening? The weather is nice, perfect for a walk. Where are you going, for an appointment? Oh, only for a moment. A friend from my hometown is visiting. Siwoo has been living here since a week ago. Because of the incident a week ago, the house Siwoo was living in was significantly damaged. It was due to the battle between Siwa and the Guardian. Fortunately, there were no casualties throughout the apartment complex. They also luckily managed to cover it up as a gas leak. And as temporary compensation from the construction company, Siwoo has been living in this villa for a while. But, there was actually a little help from someone. Yu Young, Hyunwoo clan, landlord. Well, see you next time, Salmi. As for Siwoo and me, I became Siwoo's middle school classmate and a kid who happened to live there. Take care, ma'am. Ah. I'm going to see a friend for a moment. It's the weekend, you've been through a lot. You work during the week, too, right? It's okay. It's something that needs to be done, and besides, during the weekdays, Goyu helps out in my place. Take care. Even though the likelihood is low, everyone is trying to protect Siwoo's mother against any potential threats. Siwoo, are you up? Yeah, just woke up. Just finished washing up. You want to come over to our place? I'll make something delicious for lunch. Siwoo, he's looked worn out since a week ago. He's been holed up in the house all these days. Today is the first time I've seen his face since we moved. If I can at least change his mood. You don't need to slice the fish cakes one by one. Siwoo. It's easier to stack several layers and cut them all at once. If the knife is dull, you can use scissors. Only red chili paste for seasoning. Do you have sugar or soy sauce? It would be good if you have red pepper flakes too. Well, we can get those from our place. Just wait a moment. It's good to soak the rice cakes briefly before boiling. It's not important how you cut the fish cakes or vegetables, just make them easy to eat. Salmi, do you like spicy food? How much broth do you want? Should I make it mild or generous? Actually, I do, like tteokbokki, but I haven't eaten it that much, first time actually cooking. So, do you have a favorite tteokbokki among the ones you've tried? Ah, there. Then, you like lots of broth. I hope the seasoning is right, let me know if it's too spicy or bland. Wow, this is amazing. It's really delicious. The rice cakes are chewier than store-bought ones. I've thought about it before. Siwoo, you're really good at cooking. I'm not that good. I just like it. My mom has taught me little by little since I was young. Thank you. Did you purposely go to the grocery store because of me? My condition's not that bad for you to worry. I've just been thinking about things these past few days. Was it really the right thing to go save those people that day? In the end, I couldn't save anyone, the situation escalated, and people got hurt, or even died. And even my mom, my best friend, got involved in the mess I caused. But that's not your fault, Saiwu. You might receive criticism for being reckless, but you didn't commit a sin. What happened at the apartment that evening was clearly the responsibility of the shamans for acting unjustly. I know what you're worried about, Salmi. It's okay, even if I blame myself, I won't just shrink because of it. However, I've definitely realized something because of this incident. How one's actions can lead to certain consequences. And how heavy the burden of responsibility can be. Even if my life is at risk. I realized that my thoughts were much more arrogant and selfish than I had thought. I didn't even have the ability to end my own life. Now that Seal was back, I'm trying to focus on what I can learn from this. Seal was back. But she's probably still in the underworld. Last night, I heard footsteps from the ceiling and woke up for a moment. Well, the soundproofing in this villa isn't that great. Oh, no. If Sealwa came back, something's off. After the fight with the shamans, Sealwa went back to the underworld for rest. But besides not telling me when she returned, there's been no news from her even after she came back last night. Sealwa, are you in there? If you came back, at least stop by and say something. Sealwa. No visible injuries or bleeding. When was the last time you saw her in perfect condition? Then, she could have been like that for a week now. You'd know better, but she's a person with strong unnecessary pride. So, she probably tried to cover it up and not show it. Seeing that she came back, she probably thought she had resolved it herself, but in reality, she probably didn't. If it's to heal Sealwa, taking her to the underworld is the only option. For the yokai in the human realm, there isn't even a proper physician. Yeah, even if it means risking her life, she'll probably be disqualified from being the next candidate. Even among them, the Sealwa clan's way of thinking is special among yokai. Among the clan members born of the same blood, there are often fights for personal gain, tricks and conspiracies are common. Some even end up dying in the mess, but it's a value that, the victim is at fault. I've heard that there are many clan members who coveted the next candidate status, but Sealwa never showed any gaps in her exceptional qualities and skills. But now, the rumor that Sealwa is sick will spread in no time. And then, no one knows what other foxes might do to a weakened Sealwa. There's no guarantee it'll work. But there might be one way to try. Really? Anything is fine, just teach me if there's something I can do. If the fight with the shamans is the cause, and there are no visible external wounds. You know what that is, don't you? That's probably what she initially thought too. So that might be the reason for his appearance. Anyway, if it really was caused by a ghost, we don't need to go to the underworld, there are experts nearby. I've already contacted them, they'll be heading there soon. I'm really curious. Why would that noble fox lady need a lowly ghost like me? Indeed. I can certainly tell you one thing for sure. If appropriate measures are not taken, the most one can endure is 3 days at best. After that, the one affected will stop breathing. Then, is there no other way? Such as a ritual or exorcism. Exorcism. A Buddhist ceremony for those possessed by spirits. Domti is like getting wet in the rain on a cloudy day. The method to relieve the afflicted is not so complicated. Among them, the best course of action would be to dispel the rainclouds themselves. Just the clear sky and the warmth from the sun will naturally dry the body and restore warmth. If the rain is too severe to dissipate easily, taking shelter under a rainproof roof and waiting it out could also be a strategy. Though it may be imperfect, at least immediate soaking of the body can be avoided. But this, how did one end up afflicted by such a venomous thing? I don't know which Gyakmo created this curse, but just their stupidity alone warrants death. As one who deals with spirits, if one is burdened with a resentment that they cannot properly handle, without even having the courage to handle it, they will ultimately release such a thing into the world. It seems like I am not in a position to do anything. Then, at least, you could try something. It seems like you're deluding yourself. Of course, it's not that I refrain from intervening just because of my feelings. I don't have any obligation to save that person. No, even attempting to remove it would be a disaster. If one were to forcibly extract it, it wouldn't end with just that one being affected. Surely, the anger would spread to those around. In my estimation, if it were to happen, over 1,000 people would be caught up in the curse of that fierce thing. The reason she was able to endure for so long is only because of her high status. Regardless of the outcome, ending this by taking them to the underworld would be the right choice. For personal reasons, it's too risky to take on, it's just too much. I may not know much about soul-related matters, but if it's you, Wuliang, you can find a solution somehow, right? No matter how foolish or reckless the method is, as long as we don't intervene directly, that's enough. Even if these guys were to mess up, they wouldn't be shameless enough to drag us down with them. Right? Yes, of course. But my lord, why? Anyway, this fox isn't even worthy of being my rival. There's no harm in showing kindness. And, pitiful, isn't it? Your friends are unable to do anything as you're dying. Really, how pathetic. My lord, when did you become so sentimental? Hey, thank you, for supporting Sielwa. There are two things that need to be prepared. A ritualist to expel the spirit, and a vessel to contain the expelled spirit. Both of these should be of the highest quality possible. As for the vessel, can't it be completely incinerated without sealing it? It's impossible. The strength of a spirit depends on the intensity of the resentment it holds. Upon death, the power of a spirit is determined by the hatred and lingering attachments it held in life. However, since the amount of that power is finite, once all of it is used up, most spirits either incinerate or dissipate naturally. Only a few exceptions like me become lingering spirits and obtain new bodies as yokai. But exorcism is different. An artificially twisted and distorted existence through magic, it may possess intense hatred, but it cannot even become a lingering spirit. That's why there was concern about its anger spreading. Unable to incinerate or become a yokai, it simply possesses new bodies at will. That's why weapons are commonly used as vessels to contain the spirit in order to appease it. Although it's not a body made of flesh and blood, it's a kind of promise to let it go on a rampage without restraint. The problem here is that the quality of the vessel must match the urgency of the spirit. For ordinary spirits, finding a vessel to contain them should suffice. But for spirits of the highest level, a mere description as utmost would be insufficient. Then, what did you mean by ritualist? Although exorcism itself is a human ritual. Excluding that fact, the skill of removing possessed spirits is much superior on the human side. Although many may not agree. Ritualist specifically refers to those exceptional individuals in that field. If you are asking how to recruit such individuals, I've already mentioned it, haven't I? The possibility is extremely slim. Though Sielwa's life is at stake and we can't stand idly by, something about coming here feels like a bad idea. This audacity. Oh, hello, we've met a few times before. Aren't you Yushin's cousin, who lives together at home? Don't joke. I know I'm not just some lowly yokai. Even if I only have half the blood of a human, I still have some dignity. How dare you shamelessly show your face here? Do you know how much trouble you've caused my lord because of your... What trouble did he cause? And my lord. If anyone heard you, they'd think that I'm no longer in this world. Did you try contacting me? I was sleeping. Why are you just staring at me? Stop sitting there and come in. I'm getting annoyed just by looking at your expression. Isn't that a bit too much? There's plenty to drink at home. At least I could make some tea with hot water. Last time you were here, you seemed to really like Saiwu. You even thought that he seemed like a really good person, but then again, I might be biased because of how I see people. Maybe it's because he's like you. He's willing to risk everything just to protect a single demon. Even if it means giving up a promising future and choosing a difficult path in life. A difficult path in life, couldn't you put it in a more positive way? Living more freely, independently, with confidence. Sorry for being so negative about it. Well, you heard what I said. I left home. It's not just an act of rebellion, I even renounced my family registry. Yushin, I'm telling you, it's not your fault, although you probably won't believe me. It was something I had planned all along. Anyway, this isn't an apology from me. I'm no longer a minister now. Everything I've done so far. Because you're my friend, but because I believed it was the right thing to do. To eat the nation's grain and devote myself to the well-being of the people of this land, protecting you and your mother was my duty as a minister. But now I'm not even a minister, just a homeless teenager without a plan. You said you needed a ritualist, right? Well, you found one. I may not be the best in the peninsula, but I'm certainly among the top 3. Anyone who wants to use me for their own gain will have to pay the right price. Even if it's my best friend. Yeah, if there's anything I can pay with, no, even if I can't, I'll find a way to pay it back. Got it? The person who is here right now is not just my friend, he's our first and most cherished customer. So, please provide proper service to our guest. You know, this world is divided into 2 main parts. The human realm and the demon realm. Most of the residents live in these 2 realms. Most. Yeah, I mean, the human and demon realms are like 2 continents floating on the sea. And in between them, there are small worlds, like islands. A few humans and yokai live there too. They're like autonomous regions, free from the laws of our modern society or the rule of the Demon King. You might have heard of them in old stories. Places like the utopian Peach Blossom Land, where immortals who are said to exist somewhere beyond the mountains, or the Dragon Palace, along with fantastic cities and kingdoms beneath the sea. Are there many of those places? Not really. Most of them are small, like just one small city. There's even one that's just the size of a shopping mall. So, those who live there are, quite literally, the upper class of our world. For yokai, there are yokai who once ruled as ancient yokai kings, but now they don't care about recent ceremonies. For humans, there are those who have achieved enlightenment, even transcending their own lifespans, leaving human affairs behind. Fascinating story, but what does that have to do with my service fee? You can't pay my service fee right now. But you said you'd find a way to pay. 2 days from now. One of the places I mentioned earlier, the Dragon Palace, is hosting a feast. To celebrate the birthday of the Dragon King's youngest daughter, they're holding a small martial arts competition, open to humans and yokai alike. And you and I will be participating as a team. That's the service fee I want. Somewhere on the East Coast. Greetings to our guests. I'm called Gu Parayan, and I'm the steward of the Dragon Palace on the East Sea. Please, feel free to address me as Lady Gu. I express deep gratitude for the attendance of the officials from the Bureau of Sacred Waters for the princess's birthday celebration. As mentioned before, I'm no longer affiliated with the Bureau of Sacred Waters. I'm here as an independent attendee. You don't need to observe any formalities with me. Even if affiliations change, the courage that carried you to the top ranks at such a young age remains the same. However, the companion beside you. Ah. This lad has been my servant since childhood. His name is Choi Makdol, and although he is not originally from the Bureau of Sacred Waters, he possesses considerable skills. I brought him along to participate in the martial arts competition with me. The Dragon Palace is a unique place. While the Dragon King and his tribe are essentially creatures of the supernatural, for thousands of years, they have neither competed for dominance with yokai nor harmed humans, establishing themselves as a neutral force. Therefore, both humans and yokai can equally participate in the celebration. But, there seems to be considerable room for problems. As I've said, it's a neutral territory. Moreover, places like the Dragon Palace strictly adhere to their own laws. For thousands of years, the Dragon Palace has always been friendly to humans. Wouldn't it be safer for humans to be here than in the human world? If there were any real problems, it might be because you're a yokai. As a yokai, wouldn't traveling with a human like me raise suspicions? Even if no one says anything at the Dragon Palace, other guests might still find it suspicious and nitpick. However, the competition is a place for fighting. So, without using demonic arts or weapons, there could be other methods. Although I didn't witness it firsthand before, I could sense your righteous energy from your encounters with the Jack-Young siblings. But it's not as strong as using demonic arts. It doesn't matter. I'll handle the tough fights. You'll pretend to be human, that's my condition. Before inviting you both to the palace, I would like to inform you about the upcoming martial arts competition. As you know, tomorrow's tournament is a celebration of the princess's birthday. The curtain will rise during the banquet, but the finalists must already be determined before the end of the banquet. Therefore, it's unrealistic for all participants to compete on the same day. Are you suggesting a preliminary round? Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience, but considering that the number of participants far exceeds the estimate the palace made in advance. The jade plaques we have given you will serve as your identification badges for your stay within the palace for the next 2 days. It will also allow us to track your whereabouts and status. Once you hold the plaque, it becomes yours, and your participation in the competition is accepted. It can also roughly measure the amount of chi the owner possesses, determining their approximate level, so please don't feel too resentful. Don't worry. The mask you're wearing perfectly suppresses your output here. The plaque will detect you as a human. Once again, I sincerely thank you both for your participation. Now, then. Without further delay, let us escort you to the preliminary venue. They seem to be our opponents. Well then, let me explain the preliminary rules first. The preliminaries will be held as continuous battles. Participants will fight against members of other groups until they forfeit twice. There isn't a specific win requirement to advance, is there? That's correct. As soon as you forfeit twice, the preliminary will end for you, and you'll have to wait for further instructions. Your score will be determined by the number of wins you have accumulated at the end of the round. Once all preliminaries have concluded, the top 8 groups with the highest scores will advance to the finals. It's quite dirty, isn't it? It's a malicious method for mere selection. Even though forfeiting seems safe at first glance, those who have come here with the resolve to give up cleanly are unlikely. Considering that the final match of the martial arts competition's tomorrow, it's like running a long-distance race where the end is uncertain and you can't see ahead. The moment you lose even a slight of control, everything will fall apart. Despite the inconvenience, they decided to personally greet each participant separately for this reason. To prevent the participants from estimating the total number of people participating in the competition. But, was it necessary to go this far? This doesn't seem like a preliminary round for a competition, but rather. Hey, Choi. What are you suddenly doing without saying anything? Don't worry, young master. Since preserving stamina is crucial, it's only right for someone like me, with lacking skills, to step up. Don't worry too much. I'll definitely win. Before the martial arts match, let me briefly introduce the backgrounds of the opponents you'll be facing. Hailing from the Korean peninsula, they are yokai from the Red Centipede Cave. Despite their young age, both siblings have reached the level of extraordinariness. Not resorting to cannibalism and rising to the level of extraordinariness, it's evidence that they are on a different level from ordinary beings who have entered the human world. Got it? If you think you can't handle it with your abilities, retreat. The other team consists of 2 practitioners of martial arts. One of them was affiliated with the Bureau of Sacred Waters. I heard that the Bureau of Sacred Waters is where the strongest humans gather, but being affiliated means they're not anymore, right? I don't know the details, but that's correct. Perhaps. There's no need to talk too much. You can roughly gauge their abilities just by looking at them. I was curious about the level of these martial artists called guardians. But it seems they're not as formidable as I thought. Judging from the aura of the one walking towards us, they're at best in the lower ranks of yokai. Is the one behind him at least on par with a special class? I have one question: if the opponent dies before forfeiting, am I responsible? No, you're not. Everyone has prepared for potential accidents during the tournament. So, is this the grand feast of the Dragon Palace? I'll take care of both of them. Why? The reason for the preliminary round being continuous battles is not to conserve strength. It's to kill and eat the opponent before them forfeiting and become as strong as possible. What? Then, brother, don't worry. It'll be my little sister's first taste of human flesh. Of course, we should enjoy it together. Come first. You showed courage by bringing this young and tender body to this place. As an elder, I'll yield a move. You're so audacious and impetuous. That's not giving way. It's aiming for a quick counterattack before the forfeiture. But Choi Sai-woo is not the kind to easily give in to such a plan. As I felt last time, at least in terms of fighting, your intuition and sense are quite impressive. That backhand, could it be? Earth Dragon Poison Kick. The flow of the next moment was created by 2 variables. The boy had already faced someone that used a poison-type intrinsic skill. With that bitter experience, and information about the yokai being centipedes, he predicted the opponent's moves. Before becoming a half-yokai with goblin's blood and the talent of a guardian, he was a first-rate martial artist who mastered various martial arts. Perhaps everyone here will see for the first time. A martial arts from a distant continent across the sea. Rabo de Araya. What kind of playful movement is this? There's no power or effect that defies natural laws. It's just efficient. Like all martial arts created by ordinary humans, they're just movements born out of the desire to pursue strength from a weak body by any means. Gallopant. TL/C, it means galloping. What? He managed to hit him 3 times with that playful movement. Not bad. He perfectly seized the initiative. The problem is, the base power difference, huh? The righteous chi that Saiwu possesses as a guardian is at a beginner level. Because of this difference, even with 3 clean hits, he couldn't deal significant damage to the opponent. How long do you think those petty movements will work? Just once. If he just defends and counters once. Then, you won't get hit 4 times. What? The life force of yokai is truly resilient. Although there might be differences depending on the species and strength, it's not uncommon for them to recover even after losing a significant portion, or even most, of their bodies. However, even for yokai with extreme regenerative abilities, there exists an organ that cannot be restored under any circumstances. The yokai bead. To yokai, it's their other heart. No, it might even be more than that. Give it back, even if it manages to regenerate again, it'll only be the yokai bead that was in the same state as when it was born. And yokai must start over from scratch, rebuilding everything accumulated throughout their lifetime. Give it back. Is it okay to do that? That person stole my elder brother's yokai bead. That has nothing to do with the tournament. You're trying to force the wrong person. Rather than following the rules of the tournament, there is a much more certain solution, you know. Either kill me or knock me down to retrieve your elder brother's yokai bead. It's simple. I'm telling you this in advance, whether you take my body whole and eat it or whatever, I won't mind. What is this? Just from the feeling of his energy, he seems nothing special. Is this the level of human martial artists? If this servant is already at this level, how strong must the master be? Indeed, there was a reason why the former minister brought him here with trust. It's an extraordinary feat. Excellent skills and senses to overcome the difference in pure energy. Not only that, but saving your strength till the last moment, and dispersing your energy instead of concentrating it, was an excellent move. If he had shown such explosive power from the beginning, he would never have allowed such a vulnerable opening. I dare to guess from his energy that he's still at the beginning of his practice, but he'll surely become a skilled practitioner as he accumulates more energy in the future. Because he's talented. It would be troublesome to deal with opponents of that level. Actually, I didn't think so. Yushin's plan was simple. The mask he gave to Saiwu not only hides his yokai energy, but also suppresses its release. Also, in the case of humans, even if they have talent in martial arts, training is essential to cultivate it. Rapid growth through predation like yokai is almost impossible. Naturally, while wearing the mask, Saiwu became a novice guardian with the talent of a high-class yokai. So even though he has the talent, he lacks the practice necessary. So, originally, this was inevitable. And roughly, it would have flowed like this. I'm sorry for not being helpful, it's okay, it happens. And above all, it's just the beginning, right? You still have endless potential to become stronger as a martial artist. Just trust me. I'll teach you all the skills and secrets of martial arts that I know as much as possible. Together, we'll combine our strengths to seize victory. Yushin. This is where Yushin's plan roughly ends. In fact, Yushin's reason for recommending Saiwu to participate in the Dragon Palace martial arts tournament was not simply for the performance in the tournament, but an attempt to change Saiwu's direction. Yokai and Guardian. Saiwu possesses both talents at the highest level. And above all, both are in the early stages of development. So Yushin thought, what if I nurture Choi Saiwu's martial arts talent? Anyway, at this point, the difference between the two talents isn't significant. No, considering his explosive growth, it's almost non-existent. If there's a suitable opportunity to support his growth to greatness, perhaps his martial arts prowess could restrain the nature of yokai. Of course, with his talent alone, it wouldn't be a loss. Anyway, if that guy wants to become the Demon King to gain the power to protect as many people as possible, if you think only about that purpose, honestly, becoming successful as a martial artist is much more realistic. He's such a kind person that it's pitiful. That's why he's probably trapped in meaningless agony, even with power. Saving everyone is impossible by any means other than becoming the Yokai King. The world 6 months from now, a hell of survival of the fittest, where individual strength is powerless. No matter how powerful you are, you have to live according to the new laws. Trying to change those laws, turning all yokai into enemies and falling down, but being respected and revered by the many people you protect and lead, a life as a successful martial artist is much happier. Once he stands in that position, he'll have no choice but to realize and accept reality. Even if he resents it midway, this is the only answer for him. In this tournament, I'll definitely make him into a martial artist. I'll concede. We lost. There, I said it. Do we have to kneel? No, then, let's conclude this match with a victory for Kim Yushin. Any actions that harm either side from now on. Elder brother. Are you okay? Can you regenerate? That's tough, doesn't always go as planned. You better remember this day clearly. You wagered the name of the entire Red Centipede Cave, and you'll pay more than double the price for what you took today. On that time, it'll be on a different level from now. Not bad. Whenever, with however many people, I hope you'll come find me. At that time, I'll be even more prepared than I am now. What was that just now? That human felt like an entirely different existence for a moment. An imposing presence that could rival our palace generals. And the feats he had shown in the previous match, is such a person, really common in the world? No, originally, can humans really? Lady Kong. Didn't you just announce the end of the match? Why are you standing still? I am sorry. Then, I'll step back with the two I'm in charge of. So, are we going to fight the next opponent right away? Not exactly. Proceeding with the preliminaries in that way could be unfair. Preliminary matchups always start simultaneously. Even now, somewhere, other participants' matches are in full swing. Starting simultaneously with the match that ends last, the next round of matchups begins approximately 15 minutes later. Does finishing the matches early mean more time for rest? It seems saving strength isn't the only strategy. Are there no facilities or medications provided for rest? I'm sorry, but that's correct. While you were asked to cherish and serve regardless of passing or failing the preliminaries, during the preliminaries, you can't use anything other than what you already have with you. If you have something with you, then you can use it, right? That's. This charm is a token we only give to very special customers as our Scholars Assembly's signature. It's not just an item used to prove membership in the Scholars Assembly. If you use this charm, you can instantly summon our Assembly's services. It can be used anytime, anywhere on Earth. And the same goes for places beyond this world. This charm, that's right, it's the VVIP pass for the Scholars Assembly. Where did you get this? Our elder must have gone to such lengths to get this. What are you saying, sir? Didn't you personally entrust it to me when you left the house? You can bring this much, you said. That's true. Hey, you, it's not that I forgot to say that I told you to take it from the house. If you make it sound like that, what will happen? If this place was indeed the main palace of the Dragon Palace, it would be a problem, but this is an annex where the armed generals train outside the Dragon Palace. As long as the summon merchant doesn't directly interfere with the martial arts, purchasing items for a price is not a problem. However, to add a bit more context, such summons naturally recharge energy and consume items depending on the distance of the summon. Considering that this place is far from civilization, you could probably only summon once today. Considering this, it would be wise to decide when to call the merchant. These participants are more interesting than I thought. However, I'm not sure if they're the talents His Majesty is looking for. They might achieve quite good results in the tournament. Then, let's see what happened with the other matches. Since the match here just ended so quickly, the matches elsewhere are probably still ongoing. There shouldn't be too much overwhelming difference in skills among the participants. What is this? Not just here, but 5 matches have also already ended. Ugh. I can't understand this at all. They were clearly given 2 chances to live. Are these creatures of the land collectively losing their nerve? A truly overwhelming skill, to instantly kill 2 yokais belonging to the upper ranks. When she said she'd participate in the tournament alone, I thought it was just arrogance. Is this what they call the celestial ascension, from being born as a lowly creature to reaching the realm of gods? I'll ask for the first and last time. The prize determined for the winner of this game is, as I heard, right? Why yes, that's correct. His Majesty has a great interest and expectation for this tournament. In addition to various treasures and riches that'll be bestowed to the top winners, if you win the championship, you'll have the right to choose any treasure from the palace's treasury. His Majesty plans to accompany the winner to the treasure chamber and provide advice on which treasure to choose. There's no need for that. Just tell them. Even if it's a treasure chamber, it won't be much different from a mountain of firewood. There's only one thing I'm interested in. It's the legacy left by my great-grandfather, Sun Wukong, that he left behind in this dragon palace. This should be fine. Even if left alone without any intervention, it'll still live. So, are you also planning to intervene? Sorry, but I don't think I can give you much time to think. If there's no response even after 3. No, 5 seconds, I'll consider it as a willingness to fight and attack. I concede. They're more skilled than I thought. Well, it's a real opportunity just before the main event. They must have gathered from all over. Still, I need to aim for a high ranking so that way, I can receive something worthy enough to cage the yokai that's haunting Sealwa. Now that I'm here, I'll give it my best shot. If the schedule takes more than a day, it should have been mentioned beforehand. We couldn't even close the shop properly. It says, open, on the storefront. Where did they go? What's the matter? Honestly, the store is closed half of the week based on your brother's mood. That's strictly for maintaining quality and introducing new items. Honestly, the coffee at your place is just average. Your regulars come because they recognize his face. Is that so? Madam, may I ask you something? I'm not sure if I can provide an answer, but... Do you happen to know if my friend participated in the martial arts competition? Please, just check if that friend participated or not. If it's just about one friend, it's Choi Saiwoo. The name Choi Saiwoo doesn't seem to be on the list. Participating name, Choi Makdal really? That's a relief. The chance of that guy being here is low, but if you're so worried, it might have been better to tell him directly. Don't make assumptions. Telling Saiwoo something like that would have the opposite effect. He would probably follow along saying he could handle it, right? Still, as you said, there's no way he would participate. He came here to seek resolution, so he's probably with that friend today. Because I don't think he's the kind of person who would bring Saiwoo to a place like this. Is it a cold? The 4 matches that followed after that. Choi Saiwoo had a surprising 5 consecutive victories. It's amazing, it's... Hey, Saiwoo, give me your hand. His energy isn't completely depleted yet. It's almost bottomed out, but considering the total amount this guy has, it should have ran out a few times already. Minimizing unnecessary losses, and only consuming the necessary energy at every moment. It's basic, but... The problem is that he probably learned it on his own without any guidance. Turn around and sit on the floor. Take off your shoes. Like this. Well, you'll get used to it soon enough. Anyway, the position you're doing is the lotus position, specifically, the posture of the half lotus. It's the most basic posture for controlling energy. Remember the direction of your legs. This might sting a bit. Do you feel it? I just infused my energy into your body. From now on, when I press on your back, you inhale, and when I release, you exhale. In the human body, there are pathways where energy flows, and the intersections of those pathways are called acupoints. Out of the hundreds of acupoints in your body, I've blocked a total of 64. When you inhale, 32 are blocked, and when you exhale, the other 32. Blocking different acupoints according to the breath is the basis of the focused mind technique. Right now, I'm infusing energy in blocking the acupoints for you, but eventually, you'll have to do it yourself. By doing this breathing exercise, it'll activate the body's recovery ability and absorb energy. 2. Not 3. This opponent is quite bold. Instead of choosing a partner for a 2-on-1, they've decided to participate alone. That's the granddaughter of the legendary Sun Wukong from Mount Wagwa on the Midland continent. Is that a human? Yes. He is a descendant of a clan that leads a special organization called the Bureau of Sacred Waters. Having protected this land for 1,000 years, with a lineage that spans generations, it's surely not an ordinary martial arts family. Everyone has a lineage. It's the quality that matters. Without a doubt, Xiaohui, the person who fought with Sealwa at the department store. He only managed to withstand 2 attacks, but even that alone allowed Saiwoo to gauge Xiaohuai's ability. Saiwoo gave his all to reach his peak. But those yokais can do what Saiwoo does at his best with just their casual attacks. They're yokais belonging to the level of spirits as Yushin mentioned before. Why isn't my body moving? I can't let Yushin face this alone. Keep still since I've immobilized you. And don't forget to breathe following the sensation from the acupoints. If your breath timing is off, you'll end up in a dire situation, you know. If you've tried to get into a stance 5 times, you should know when to back off. I think it's meaningless at this point. It would be best to concede. Seeing that he's unharmed, it seems like there's still one more chance. If you wait longer, you'll either die or regret not surrendering sooner. That's what it was. Considering that he fought 5 times alone, his condition still seems fine. Granddaughter of Sun Wukong or whatever, you survived just fine because you had a title that sounded reasonable. Just trust your ancestors and live on without getting injured, and those who overlook such things, compared to the level of the competition, it's really disappointing. Or are yokais inherently that stupid, no, naive? Maybe their long lifespans make them relatively slow to mature mentally. Magic, taming the divine wind. Hair. It's fast. It's not just about speed, there's grace in every movement. But even so, why is Yushin just avoiding the attacks? It's not like the situation is so dire that he can't even counterattack. Up until now, there have been 4, no, maybe 5 opportunities. Saiwa's eyes were accurate. While yokai's bodies are tough, they are by no means invincible. And Yushin's body and sword are weapons refined to cut through them. Yet, despite that, hesitating to attack, it's an instinctual intuition. What's this? Instead of the pillars, the circular floor is being supported by water. Well, shape or whatever, either way, it's normal that it doesn't move. 5 rounds of matches. Despite being hit by numerous significant impacts, there was not even a tremor, let alone a vibration. The structure of this arena floor might be designed to dissipate the impact it receives into the surrounding water. Whatever the principle may be, it must have been an impact that exceeded the limit of that shock absorption device. Just considering the weight alone, it's tens of tons, maybe even more than that. Wait. The abilities of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, known through myths and folktales, are truly boundless. But before he reached the realm of demigods, the abilities he had when he was just a mere yokai are hardly known today. You were acting so cocky as if you were invincible, but you had a reason for it. A spirit born from the abundant energy. To the other things I've encountered before, I gave them an extra chance, but in your case, I'll make an exception. Her unique magic is controlling her own weight, no, mass. Do you know who you're speaking to so arrogantly? Feel the difference in our strength and think about it carefully. The difference. It's my job to overcome and turn situations like this around. Yover. I'm so tired, and hungry, I can't move, anymore. Don't just lie down, get up and train. We still have an hour until dinner. Since we're here, let's make the most of this hour. Fill yourself up productively and dinner will taste even better, right? Now, grab your sword and start training. Why is it always me? The others just have morning training and then fool around like they're on a spiritual retreat or something. If they say they're cleansing their hearts, they must have dirty ones to begin with. So, why am I not given these heart-cleansing tasks? It's because I'm me, isn't it? If I were like the others, they'd have done it already. That's exactly it. People and swords have a lot in common. They need to be forged for a long time to become strong and good swords, but in the end, it's the quality of the steel that matters most. If the iron used as a material is of poor quality, it simply can't withstand the pounding. Young master, you're like sturdy timber that won't break no matter how hard you hit it, so you should pound it as much as possible. If you said that just to cheer me up, it's a complete failure. I never wanted to do this in the first place, whether it's martial arts or leading a gang. Those who do it because they want to are a dime a dozen. Why do you feel so reluctant? I just don't want to do it, that's all. There's no other reason. It's not cool, that's why. 1 in 10,000. The probability of being born with the minimum qualities required to become a shaman. Breaking through that probability to hone the skills needed to stand against humanity's enemies. Well, it sounds quite romantic when you just listen to it. The so-called heir of the gang, wasting time on trivial matters like this. When you think about where half of the flowing blood comes from, it's not hard to understand the occasional base temperament that surfaces. Think about where the other half comes from and what you gain and enjoy there. Do you understand? Well, I knew what I was getting into. No regrets. What? Honestly, it's terrifying, but, if I had just ignored it, I would have felt even worse, couldn't have stood it. It was something I wanted to do and my own problem. I'll do my best to handle the aftermath. Still, I'm pretty good at running away or avoiding what doesn't suit me. I'll figure something out, I guess. Where should I sit? Here, there's an empty seat. Looks like there aren't many close friends in the class. If you have nowhere else to sit, you can sit here. Oh, I usually sit at the front, because I'm short. Stop being petty and sit down. You're not getting any smarter by acting cocky. I can't exactly boss you around, but as long as you stick with me, you shouldn't get into trouble. You said your name was Choi Saiwoo. I'm Kim Yushin. Well, I don't think our school life will be all smooth sailing. So, let's get along. This is extraordinary. It can't be just a coincidence. This place was used for generations by the generals of the main palace for training, a stage that has stood firm for thousands of years reduced to that state with just one footstep. And it wasn't even an all-out effort, just a light strike. Such power, it's too massive for a young human barely 20 years old to withstand. It's over, this match. Looking back, I think what made me decide to leave home was indeed because of that night. Among all the humans I know in this world, he's the closest to being a protagonist in a story. I will become the yokai king. He, who was once considered a mere ordinary human, a subject to be protected in the near future, uttered such words. Of course, my thoughts on those words haven't changed. It's an improbable, nonsensical statement with no possibility. However, that was quite impressive. Surprising, isn't it? It'll be different from what you thought about human shamans. Choi Saiwoo is a bit lacking. He needs to wake up and have a realistic perspective. But unfortunately, I'm quite exceptional. But to be friends with such a guy, I might need to be a bit childish, too. Come to think of it, Yushin, we were in middle school together, right? Back when we were growing up and going through crazy times. Back then, high school seniors would come to us saying they'll beat us, and lots of them came from some crew. Did you use your abilities to overpower them? That's impossible. As a member of the Shamans Association, we have pride. We wouldn't do that to such people. The guys we took down back then, I only used basic techniques. I see, you really are amazing, Yushin. Honestly, I've used it a few times. You're saying there won't be any need for me to hit them. On the first day of school, chaos erupted like a snowball, and two individuals had to face opponents from all over Seoul for the next 3 years. Saiwa thought, maybe if we just apologize and take one hit, it'll be over, but Yushin, who was secretly enjoying the situation quite a bit, rejected that notion. Despite appearing easy targets, Saiwu endured numerous attacks, yet he never struck back even once. By high school, no one dared to mess with these two. What in the world? The previous strike was more powerful than I anticipated. Even the generals of the palace, except for the Grand General, would have considered evasion the best strategy. Of course, even if he evaded, he would have been cornered soon enough. It would only be a matter of time before they met the same fate. But just stepping 1 foot forward caused this much impact. How much heavier could it possibly get? Yokai Technique Threefold Divine Wind. Is this the same as the previous rain attack? But all three strands are far more powerful than the initial attack. With such expendable magical tools, even throwing 10 of them wouldn't be able to block a single strand. Again. It didn't even seem like a strike with that much force. But to cleave through that fierce yokai power in one go? Is the attack I just deflected coming back? Considering she's still maintaining her stance, it's likely direct control rather than auto-tracking. D***M. It could be seen as an expected outcome, but, when you confidently cut through the first wind, I thought 3 strands of wind would be insufficient. I guess 2 winds were your limit. It's a rather anticlimactic ending, compared to what I had hoped for. This is the worst. He must have used up almost all of his energy to survive the attack just now. That would be many times more lethal than his immobile left arm. Even if he survives, after this duel, both will be practically incapacitated for battle. A record of 5 consecutive wins is already impressive, though. The last, 3rd strand. I'll crush you completely, from above. He has plenty of time to forfeit. Does he insist on courting unnecessary death? You are so foolish, to the point of being pitiable. Wow. Just now, it wasn't the power of his sword that cut it. His injury had left half of his body incapacitated, with almost imperceptible energy. Even after splitting the divine wind in half, he can't possibly overcome the aftermath and should have fallen to the ground. If it's a part of some human-use sorcery, why didn't he use it in the second round? It's not just about his strength or energy, there must be some other specific condition. Aren't you so relaxed? Your opponent is sprawled out, practically offering their back, yet you insist on your no-touch rule. I'd like to give in, but it seems I can't do that anymore. Naturally, it's just a bluff. In the current situation, Yushin was literally on the brink of defeat. His reserve energy that could be considered as the stake was depleted by the divine wind strike that hit once. The handheld cards were a body with one arm immobile. And the two surviving sections of the barrier it had withstood the earlier shock were weapons equivalent to small high-explosive bombs or tools that could be used as footholds. None of these were sufficient to face the monster in front of him, which is an utterly inadequate situation. Nevertheless, despite all that, he charged in. But why was that? Perhaps Xiao Fei, who faced that recklessness, chose close combat rather than long-range magic out of at least minimal respect for the opponent who had shown more than expected, or TCH. Unique yokai technique, Tai Mountain's pressure. To literally amplify the caster's mass to the level comparable to a mountain. As a result, even simple martial arts techniques can exert the power to change the terrain. And the density increases in proportion to the weight, meaning the durability also increases accordingly. In other words, to defeat the caster of Tai Mountain's pressure, one would need the power to crush or cleave a mountain itself. Earlier, Yushin managed to avoid Xiao Fei's attack precisely because he saw through these points. To attempt to cleave a mountain with all his might would result in nothing but breaking and bending, and only Yushin's arm and sword would remain. Just now, it felt more like a scratch than a sword strike. Perhaps he tried to cut through with the same principle as splitting the divine wind. But it didn't go through. No, even if it had gone through, it would have been meaningless, Xiao Fei thought. Tai Mountain's pressure is a proud mark and a blessing of her innate lineage. Until now, there hasn't been a single opponent who has come close to her, the mountain. What are you talking about again? Your training wasn't meaningless at all. When did I say such a thing? Well, let's just say it's not entirely baseless. To be precise, it's about whether humans can defeat yokais. Some might be able to defeat a few stragglers. But what I'm talking about is beyond that, the natural-born yokais among their community. We don't need to discuss physical strength and endurance. Simply breathing fills one with energy and extends lifespan tenfold. The only weakness might be neglecting training, but those targeting the yokai king wouldn't overlook that. And most importantly, what about their unique yokai techniques? I've been reading some dusty old books at home lately. I'll bring them in for you. Extermination methods based on yokai characteristics. There are weaknesses, elemental affinities, useless confidence-shattering abilities. It's understandable not to wipe out all yokai or not defeat the strongest among them. At least, to survive in a world where they roam freely, you should handle someone around the 8th rank or so. Training an ordinary person to pierce steel, you're right. Seriously? No matter how much someone trains, they can't pierce steel. Even if it were just me, I might handle some average yokai, but as you mentioned, when those born with extraordinary abilities appear, there's no way to withstand them. I might handle a few of the lesser spirits, but facing a true yokai head-on would likely end in defeat. Wait a moment, isn't it inappropriate for someone of your stature to say that? However, there's something you need to understand, Master. Something as hard as steel and actual steel are fundamentally different, and the difference is greater than you think. Was there one strand of the previous rain sword left? Perhaps he expected it for defense, but that wasn't necessary. Wrong answer. Neither strand of the rain sword is for defense. It's to momentarily distract Xiao Fei. And the slight disruption caused by that was just to create one more opportunity. No matter how skilled the yokai's technique is, it's a temporary phenomenon made of energy, akin to a mirage. Ultimately, if you can read the energy flow that composes it, what are you talking about, sir? Uncle, did you also enjoy martial arts novels? It seems like you've read more than me. If there's something like that from the start, why didn't you tell me? It's not like Uncle's character to start with theories, since you can't actually do them, right? That's right. Even if I spend the rest of my life training, I might or might not reach it, and the same goes for you. But if you were serious, young master, your words would be very different. The technique that Yushin grasped for the first time through this battle is a miraculous ability among the supernatural abilities of shamans, an ability placed in an extremely unrealistic realm. Such miracles were referred to as divine techniques by the old shamans. Divine technique, conclusion, and today, one of them has been revived by a genius. Long ago, in ancient China, there was a butcher with remarkable skills. His movements while slaughtering cattle were as smooth as flowing water, and not a single drop of blood stained his knife. Amazed by his skill, a king asked him, "How astonishing! How did you achieve such a level of mastery?" The butcher replied, "A common butcher changes their knife once a month because they recklessly cut through bone, whereas an excellent butcher changes their knife once a year because they cut through the flesh of the cattle. However, I do not look at the cattle with my eyes. I perceive the body of the cattle through the workings of my mind, following the principles of heaven. Therefore, my knife does not encounter any obstacles as it moves through the spaces between the skin and flesh, between the bones and meat. By following these principles, I have moved my knife for 19 years, slaughtering thousands of cattle, and yet my knife remains as sharp as if it were just sharpened. You have truly grasped the path of nurturing life, and so, the king said while he is in awe." This story and the butcher's skill are collectively referred to as. Among the shamans of the Korean peninsula, this is known as killing blow, a divine technique. Properly wielded, its power is so devastating that even the most formidable adversaries have never been allowed to catch their breath, proving fatal even to the proudest of warriors. Over the past few hundred years in the Korean peninsula, it has been an achievement unmatched by any shaman. Yet at this moment, the boy didn't particularly feel a sense of accomplishment. No, to be precise. It's not that he felt anything at all. What a pity. With such outstanding skills, it wouldn't have been a big setback to yield just once. Fortunately, he was able to hold his breath till the end. Whether it's arrogance or confidence, I hope he'll assess his opponents with a bit more discernment next time. He's not so foolish. It's not because he misjudged his opponent, but precisely because he judged her accurately that he made his move. What are you talking about? Throughout this confrontation, the mysterious swordsmanship he displayed was incredibly unpredictable. Despite effortlessly dismantling attacks that seemed unstoppable to anyone, when faced with other attacks of similar power, he had enough room to either dodge or counter, yet he didn't. Perhaps due to the severe depletion of energy, or the inability to use such attacks continuously in a short period, I thought the same as well. But I realized after observing their defense before the final clash. Despite attempting strikes that couldn't penetrate towards the opponent with an injured body, even though he knew it was futile and risky given the conditions or limitations. In other words, it means intended to use it but couldn't. In other words, could it be that he wanted to complete an unfinished technique through this battle? What is that supposed to mean? Make some sense. It would be easier to accept if he was arrogant or foolish. Are you saying he deliberately risked his life to perform, knowing he couldn't win against the opponent? Of course, this is just my speculation, perhaps the opponent also thinks the same way, hence the current reaction. The reason Xiao Fei can stand is because of her overwhelming recovery ability. Even if she is not from a race with a strong advantage in regeneration, the vitality and recovery ability of yokai correspond to the individual's strength. For yokai with a certain level of strength, even if they lose half or more of their body, they can still survive and regenerate. It's certain that Yushin's sword cut through Xiao Fei in half. Another way to look at it is that it was only a single effective hit. At the very moment when the divine sword passed through, Xiao Fei's body had already begun to regenerate. However, despite that, the reason Xiao Fei's mind momentarily froze was because experiencing such exceptional recovery was a first in Xiao Fei's life. Literally, it's an ability that stands tall like a mountain, not yielding to any external threats. Xiao Fei possessed this ability since birth, unlike creatures with flesh and blood who experience trials and errors. She had no experience of wounds and injuries. For someone like her, the experience of having her body split in two by a sword was excessively intense. And I guess that's still a state where continuation is possible. Does the other person intend to continue the fight? That is not yet certain. Not certain. What do you mean? Just ask them directly. That's true. However, asking that question might be a bit difficult right now. Though I didn't notice immediately, he seemed to lose focus on the battle since the first exchange of moves. No matter what words are spoken, he remains silent, focusing only on his breathing. I've heard stories about getting deeply immersed in breath training, to the point of losing track of time due to the locked consciousness. It's remarkable that such immersion is possible amidst all this chaos. Anyway, if he continues in that state, we might have to conclude that neither of them can continue the fight. That would be better for them too. No need for that. This is clearly my defeat. I concede. If the parties involved in the fight acknowledge it, there's no issue. Still, that's enough. If there's no issue, then that's enough. Admitting defeat once is sufficient. I'm grateful for the valuable experience he's given me. If he had been proficient in that swordsmanship from the beginning, from the start of the match, I would have already died several times. Thanks to him, I've experienced defeat and realized how reckless I was, and what I need to improve. If we meet again next time, I promise to completely overwhelm you without showing the recklessness of today. It's over now. There's nothing more to see here, so let's quickly move to the next location. The other participants' matches aren't over yet. The location of the Dragon's Palace is unpredictable. Wow. It feels like I slept deeply, but I don't feel like I actually slept that much. Anyway, I heard you talking as I woke up. You don't need to forfeit. Just continue with the match, with me. Are you trying to render meaningless the opportunity gained through your teammates' efforts? No, if I had obtained the forfeit, I would have graciously accepted it. However, the colleague I know would never accept something like that. He'd say, if you lost, you lost. A victory taken without a fight is meaningless, so. Are you saying you'll defeat me? Well, I just thought this was the right thing to do. Regardless of my chances of winning, of course, I'll still try my best to win if I can. Despite what I might think, you believe you have a good chance of winning. Something feels off was a sentiment shared by everyone present. But the one who felt it most concretely was the yokai who knew the boy from earlier. In the meantime, what exactly happened here? It's only been a few minutes. The boy who woke up again was clearly a different entity from before. I'll say this in advance, your colleague is an extremely special case. You won't have that opportunity. If you're going to do something now, it's better to come from your side. It's because if I go, people close to me will get involved. That makes sense. There's no need for unnecessary words or mental battles. The changes within her due to experiencing defeat and pain for the first time in her life and growth. Even without realizing it myself, Xiao Fei also yearned for a new battle. On the other hand, the boy is still in a state with many limitations. Still, his spiritual energy and magic remain sealed off, and even if there is a little recovered energy, he doesn't know sophisticated and delicate magic like Yushin. Nevertheless, despite that, he's a boy who confidently faces yokais who already know his strength. Since the other participants' battles have ended, in order to proceed, I acknowledge Xiao Fei's concession and have them moved elsewhere. Please don't be too upset. There's no reason to be upset. It's true that I admitted defeat. And, perhaps the result would have been my victory, but considering what could have happened, it's fortunate for you that it ended early. Even so, I'm quite curious about something. My mount crushing an egg. What exactly happened when it collided with that? I understand the desire to continue the battle, but once the concession was made, it became an irreversible match. If the fight had continued from there, it would have been considered a private duel among guests rather than a martial arts match. Of course, if you had been prepared for that, our interference would have been excessive. No, if the result couldn't be reversed, it's only natural to prevent it. Seeing the young master fall as soon as I woke up, I realize I may have been somewhat reckless as well. I'm relieved to hear that, but is he alright? It doesn't seem like there's any major injury at first glance, but while it's not certain, he should be fine. His pulse and breathing rhythm seem normal. It's definitely the breathing technique Yushin taught me. Just like before, he is recovering subconsciously by regulating his breath. Well, you'll have to continue with the next opponents, but if you're not up for it, should we proceed with your forfeit this time? Let's first see their opponent, Arg. Raizu. What the? Why are you here? Hey, it's okay. I'm here now. It's really fortunate that we managed to get Reiju back. Because having Reiju means, that person is here too. Our current opponents are both human. They're exceptionally skilled fighters and have the same class. One of them is a former top warrior of the Bureau of Sacred Waters. And the other is their servant. The Bureau of Sacred Waters, wait, isn't that the person over there? Both of them are human. That's right. It's Kim Yushin. He's the one who guided us to our accommodations when we first arrived in Korea. A former top warrior means he's no longer with the Bureau of Sacred Waters. Given everything that's happened, it's understandable that members might leave, but I thought he was going to be the next head. From the looks of his injuries, his last battle must have been tough. Anyway, this is quite a tricky situation. Both of them are human, that can't be right. No matter how I look at it, that's the person from before. I was confused at first too, wondering if they were yokai or not, but the Dragon Palace wouldn't have such poor judgment. Similar height, same build, and the fact that Kim Yushin knew him already. Well, I'll go talk to him. Well, we still have to do what we have to do. So, nice to meet you. I'm Yoshihiro Kira, I'm Japanese. You might have heard about me from Kim Yushin. My sister and I are here in Korea on business. We briefly met Mr. Yushin upon our arrival. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Makdal, and I serve the young master. So, he's Japanese, he speaks Korean very well though. I don't know how you'll take this, but, would you consider forfeiting? I don't think so. And I don't see why we should. I didn't think it through. If you could just pretend you didn't hear that, I'd appreciate it. He seems different from my first impression. I know it's a pathetic thing to say, but, fighting against another human just doesn't feel right. I didn't train my skills for this kind of battle. Your brother seems to have a gentle nature. From what I've seen of his abilities, he should be able to win with skill alone, yet he's bowing his head. He just lacks seriousness. No need to apologize so much. Even if it's a bit out of the blue, it wasn't an offensive suggestion, and I understand your reluctance to fight another human. So, may I propose a different way to settle this? To find a way we can both agree on, and avoid anyone getting seriously hurt or risk our lives. Let's exclude the use of magic or enchanted tools and fight only with our spirits and physical skills. Honestly, I'm confident when it comes to my skill in physical combat. I don't know what kind of training you've undergone as a warrior, Mr. MacDowell. But if you defeat me, I'll forfeit on behalf of my sister as well, so it'll be considered your win against both of us. Hey, who gave you the right to decide that? It's fine. We can't just fight to the death here anyway. Besides, I've been undefeated so far. Even if I lose once, it's not the end. I'm fine with that. I agree with your suggestion. Even though I don't mind the condition of only needing to beat one of you, if we can't come to an agreement, I'm willing to fight both. I'm glad to have found someone reasonable to talk to. Rest assured, the terms I mentioned won't change. I thought we were in for a brutal and intense showdown between undefeated fighters, but one of them can barely move. If they're going to fight in this atmosphere, it'll probably end with just a few moves exchanged. Let's just end it, Ka. Jang Nakyu, a low-ranking officer at the Dragon Palace, serving as a public servant. From a prestigious and skilled family, he's a promising talent. But, he once dreamed of becoming a great general at the Dragon Palace, so he trained in martial arts for many decades of his youth as a yokai, shedding a considerable amount of blood and sweat. Ugh. But reality wasn't so kind. It would have been great if the problem were just about the training methods or efforts. Jang Nakyu's family originated from the sea anemone type of yokai. As a yokai, he lacked any remarkable inherent abilities, and he had no ancestors who had excelled in such traits. For a young yokai full of dreams, it was a harsh and grim reality to overcome. Thus, Jang Nakyu gave up on his dreams. With a fraction of the effort he had put into martial arts, he easily passed the civil service exam. His interest and admiration lingered in his mind. But even after abandoning his dream, that's why he volunteered for this tournament, for a role that other civil officers avoided, considering it bothersome and dangerous. In a way, among the officials of this tournament, he could be considered the most knowledgeable about martial arts. Therefore, the sight before him sent chills down his spine. What's happening? Actually, even without much knowledge of martial arts, it wasn't hard to see what was missing in the fight before him. Probing and caution. Two key elements that should be present in a close combat between skilled fighters. But here, they were completely absent. Only attacks. As if the rule for no use of spells was a license to tear each other apart without hesitation. Both of them are running out of steam. Probably, no, certainly, this exchange will be the final showdown. Why did you stop? You could have finished me. We had an agreement to end this without causing severe injury or death. And we also agreed to only use our physical and spiritual energy. As I thought, it was really him. The mask that broke during the fight was suppressing his demonic power, wasn't it? It's one thing for the Dragon Palace people, but how Yoshihiro will react. The fight was based on the premise that the opponent was human. If he thinks he's been deceived from the start, in that case, he could become very dangerous. I see. A half yokai with mixed blood, you have been suppressing your power with that mask all along. And I didn't even know. Really? You're incredibly impressive. I've never been overpowered in close combat, even against other yokai I've fought. And to think you were fighting with restraints on just now. Battle communication, I guess you could call it. A fierce contest acknowledged by both sides. Not only through sports but also through life and death battles. It's not uncommon for strong bonds to form between both sides. What? What kind of nonsense is this? So, in the end, you broke this. I didn't have any particular attachment to it, but it was an heirloom passed down in my family for hundreds of years. Sorry, Sai, it's fine. It was more symbolic than practical anyway, and after leaving the Bureau of Sacred Waters, it didn't hold much meaning. Besides, the fact that it broke during a hand-to-hand combat with a human is quite surprising. Even though he lost in the end, to have continued a physical fight with Choi Saiwoo for several minutes, it means that his body is well beyond human limits as well. It's a relief you don't seem to be severely injured. I've reported about both of you, or rather, specifically about Choi Saiwoo, to the higher-ups and received their response. To put it simply, the two of you can no longer proceed with the preliminaries. As you already know, this tournament is to commemorate the princess's birthday celebration. Given that high-ranking guests, including the Dragon King, will be watching the finals, having an unknown participant with such a background and lineage is extremely sensitive. Fortunately, we reached Judge Yamong of the Korean Peninsula early, and he verified and vouched for Choi Saiwoo's identity. Thanks to that, this didn't escalate further. There's no excuse. This was my initiative, and I'll take full responsibility if necessary. Why Yushin? Don't worry. As I mentioned, the only responsibility you bear is what I stated before. When I said you can no longer proceed in the preliminaries, I meant that from this moment, you are both on standby. And if, by the end of the remaining preliminaries, your record of 7 wins is good enough, you will proceed to the finals. So we're not disqualified? I haven't heard it directly, but, apparently, the Dragon King himself said, this is quite interesting. It's intriguing to hear rumors of a half-goblin appearing among humans, to have won 7 times without being defeated even with a mask suppressing his yokai power. Well, wouldn't it be quite entertaining? Since Yamong has vouched for him, there's no need to exclude them from the fun. He instructed us to give you both the opportunity to compete in the finals. That's a relief. With 7 wins, the chances of making it to the finals aren't too low. Right? No penalties. They're even giving us another chance. No. There's more to it. Unless the number of participants in this martial arts tournament is unexpectedly high, frankly, 7 wins should be enough to qualify for the finals. In the last match, it was almost certain that I'd finish the preliminaries with 6 wins after getting injured. Even if there are benefits given to finalists based on their win count, from our perspective, it's a purely formal penalty with no real loss. Not just a favor, it feels almost considerate. As if they're saying, make sure to come to the finals. Honestly, I'd like to withdraw right now. The issue is, rejecting this favor might lead to an unpredictable response from the Dragon Palace. From the moment the mask broke, bringing Choi Siwoo here has almost lost its purpose. And above all, he's changed. Is it the mask? Or maybe it's the breathing technique I taught him. Is that so? If it's a change brought by the breathing technique, it's likely a positive one. Yushin. I'll go have a chat with those people for a moment. They said we have time until the other matches end. Yoshihiro. Are you okay? You were bleeding a lot earlier. I'm fine, I'm fine. Being tough is my only strong point. What? Talking so casually already. Oh, right. My sister wanted to meet you. She's been talking about you all week. Wait. When did I say I wanted to meet him? I was just curious about who he is. What kind of wordplay is that? Were you planning to never retrieve Reiju? And putting that aside, Siwoo saved your life. You said you would have died if he hadn't intervened. I'm going to talk with Yushin over there for a bit. Make sure to say everything you want to. That guy, it's been a week since we last met. Is your neck okay? I know the situation was urgent back then, but I think I was too rough. It's fine, it wasn't a serious injury. Even if you had hurt me, it wouldn't have been a problem. I was surprised by my brother's sudden talk, but it's true that you saved my life last time. Thank you. I'm only saying this now when I should have said it a week ago. I just did what had to be done. What is this? We've retrieved Reiju safely, and I've resolved my questions about who this person is. I was wondering if you were safe. The debt of saving my life, I can repay in some way. But what is this feeling? It feels like something is missing. People are often unaware of what they truly want. They gradually come to understand their needs, tastes, and preferences through various experiences and trial and error. Kira Yuzuru. By Korean age, she's 18. If you ask her now, she'd say her ideal type is a bit wild, bluntly put, a guy that's a bit of a jerk. For the past week, Kira Yuzuru has not fully understood the frustration that lingered at the edge of her chest. Aren't you going to eat? Although there were hints when she thought about it. The answer seemed too sudden and out of place to connect with it. It was too absurdly cruel to even joke about. Are you okay? Realizing what she wants from the boy in front of her is something Yuzuru still has to figure out. We've just received word that all the matches are over. We'll immediately escort you to the waiting area. See you later, then. No, let's meet again in the finals. What, wanting to meet again, does it mean anything? It doesn't mean anything in particular. This is a bit troublesome. I didn't expect Yushin to react that way. Did you say something wrong? Yeah, I think I did. A week has passed, and considering that he's the successor, I thought he'd know about it. But he didn't. He only found out after I told him. I hope it didn't shock him too much. Where's Lady Gu? Should we just wait here? Yushin. I don't know what to say. My deepest condolences. I'm truly sorry for your loss. For what? Disaster? I was there a week ago. What happened at the Bureau of Sacred Waters? Could it be that? Please, tell me in detail. What exactly do you mean by disaster? Well, to be honest, we learned about it through unconventional means. As you know, right after the incident in the demolition village a week ago, my sister and I were placed under house arrest and monitored by the people from the Bureau of Sacred Waters in a hotel. You might find this bold, but we were also dispatched to Korea for a mission involving the search and subjugation of dark spirits. So we needed to gather outside information by any means possible. When night came, one of the two people watching us had to leave urgently, so we seized the opportunity. We hypnotized the remaining guard to extract as much information as possible from the Bureau of Sacred Waters. What we learned was that they were tracking a goblin, the main culprit of the daytime incident. A goblin? Yes, not your friend, but Bai Hyung, the goblin leading the dark spirits. I don't know the details, but it seems the goblin named Bai Hyung contacted the Bureau of Sacred Waters first, saying he'd wait in the outskirts of Seoul and revealed his location. So almost all available personnel from the Bureau of Sacred Waters were mobilized to capture Bai Hyung. And then? What happened? I've heard that most of the members of the Bureau of Sacred Waters who went out for the hunt didn't return. About 300 people from both Seoul and the provinces. I've been told that around 90% of the Bureau's forces were killed in the battle against Bai Hyung. Among them were the 4 grandmasters, including your father, the master, Chief Kim Seo-hyun. What? If there's anything I can do to help. Oh no. Yushin. Is it because of your injury? Wait a moment, there must be a doctor nearby. Just leave me alone for a while. What? What did you and Yoshihiro talk about earlier? Someone's at the door. Please wait a moment. Lady Gu. I was wondering why I was summoned suddenly during the tournament, but it turns out to be a ruse to lure me out. There's no time for a lengthy explanation, so please remember what I'm about to say. The person outside this door should not be here. No matter what she says or does, do not get involved. I'm truly sorry, but please forgive me for this brief warning. That person is the youngest princess of our dragon palace. Princess. Why is she here? The princess is very interested in the upcoming martial arts competition. It might be because of you. There's a goblin who's been hiding his identity, piqued her curiosity. I wish I could be there for you, but I've received royal command, so I can't be here. I understand. I'm kind of confused, but I'll certainly be polite and make sure nothing goes wrong. Whisper, could you move Yushin to a quieter place if possible? And maybe even get him some medical attention. Whisper, I'll get to it. Ichem. Ha. There's only one. I would have loved to see both of you, it's a shame, but there's nothing we can do about it. You're the one I wanted to meet anyway. Anyway, nice to meet you, Goblin. My name is Miri, I'm the princess of the Dragon Palace and the future yokai queen. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Si-woo. The word yokai queen came out of nowhere, but the boy didn't question it at all. The reason is very clear. Saiwu, you say? That's a nice name. I like it. The aura emitting off of her was even more intimidating than her words. But, it's weird. Maybe it's because of the human blood in your veins, but you don't look that stupid. Pardon? The king said so. Before I was born, the goblins were the strongest of all the species. But they were all seriously stupid and disappeared after fighting amongst themselves. Besides not being dumb, are you also as strong as a goblin? If what the king said is right, you're the one I need to defeat to become the yokai queen. Right, when you told me not to get involved, you meant this. Sure, I'm aiming to be the yokai king as well, but I don't think this is the time or place for us to fight, at least not right now. Huh? I don't think so. Of course, if it were up to me, I'd give it a try right now. But even I can't do that. I have promised the king. But then, if you're really strong and you won a martial arts competition, you're going to end up fighting me anyway. Our king has 6 children, including me. 2 of my 3 older brothers passed away before I was born. My 2 older sisters got married when I was little. So since I was a kid, the king has been telling me that he wants me to inherit the throne with his son-in-law. Doesn't that mean she still has 1 brother left? But I don't really have any intention of doing that. Why would I settle for something like a dragon queen when I can be the yokai queen? If you become the yokai queen, is there something you wish to accomplish once you're on the throne? How would you like to rule the world? Are you really an idiot after all? When governing, it's only natural to let the people below you think for themselves. The king said so himself. I wonder if the Dragon Palace will be okay. When asked why I want to be yokai queen, I reply with, because everyone wants that title so badly. The yokai in the right are all powerful. A bunch of guys like the Dragon King, who are strong enough to be called kings in their own race or region, each with different goals, fighting each other with all their might. To defeat dreams and strength like that, and taking the title at the end would be marvelous. That's who you call a real king, not the one who inherits the title because of their bloodline. My father doesn't seem to think so, he's of the mindset that I shouldn't get involved in dirty battles. So I decided to make a bet with the king. On my birthday tomorrow, I'll stake my claim to represent the Dragon Palace in the tournament. If it's a bet, then how? It's simple. If I fight the champion of the upcoming martial arts competition and win, I get to go to the right. If I can't do that, I'll leave to get married to one of the winners, according to the king's wishes. Well, he'll be the son-in-law, so I guess I won't really be leaving. Marriage? It's my first time hearing something like that, eh? Yeah, he said that if I say I'm looking for a son-in-law outright, all sorts of people will come and create a commotion. He said that even if we notified the winner only right after winning, what kind of fool would pass up on the chance to have half of the Eastern Ocean? But I'm not sure. But, it's not just men participating, right? What if you were to get married to a woman? It doesn't really matter. I think it's okay if they're good enough to beat me. You really are an idiot. I can just get another concubine and call it a day. He still doesn't get it. Anyways, I'm expecting tomorrow to be the best birthday I've ever had. I've never fought anyone outside of the Dragon Palace before. If it were up to me, I would fight every participant, but I'll have to settle for only fighting the strongest one. Because once I'm at the right, I'm going to be fighting constantly. Still, I wanted to meet my future nemesis at least once, even if I couldn't fight him. Do you have any dreams of becoming the yokai king? I want to hear why you want to be the yokai king. I want to keep the world as it has been for the past 600 years, with yokai and humans separated. To keep humans from being devoured. What? I don't know much about the outside world either, but that is impossible. A king is supposed to be respected and served by his subjects. If you try to govern like that, none of your subjects will follow. I know. But, honestly, I don't know. Even my friends, who are much smarter than me, and who I trust and believe in more than anyone else, call it more of a delusion than a dream. However, even if it's a delusion, I'll do anything to hold on to the slightest possibility. I'm not going to let anyone beat me, including the princess. Is that so? That's what your dream is. I'm really worried. What? I shouldn't be doing this, but I really can't help it. After hearing this right in front of me, I can't take it anymore. My father is going to be so angry, but, oh well. It's a bit of a shame for you, but perhaps you won't make it to the finals. You could die or become incapacitated on the way to the finals. That's why I want to settle it now. I don't know if you're the strongest yokai among the contestants. But you definitely have the dreams that are really worth crushing. Ah. Just in case you can't focus, this is an empty palace, so there isn't anyone to get caught by. And I know saying this isn't going to help much, but, if I get hurt or die, that will never happen because of you. The catastrophe finally arrived. Saiwu realized that she was not an opponent who could be talked out of anything. On the other hand, he felt relief from at least one fact. That she is strong enough to not get hurt or die. I apologize. The yokai are beings that are neither killed easily, nor destroyed permanently. He knows this from prior experiences, so he focuses his energy solely on subduing his opponent. No matter how good her regenerative abilities are, her brain shaking from the blow will affect her no matter what. If the brain is shaking constantly, accumulating vibrations, it's possible to do damage that lasts a little longer than the regeneration. Of course, that's not enough to overpower her. Concussion is just the build-up to a more decisive strike. Saiwu is unaware that the application of the goblin bat, which he spent the last week devising, was once a common technique among goblins. Ghost hunting rope. I didn't realize it would work so neatly, but... Subjugation complete. East Sea Palace, Blue Sea Palace. Who do we have here? Our reliable general, visiting at this late hour without the king's command. Baekgyo, right general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You, who hate the political games and avoid not only the royal court where all officials gather but even the palace grounds itself. If you know it's presumptuous, then swallow your words and speak when you come back next time. For now, this is a time solely for myself. Unlike you, a general who can gracefully ignore unpleasant matters, I am a pitiable monarch who has to deal with them every day. So pitiable, that I need to drink alone like this once a week just to barely manage. And occasionally keeping an eye on the trends of the land is my only solace in life. Your sudden interruption of this precious time is not only a breach of loyalty between sovereign and vassal but also seems discourteous for old acquaintances. Therefore, please withdraw today. I will hear your words after the princess's birthday banquet. But I cannot do that. Your Majesty knows why I am here. It would be meaningless after the princess's birthday banquet. Guards, Is anyone there? The right general is now. Stop, are you really going to do this, brother? Everyone in the palace knows the reason for this martial arts competition being held. Any decision related to the princesses, no, Miri's marriage should not be taken so hastily. Moreover, the candidates are land-based creatures. Princess, no, Miri is. Yes, she is your niece. I suppose you could not hold back your anger. You should have approached me straightforwardly from the start, instead of saying it's presumptuous and all, even a passing bird would laugh at you, you fool. Are you perhaps feeling awkward after not showing your face for so long? Anyway, I cannot agree with this. If it's just for the festival, isn't it enough to let her participate? Although she's still inexperienced, she has potential. Even if winning is difficult, if she gains enough experience. But it won't, which is why I oppose it. The chances of her winning are slim to none, becoming yokai queen is not the issue. The problem is if Miri becomes attached to the land and wants to stay there. What are you talking about? She's only interested in martial arts and fighting. Why would she? She hasn't been out there yet. Once she steps out and breathes in the dusty air of the land, she'll eventually realize that the air she's been breathing here all along is unbearably stifling and salty. I felt the same way when I was young. Even though I started because I was forced to, when the harsh and grueling journey ended, I surprisingly felt regret. If I weren't the only child of the former king, I might have married some woman and rooted myself on land forever. Maybe it's a hereditary condition in our family. Come to think of it, don't you know? My mother was human. Humans were once sacrificed to the sea as tributes. Previous kings and other sea dragon kings often married humans or land monsters in the past. Dragon blood is stronger than you think. Even Miri, who's your niece, doesn't have those ugly shark teeth. That's one reason for bringing in a land-based consort. After all, ruling as a monarch will be Miri's responsibility. By placing a strong partner from the land beside her, her desire to leave might naturally subside. Becchio. I'll tolerate it just this once. Since you address me not as a lord but as an elder brother, I'll also treat you not as a vassal but as a younger brother and overlook this just this once. But if you bring up that topic again, I won't forgive you, even if you're my brother. I see, if even you speak to me like this, then it seems everyone hopes for him to succeed. Just like I firmly decided before, that will never happen. He is unfit. Even if he wasn't imprisoned for his crimes, he would never have inherited the throne. He's not fit to lead, let alone to be a king. He was never suitable to be a leader. When I think about it, my father had quite good luck with children. Having one like me, huh? Lady Gu. Is everyone here today just to ruin my drinking time? Wait, you were supposed to be the guide for the martial arts competition, right? Well. The princess has conveyed a royal command on your behalf, saying His Majesty summons you. Hey, Becchio. Yes. What do you mean, yes? Hurry and stop her now. Before the palace turns upside down. Demon binding rope. The key differences that set this technique apart from a simple binding are twofold. First, the rope's material is made from a goblin club, which transmits the user's strength with 100% efficiency. He might need to improve in many other aspects, but Saiwu's physical prowess is exceptional. Especially his brute strength, which can be considered among the top tier of the yokai in the Korean peninsula. The talent bestowed by his goblin heritage is more intuitive and distinct than anything else, to the point that even the higher-ranked species cannot match it. If only it could end here, it would be perfect, but it ultimately depends on the other side. With this type, even if they are stronger than me, I can suppress them like this. Whether people are around or not, this is still a palace, so there must be some alarm system, and if I hold on, someone will come. But if she is like those two, it would be impossible to keep her bound in this state for long. Fortunately, Saiwu's wish came true. Blue Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts known to protect the East and the family of the Dragon King who rules the East Sea. Not only can they control the water and sea, but also phenomena like storms, thunderstorms, and lightning are said to be under its command, but this is not entirely true. Dragon King, only those at the pinnacle among dragons can wield this kind of limited privilege. The inherent abilities of the dragon race are surprisingly simple and combat-oriented. So, strength alone won't cut it. Alright, then I'll show you something fun. Yokai force typically refers to the quantity of demonic energy possessed by a yokai. But just as important as the quantity are the output and purity of the demonic energy. For a yokai that possesses both, they can exhibit lethal power just by releasing their demonic energy, even without any special magic. Damn, and the race that holds both to the highest degree from birth is the dragon. I've gone too far, haven't I? Rather than the magic, it's more like a natural function, as effortless as breathing. But I had no choice. You made me too excited. Dragon pressure symbolizes the race that stands at the apex of the sea. I knew this would happen. Serves you right, idiot. I thought things might be different this time, but no, it's the same old story as before, isn't it? Acting as if you're something, as if you could overcome anything, only to end with, it's a pity, I still lack strength. Siowa. There's no way I would be here. My body and mind are in shambles, probably dying in some corner of the human world. All because I was cleaning up the mess from that fight you started recklessly without knowing your place. Well, you wouldn't have known. You only acted with pure and selfless intent. Would you have been so reckless if you knew it would turn out like that? In the end, you couldn't save a single person. Innocent people got caught up in the aftermath and almost met a terrible fate. And your friend, Yushin. I wonder what he had to give up because of you. Back then, Yoshihiro and Yushin, what were they talking about? What could they have discussed to bring down such a strong kid? Something must have happened at their place. The deal you and Bai Hyung made back then, or rather. Because you couldn't handle it and backed out like a coward. So, how will it end this time? What luck will our brave and kind Saiwu encounter now? Who will take responsibility and clean up this mess for you? No. That's not. Then stop sitting there like a pitiful wretch and get up, you loudmouthed pig. At least show actions that match your endless resolve. Go and fight like a yokai. Until either you or that thing dies. That's your minimum obligation. Still in that state. I didn't expect him to be this broken. Was I expecting too much? Oh. You can keep going, right? What the heck, that surprised me. Of course. Gladly, as long as you want. The change is different from what Saiwu has experienced so far. It wasn't a new power or skill, only her inner realm has changed. Yo. Saiwu needed two things. If it was an attack that he's not going to be able to defend perfectly, the determination to accept and avoid instant death and the inability to move. And his healing power that keeps it from being a self-inflicted defeat. Arg. Experiencing the goblin bat was fun, but I can't lose either. Focusing the super-dense yokai energy into a point as small as possible, forming it into a bead. And to release that artificial compression once and for all. Bang! Bursting Dragon Jade. The Bursting Dragon Jade is a little different from the usual yokai techniques. Rather than a finely honed technique, it's a bomb created using the properties of pressure. The resulting explosion is an indirect result of the pressure from the chi. You can surround yourself with pressure to protect yourself, but even that's not perfect. Unless it's an enemy you're willing to risk your life to destroy, using this technique is strictly prohibited. But for this girl right now, it's probably irrelevant. If it's simply a fight against a strong opponent, it's happened time and time again. The Dragon King's only cherished successor. Her curiosity and eagerness led many of the strongest men in the Dragon Palace to become her teachers and duel opponents. However, limitations are bound to arise. It goes without saying, but no one takes on the princess as an opponent. A suffocating and unpleasant thirst has been building up inside without her realizing it. A thirst that has gone unfulfilled for decades, only now being quenched for the first time. She was too desperate to care about the prohibition. The motivation may be different, but he is just as desperate. His body was only left as skin clinging to his skeleton due to his exceptional durability and regenerative powers. Even after going way beyond their limits, there was a glint of obsession, no, a will that borders on insanity. The goblin bat is a weapon that changes shape and texture according to the user's needs and envisioning. He can use it to reinforce weakened bones and replace torn muscles. Amazing. Neither for the mind nor the body, but just solely for the sake of pure animosity. For the first time in her life, the princess of the Dragon Palace felt both horror and elation at the killing intent of her enemy. I honestly didn't expect it to get this intense, but no matter how it ends, I don't think I'll ever regret it. I wish it could go on like this forever, but that would be too much to ask, wouldn't it? Well. This is it. I was in a hurry, but seeing how things are, this became simpler than I thought. I'm going to ask only one question. You're a man, right? It's not that important, but I want to see my grandchildren as early as possible. I heard you are a half-breed between a goblin and a human, but I didn't hear what gender you are. Judging by your physique, you seem to be a man. If it turns out you're a woman, that would be a big faux pas. Actually, just saying this might already be rude. It seems our Mira was quite rude to you at first. Thank you for playing along. Saiwu, in his current state, can't fully grasp the situation. I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not here to do anything to you. I'm here to stop this fight. His instincts and intuition clearly recognize that. I know this situation isn't your fault. Calm down and please put down that sword. Wait a minute. Do I really seem that unreliable? Your Majesty. What the heck? How dare this mere land dweller not know his place? Come on. Don't make a fuss, Becchio. If you had something to do, you should have come faster than me. Now, your interference only makes me look like an incompetent fool who can't handle this alone. By the way, it seems like your reason and intelligence have been temporarily paralyzed. Despite that, to bring out his true form shows remarkable mental strength. I've been around for over 1,000 years, and to have the strength to pierce through my scales is quite astonishing. Your strength isn't bad. The way you handle it is excellent. But well, I once had quite an interest in grappling or wrestling too. I wasn't as skillful as those who are naturally talented, though. TSK. So that's what it is. I thought you just wrapped it around your body for support. You've done something far more cruel to yourself than I thought. You've reinforced yourself deeply, down to your bones. Beyond the negative impact on your body, each movement must be excruciatingly painful. You wouldn't have done this just to match my daughter's tune. I don't know what you've been through to be pushed this far. But you're a fool too. Go take care of Mira, Becchio. No need to rush, just lay her down in her chambers and call the royal physician. She's just temporarily exhausted. Thanks to this friend holding back, her vital points are completely unharmed. No way, are you considering him as Myra's future husband? I was planning to, until just a moment ago, but I'm not sure. For now, I really like him. If properly nurtured, he could be a great asset to Mira. He seems quite handsome too. But I don't know if this friend will be satisfied with just being my son-in-law. East Sea Dragon Palace, Palace Hospital. If I say I'm sad because my father died, that would be a blatant lie. Honestly, it doesn't feel real. No. It might even be a moment I've been looking forward to. No matter how evil someone is, they're said to have two sides, but that didn't apply to him. He was a failure, as a parent, as a spouse, and even as the leader of the Bureau of Sacred Waters. He only inherited his position and barely had the minimal ability to maintain it. You got caught and beaten for taking my book again. I told you it's fine to take it, but not to get caught. I didn't get caught because I said it was your book. I'm not in the mood right now, so if you're going to nag, just go to sleep. Geez, you took someone else's book and burned it, and you're so brazen about it. Fine, I'll go eat alone then. What? Where did you get that? Is that all? No other flavors? I went up to Seoul for a bit. I ran with flash step to keep it from melting. So, how are your calves? I heard you cried a lot when you got hit. Huh? Oh, that? The sound was heard all the way outside. No need to worry. I made it loud on purpose. I've been punished so many times, getting hit on the calves is pretty lenient. Still, I need to react a bit. If I stay silent, Danyang Nuna will end up getting punished too. You know how he is. Geez. Even so, he is your father, what does it matter? A victim of domestic violence can't even say this much about the perpetrator. Honestly, I've been quite generous considering what he's done. From what I heard from the aunts, it was worse in the past. My father didn't even have much talent, right? When grandfather passed away, he quickly took the position of head and consumed all the old elixirs in the house himself. Only then did he barely become competent enough to act as the family head. The aunts were really regretful when they talked about you, uncle. Those were gathered for a once-in-a-thousand-years talent to save the world. They said if you had taken even half of it, he wouldn't just be a shaman, he could have become a deity instantly. Aunt Sojung and Aunt Yunbi were holding hands and crying, saying, if Jijin had been born a bit earlier, geez, those women say the darndest things. And you're seriously listening to that? It's something that couldn't have happened, and the aunts are just wistful about it. I wouldn't be much different from your father. If you want to feel regret, it shouldn't be for me. What, why did you stop talking? Do you know the 2 ways to make someone really angry, uncle? The first is to stop talking in the middle, and the second is because there's no point in talking about it. If there's regret, it's not about me, but about you, young master. Young master. Something smeared on you, huh? Don't hate your father so much. If you look closely, he's a pitiable person too. He wanted to become strong, not for his own safety or benefit, but because he had something he desperately wanted to do. And to do that, he needed to reach a certain strength. But once he grew stronger, he realized he wasn't as capable as he thought, so he must have been tormented the most. That's what they call running the washing machine, uncle. If you try to scrub everything clean, is there truly anyone bad in this world? Suppose. You're obviously right. But when you become someone great in the future? If your father comes to his senses and asks for your forgiveness, I hope you'll remember what I said today. When that happens, you'll be the only one who can forgive him. And I believe that day will come without a doubt. No, thanks. I don't expect an apology from him, and even if it comes, would it be sincere? If I ever take over the Bureau of Sacred Waters, I'll kick him out. My thoughts haven't changed, now or ever. Considering what he did to my mother, I would never forgive him. The night before a week ago I can imagine what happened without even seeing it. He must have stubbornly dragged innocent people into a trap. Without the ability to overcome it alone, filled with groundless arrogance. But why is it that? Even though the possibility of me forgiving my father was almost zero, the fact that the possibility is completely gone makes me feel endlessly frustrated now. Your Majesty, we can. Enough, how hard is it to lay him down? His condition isn't immediately serious. Why don't you check on the others outside first? Oh, did I interrupt your rest? No, no. Did I just hear you being called Your Majesty? Sorry to trouble you, please rest well. Is he really the Dragon King? He seems too carefree for that. By the way, is he from the Dragon Palace? Or a tournament participant? He's in pretty bad shape. Even if he's a yokai, can he regenerate in that state? So, just lie down, will you? You don't have anything to do until tomorrow anyway. Stubborn as always. Huh. Aren't you Saiwa's friend? Mr. Kim Yushin, right? I heard from Saiwu that you're helping with Seolwa's exorcism. Even if that wasn't the case, I wanted to come and say hello. Certainly, that night, wasn't she the new yokai alongside Saiwu? Thank you so much for stepping in this time. It must be really difficult and dangerous for you as well. No, not at all. It's not something I usually do. Pardon? Ah, well, Choi Saiwu earnestly asked for my help, and I owed him a favor. He asked me to keep his visit here a secret, although, in this situation, it seems impossible not to get caught. Owing favors? Yeah, right. By the way, is the person lying there your companion? No, no, I came alone, I just met him earlier. I see, that's a relief, well, not really, but... So, you're also here for the treasure of the Dragon Palace? Did you get through the preliminaries safely? Well, I've racked up a few victories. We'll only know if I can pass the preliminaries, once it's all over. There's no point in dragging out this conversation. At this point, my body can recover on its own. This could get really complicated. I should go talk to Choi Saiwu quickly and try to withdraw if possible. Ah. Are you okay? What did the doctor say? Is there any issue? There shouldn't be any problems. I know my body well. I'll be recovered by tonight at the latest. Exactly. That's the strange thing. For a yokai with your level of spiritual power, it shouldn't take this long to regenerate a single wrist. Well, resilience isn't exactly a virtue of our clan. But behind you. Ah. Over there is Mr. Goyoshi, a friend of Saiwu's. His name is Kim Yushin. He's helping with Seolwa's matter. Mr. Yushin, this is Goyoshi. He represents the Hyanmu clan in the tournament and knows Saiwu. This is exactly not what I was asking for. The person lying there, no matter how I look at it, it seems to be Choi Saiwu. As she claims to be a friend, Solmi wouldn't be so composed in this situation. She definitely doesn't know about this yet. I'm thirsty. Could you bring me a glass of water? Sure. You prefer it cold, right? Yes. Now then. With the chatterbox gone for a moment, let me ask you this simply. Did you also encounter the dark spirits and get injured? Wait a minute, dark spirits. What's that? From my perspective, I know this is an out-of-the-blue question, but what happened on your end? I see. I haven't told my group yet. But the yokai that took my hand, and possibly their companions too, might be the dark spirits. My companion, Solmi's worry was valid. Even if regeneration isn't my specialty, it shouldn't take this long to heal a single wrist. Of course, a mere slow recovery wouldn't be enough evidence. I also felt something unusual when I was facing them. Given our clan's ability to sense energy, I'm quite confident in reading and analyzing the opponent's aura. What I sensed from them wasn't just something that's unfamiliar from a minority or a distant monster. It was something far stranger and more ominous than Choi Saiwu, a half yokai. So, did you face both of them? I wish. I intended to finish them both off, at least in my own way. Even if my judgment was wrong, it would have been justified given my participation in the martial arts tournament. But, it seems I underestimated them. They were far more dangerous than I anticipated. I should have either gone all out from the start or not have confronted them at all. Considering it was an impossible situation from the beginning, the answer was already clear. Anyway, I only realized it after losing an arm. After devouring my arm, they became stronger. Even though my spiritual core remained unaffected, just consuming the blood and flesh of my hand took away some of my power. An abnormal ability that clearly ignores the natural laws. If it's indeed the dark spirits, shouldn't we inform others right now? Even from your yokai's perspective, the dark spirits are targets for eradication. We should, but the situation is delicate. If this were the human realm, we could report it to the judge through the communication channel. But here in the Dragon Palace, we can't. You know that. The Dragon Palace is a strictly controlled alternate world. Entry and communication are strictly regulated. And, the real problem lies somewhere else. Before the martial arts began, when the guiding official verified our identities. The two names I heard were the names of people I knew, who were already declared dead. A week ago, during a night hunt for monsters invading the Korean peninsula, many didn't return and were reported missing. Using the names and clans of those individuals to disguise themselves. Wait a minute, it's impossible. If they were to enter the Dragon Palace under false pretenses, it would be foolish to impersonate someone from the Korean peninsula. Even though the Dragon Palace has no interaction with the outside, they would at least know the members of prestigious clans. Exactly, that's why even Choi Siwoo, despite the risk of arousing suspicions, didn't assume someone else's identity from the Bureau of Sacred Waters. Even a simple letter for cross-verification from the Dragon Palace would clearly reveal that Choi Siwoo's identity is fake. However, if I claim that he's my personal servant, the Dragon Palace would have to take my word for it. Honestly, if I weren't a guardian of the Sacred Water Bureau, such a trick wouldn't have worked. But entering with a fake identity without any trickery. It means either the Dragon Palace is extraordinarily incompetent, or there's an accomplice inside the Dragon Palace who turned a blind eye to their fake identities. Yeah, it's unsettling, but that's the most plausible guess for now. I don't know why. But there are forces inside the Dragon Palace that are cooperating with the dark spirits. And it's certainly not for a good cause. That's why I'm holding off on informing my group and withdrawing from the competition for now. No point in panicking. Even if one has great power, they'd need the help of Dragon Palace officials to operate in here. If there's a conspiracy going on, even if we withdraw, they wouldn't let us out quietly. If only I had known it would get this complicated. Sorry, I'm really late, huh? Since it's a clinic, they didn't have any cold water, so I fetched it from outside. Oddly enough, there's a well in the Dragon Palace too. Hold on, let me pour it. The water is really cool and delicious. You did well, but I don't need it. Take care of this guy instead. Of course, both of you, but, brother, what do you mean by this guy? I told you not to speak informally to people you've just met. It's one thing with Siwoo, but... Well, I don't really mind, Yushin. Where is this? Are you feeling better? What do you mean by better? You crazy bastard. How did this happen? Indeed, the water isn't bad. At 7:58 p.m., Korean Peninsula time, the preliminary round of the martial arts tournament ends. Based on the performance of each group after the end, a total of 8 groups are selected for the main event. Goyoshi and Solmi, Kim Yushin and Choi Siwoo have all made it to the main event. I'm exhausted. All participants who advance to the main event are considered VIPs of the Dragon Palace and rested for the feast the next day. Many of them could sense that the course and level of the tournament were far beyond their expectations. But no one could foresee the unprecedented crisis that was about to hit them and the Dragon Palace. It's lukewarm. But it seems to keep heating, though. I thought soaking in hot water would make me feel better, but it seems my presence has only cooled it down. That makes sense. Chien ate the hyanmu. Even one hand would be tough to digest for most monsters. Tonight is going to be chilly. I feel a bit sorry for you, Eileen, because of me, you can't soak in hot water. It's fine. I actually like bathing in cold water. Don't worry about me, just stay warm until you get heated up. We've only known each other for a few days and just started talking today, but Eileen seems a bit different from the others. Different. The ones under Bai Hyung's care are all somewhat off, aren't they? Including me. They all have different interests, making conversation with them difficult. Some even stick around even when they're ignored. Hey, you look strong. Want to fight? It'd be great if I could eat them, but Bai Hyung's only rule is not to fight among ourselves. Actually, that might be the most annoying part. The dark spirits are born from the desires of all living beings in the world. Eileen is calm and relaxed, not restless and anxious. I really envy that, therefore, each one's abilities and mindset are connected to the desires at their core. Chien's core is hunger. In the distant past, it was said to be an ability that could devour everything on earth, even the sun. People and monsters called it by various names: greed. You look tired, Chien. Are you hungry again? You ate 20 today. Thanks to my generosity. So I thought I'd had enough for today, but I guess not. I keep thinking about that guy. His hand was more delicious than all the others combined. I should have pushed harder and bitten off his forearm. I can't wait until tomorrow. If I do, I might really end up eating Eileen. Excuse me for a moment. Enjoy your meal, Chien. Eileen. Sorry, it's a bit noisy. I wanted to let you sleep longer. My friend is doing something that's a bit embarrassing. You might find it awkward to watch. Let's continue having fun like earlier tonight. Approximately 16 hours until the rebellion in the Dragon Palace, East Sea. So, are you hurt anywhere? No, except for some itching. It's not particularly uncomfortable to move, and my energy seems to be recovering smoothly. The breathing technique and posture you taught me are really useful. Although slow, it helps in recovering my yokai power. That's good. The discomfort Yushin is feeling stems from what he knows as common sense. For yokai, the regeneration of their bodies is an indicator of their condition. Just as lungs distribute the oxygen absorbed through breathing throughout the body via the bloodstream. A yokai's body prioritizes the distribution of its yokai power for physical recovery. Therefore, the situation where healing power doesn't activate is evidence that the yokai has suffered a fatal wound. Is it because Siwoo has human blood mixed in him? Or is it because he's a goblin? Although it's 100 times better than being on the brink of life and death. From such a disastrous state, it's strange that he looks perfectly fine, even though his skin hasn't regenerated yet. Hey, Yushin. Yes. From now on. I have to do something that you might not like. If you're uncomfortable, I'll do it where you can't see. Something I might not like. You'll know when you see it. Those. These are the yokai power beads of the yokai I defeated in the preliminary rounds. Originally, I was just going to keep them until this martial arts tournament ended. You gave me a mask, and I thought you wouldn't like seeing me eat this. But the mask is broken, and I overheard the conversation you and Goyu had earlier. Tomorrow, no, even after a little while, no matter what happens, in my current state, I won't be at my full strength. Especially against dark spirits. I've fought against a dark spirit before, even though it was only one. It wasn't just a feeling of being simply strong. Even while fighting me, it was getting stronger and more skillful as time went on. I was able to win not because I was stronger, but because I used a kind of trick to overpower it before it could catch up. It's only been a week since then. Honestly, if I fight again now, there's a 99.99% chance I'd lose. I don't know the abilities or strengths of the two people who came to the Dragon Palace, but it's safe to assume that they are at least as strong as the dark spirits I fought. Well, there's no need to confront such dangerous guys, right? It's better to take this as an opportunity to leave the Dragon Palace safely. Withdraw for now and prepare for the next time. When it comes to dark spirits, that's not a story that applies. We don't know how many dark spirits there are, or when the next opportunity will be. But what's certain is, if we're late, a situation no one can handle will arise. On the contrary, it might be a good opportunity. If the Dragon Palace is a closed place, there won't be any interference to protect them this time. It's a chance to definitely eliminate the two of them. Everything you said is correct. But why now? Why now, when I might have been able to change that guy? Sorry, Yushin. I understand what you had in mind when you gave me the mask and brought me here. And maybe, there's a possibility that what you were trying to do for me has worked. Righteous energy. It would be a lie to say that Saiwa didn't feel an attraction to the pure human power, not as a yokai. That attraction expanded into hope and expectation today. Even though he didn't use any yokai power, he single-handedly fought and won against 7 yokai. Maybe Yushin's wish, to awaken as a guardian, was closer than expected. The first ever energy cultivation was forcibly achieved by Yushin. Right after that, Saiwa was in a state where something sprouted inside him without even his knowledge. What was lacking was just a fleeting moment. If he had taken one more step in that moment, the sprouted leaf would have instantly bloomed. But it didn't happen. And as a result of the ensuing fierce battle, the moment the mask Yushin had put on him broke. The suppressed evil within the boy awoke. Yokai power and righteous energy. Though these two energies coexist in the blessed constitution of a half yokai, they never cohabit. The initial exposure to righteous energy was due to the tricolored gourd given to him by Yushin. Thanks to the repeated consumption of the demonic elixir, the yokai power beads were terribly damaged. Today's event, too, was because the mask suppressed the yokai power combined with the energy cultivation technique that Yushin taught. I don't know exactly what happened inside me, but I can understand it vaguely. I told Solmi and the others that it was okay. But the after-effects of the injuries from the overuse of the demonic pill haven't fully healed yet. I can use yokai power, but compared to usual, it felt awkward and unnatural. Most of all, whenever I used yokai power, there was a cutting pain in my lower abdomen. And until this morning, there was no significant progress in my condition. But the moment the mask broke during the fight with Yoshihiro, the pain and discomfort from the yokai power beads completely disappeared. Surely, my body healed itself, but it was different from ordinary regeneration. It was a kind of counteraction. The activation of yokai power to suppress the righteous energy, no, it was the activation of righteous energy to suppress yokai power. Like a competition between living creatures. The reason I could squeeze out strength when fighting the Dragon Palace's princess was, despite my mindset, it was probably because the yokai power was much more activated than usual. But instead, it became more difficult to handle righteous energy. I can definitely feel it inside my body, but it's uncomfortable to move, like something that's almost within the reach of my fingertips but not quite easy to obtain. Surely, this is the result of the grown yokai energy suppressing the righteous energy. Ultimately, it's an obvious advantage, thought Saiwu. Compared to the yokai abilities, the righteous energy had limited means of use. Even if the righteous energy was sealed as a price for the increased yokai energy, it wasn't something to regret. A faint sense of unease about choosing a path from which there's no return was never a significant issue. Yushin. Here, take this. From your reaction, you forgot, huh? You asked Lady Gu about this earlier. This is a VVIP pass for Yangweidang. With this, you can summon a merchant from Yangweidang even here to buy items. Of course, he mentioned using it at the preliminary arena, but if it worked there, I think it should work here too. But what's in this box? It contains yokai coins. It's currency among yokai. I happen to have some from a previous incident. If summoning someone from Yangweidang is possible, then informing them about the presence of the dark spirits here and using the yokai coins to buy things you need would be good. Like medicine for wounds or energy recovery, and they sell many useful tools too. Wait, but where are you going? Let's call it a stroll and patrol. I plan to look around our room without getting caught. Even though we were advised to stay inside until tomorrow. There are many participants who share the same purpose, not just Mr. Goyu and Solmi. I'm not sure about Xiaohui yet, but I believe Yoshiro and Yuzuru will actively help. But if you run into dark spirits, it's okay. If my senses and memory are correct, I also felt some of the ominousness of dark spirits that Mr. Goyu mentioned. I'll go quietly without any trouble. Don't worry. Tap. Sigh. It's dizzying. I can't keep up with everything that's happening. What should I have done? It's like being trapped in an inevitable deadlock without even realizing it. All I can do for him is, just watch over him. Is that all? Summon. Huh. I was told the one who took the yokai talisman was a half-goblin, but you look like a human no matter how I see it. Who are you? Why are you using that yokai talisman? Did you steal it? Yushin was momentarily speechless because he was overwhelmed. Hey, stop thinking and speak up quickly. But it wasn't just because the man who appeared was strong. Yushin is an experienced, talented warrior. Even when facing a yokai with overwhelming power, he could stand tall without his spirit breaking. But this man is different. I'm also an honorary merchant of Yangweidang, so I must sternly punish thieves. The powerful aura he felt from the man was undoubtedly human, but at the same time, it was beyond the level that could be felt from a human. This yokai talisman belongs to my friend Choi Saiwu, and I've borrowed it temporarily. It's impossible to prove immediately, but once he returns, proving it will be possible. Even if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. My name is Kim Yushin. A former warrior of the Bureau of Sacred Waters, and the child of Kim Seo-hyun, who was a man-god in this generation. Greetings to the senior who has attained the realm of an immortal, transcending the fetters and karma of the human world. If it's not too much trouble, may I ask your esteemed name? You're saying you're Kim Seohyun's son? Well, I came here to play a game of Go with the Grandmaster after a long time, and I took on the errand of checking out the half-goblin. Hey, get up. I don't like overreacting. I tried to suppress my energy with a mask, but you saw through it. You've got a sharp sense, just what I'd expect from Kim Seohyun's son. This is, suppressed energy through a sacred tool. So, who do you think I am? Excuse me? There aren't that many immortals on the Korean peninsula. Among them, who would be a great, dignified figure that a kid like you could instantly recognize as an immortal? In this nonsensical situation, possibly risking his life, Yushin's brain squeezed out its maximum output. And finally reached the thought of the greatest genius in the history of Korean warriors. That's right. The miracle born in Joseon. No, the greatest genius born on the Korean peninsula in 5,000 years since Dangun. That's me, John Woo-chi. Yushin thought he was doomed. There is an extremely rare chance for this event to occur. When talent, experience, will, and effort all miraculously align like the gears of a machine, the impossible becomes reality. And at that moment, humans are finally reborn as immortal, Shinzeon. All the cells in their body cease to age, and they regain the vitality of their prime. However, the rejuvenation of the flesh is only a tiny part of the change that occurs. The energy center, Danjian, of the one who has reached the realm of immortals erases the boundary between the inside and outside, allowing them to use the energy of heaven and earth as their own Gyeonggi. Literally, the unity of self and nature. They leave the realm of a mere living being and become something that can be considered a part of the world with self-consciousness. That's why, at the moment they awaken as an immortal, paradoxically, they become residents of the Sanji, the immortal realm, and their activities in the human world become restricted. From the perspective of an ordinary human, they are surreal beings, much farther away than even a yokai. An immortal, out of nowhere. I've never even heard of anyone actually seeing one. Though it seems like he knows my father. Well, anyway, even if it's a bit surprising, at least other immortals aren't a threat. But why, of all people, this guy? And no. Absolutely not. The truth is that this is just such an unexpected situation that it hasn't fully sunk in yet. Look at this guy. I was thinking you didn't seem like Kim Seohyun's son. But judging by your reaction and expression, you're just like your father. Well, I'll believe you. So, what were you trying to buy? I said I'm here as a stand-in for the head of Yangwaydang, so I'll do the merchant's job properly. In the meantime, it would be good if your friend, that half-goblin, returns. Well. I was going to use the talisman from Yangwaydang to ask the head of the place to deliver news about the situation here to the outside world. Of course, I know that Yangwaydang maintains complete neutrality in any conflicts between the human and yokai realms, but even so, the appearance of dark spirits has been considered a common disaster since ancient times, so I thought that requesting just the delivery of information wouldn't be too much. What did you just say? Dark spirits. That's not just some minor statement, it's pretty shocking, to say the least. But he's not even flinching while hearing this. So to an immortal, matters of the lower world are simply trivial, huh? Are you serious? Then, aren't you guys really screwed? Why yes. No. No matter how you look at it, you guys are royally screwed, isn't it? You said there are 2 dark spirits here. Back in the year of Byongo, when I was still active, I had to chase one that fled from the Ming dynasty. It was such a hassle working with Wadam to catch it. What will you do? The world has always been a mess, but this is on another level. I'm suddenly very glad that I'm an immortal. What the hell is this guy? For now, honestly, I have no idea what I should do, but I'll do whatever comes to my mind. Well, that's all you can say. I hate to say it, but frankly, you don't look capable of handling this. You're not entirely useless, but you're not particularly exceptional either. Well, if I were to lend a hand, it would be a different story. Will you really help me? If so, then. Absolutely not. If you're a guardian, then you should know about the prohibition on the leakage of heavenly secrets. People like me, an immortal, can't interfere in the affairs of ordinary humans or yokai like you. Not only is directly helping someone prohibited, but even sharing influential information is restricted. A mistake could cause something far worse than those dark spirits could do to engulf this world. That's why immortals who have a reason to come down to the mortal world each have what is called a gaemyeong, false life, an alias. My gaemyeong, as I said, is the head of Yangweidang. All the conversations we've had, and all the actions I'm going to take are entirely confined within the limits of being a door-to-door salesman. Well, I can pass on a message to the outside, though. If you get it, stop thinking you can get something for nothing by using my strength. Just tell me what you want already, customer. Rules of the immortals, blah blah. If you're just going to spout some nonsense that everyone already knows, don't get my hopes up from the start. Are you trying to mess with me? Let me just buy the stuff. So, have you decided what you want to buy? If you haven't made up your mind, I can show you the items. There's a lot of good stuff here. No. I've decided what I want to buy, but I wanted to check if it's something you sell, senior. And if possible, I'd like to know if I can buy it with the money I have. I heard that the heads of Yangweidang don't just deal in physical goods but also sell the knowledge they possess. So as both a customer and a fellow martial artist, I'd like to purchase some of your teachings, senior. That's it. Well, to approach it in that way, you're pretty sharp, but teachings of an immortal? You can't normally buy that kind of thing at Yangweidang. But, well, if I think about it differently, the information each head deals with is different. It wouldn't be proper for me to refuse a customer just because I'm an immortal. Alright. This is a first, but if that's what the customer wants. Thank you. Alright. I don't know how much Sai will put in here, but I hope it's enough. Hey now. Why are you so eager to pull out the money first? Of course, I can only teach you as much as the money you have, but, you're not short on money, are you, being the heir of the Bureau of Sacred Waters? I trust you've got plenty, so no need to rush. Pay after you receive the goods. Not that I think this would happen, but if you end up short on money later, you can always write me an IOU. Right? Oh, of course. Good. Now, let's see what I should teach you. Senior, is it possible for someone else to receive the teachings instead of me? What? If not you, then who? Well, my half-goblin friend I mentioned earlier, who stepped out for a moment. You'll probably figure it out right away, senior, but despite having yokai blood, he has exceptional talent as a guardian. He also has great character and personality. Damn it, you! I thought you were sharp, but this isn't gonna work, is it? What's with this? Your friend is more talented than you, so I should just teach him instead. Is that something a martial artist should say? I can tell what your mindset is just from this. You think that's the right thing to do for your friend, don't you? No doubt that half yokai, with his great character, chose the path of the yokai instead of that of a guardian. Well, it's a wise choice. In this era, who has time to cultivate and build power? But even so, pushing the opportunity you got onto him and trying to force him onto the human path. Get it together. That's not for your friend's sake, and it's not wise in the long run. Anyway, you're not ready. It's not just about teaching you a few spells, you need a complete overhaul of your basic mindset. A proper guardian must have an altruistic heart while putting faith in themselves above all else. Think of this as reaping the benefits of the karma you've accumulated in a past life. You're the first human in hundreds of years to learn my heavenly deception secret arts. Phew. No wonder there were no guards or watchers around, so that's what it is. There's a barrier of yokai energy around this building, preventing anyone from leaving. I might be able to force my way out, but that would trigger an alarm. I can only move around quietly within this building. From what I checked earlier, there were court ladies on the first floor assisting us. I haven't checked the third floor yet. For now, I don't sense any unusual energy. Is it because there's no one there, or? Well then, I shall take my leave. There's definitely someone here, but I still can't feel any presence. Peeking inside is obviously impossible. What should I do? Just knock politely. Huh. I suppose I'll assume you're not here to spy. If that were your intention, there's no way you'd approach so clumsily without even hiding your presence. So, did you come alone? Sorry. I didn't know that you were resting. No, I thought you might be resting, but I'm the one who allowed you to enter. If I hadn't, then you wouldn't even be able to look at me with that pathetic face. It would be best if you only answer my questions. That person didn't come with you? That friend? For a moment, a very familiar sensation flashed through Saiwa's mind. Saiwu. Choi Saiwu. Oh, don't you remember me? I'm Eugene from the second year. I was in a club with Yushin. We saw each other once before, remember? Which club was it again? Yushin barely attended more than 2 or 3 times in the first semester. It seems Yushin hasn't been coming to school lately. You two are close, right? Is something going on? It's probably because of a family event. Around this time, they always go down for about 10 days because of ancestral rites. Ancestral rites. I see, then by next Friday, yeah, he'll probably be back by Wednesday. Thanks. But next Friday, it's because it's Yushin's birthday. I don't know how she knows, but Yushin actually celebrates his birthday by the lunar calendar. But I guess it's better not to tell her. Yushin doesn't like other people talking about his personal matters. That's a breach of privacy. By the way, since starting my high school, this is already the 6th person. And it's not even halfway through the first semester yet. Having been friends with him for about 4 years, Saiwu had experienced this countless times. Of course, he thought it was utterly ridiculous, but the boy's sharp instinct told him, after sensing a gap in the opponent. This is a chance. He's currently resting due to an injury. So, I've come to greet you on Yushin's behalf. You've come to greet me on his behalf. Does that person have any business with me? Even though you fought, it wasn't because of some grudge, but a fair competition under the tournament's conditions, right? Although he might have gone overboard at the end, but you were generous enough to let Yushin win. Yushin said something like this. Don't even get me started, her strength is just ridiculous. She was the strongest and most imposing opponent I've ever faced, Saiwu. And thanks to her, I was able to reach a new level and grow. Of course, he's a bit prideful and shy, so he didn't directly express his desire to see you, but later, after the tournament ended, he hinted that he'd like to meet you separately. Forgive me, Yushin. If I don't approach her like this, I won't have another chance to get closer to her. Well, knowing his personality, he won't come to you first. If it's okay with you, Miss Xiaohui, I could bring him along. I know that's not the main reason you came to see me. Well, if you want me to hear the main point, I suppose this approach wouldn't work. Ah, I'm doomed. The food served for dinner wasn't bad. However, it seems that the underwater folks lack the skill to brew good liquor. This is liquor made from the fruits of MANHWA. It's not fine wine, as it's only been aged for 50 years. But since this isn't a night for getting drunk, this should be sufficient. Sit down. Let's have a drink and talk about that person named Kim Yushin. No, let's talk about your reason for coming here. Choi Siwoo successfully made Xiaohui let her guard down. It's not a bad view, right? If you keep looking at it, it might get a bit boring, but it's perfect for coming here occasionally to fish and relax. Is this the place where the immortals reside? No way. I don't know what you imagine about that place, but it doesn't even compare to this. This is a space I personally created. It may seem a bit crude compared to reality, but it's pretty convenient for manipulating various things as I please. You created this place. The blowing wind, the taste of the air, the smell of the water, and the abundant natural energy, this is on a different level from some half-hearted illusion or virtual space created by spells. This is a real world. I've only heard about the immortals, but I never thought they could do something this incredible. Now, you have to choose an option. The teachings that I'm going to sell are already decided. What matters now is how you understand and internalize them. Of course, there's no way I'd teach you incorrectly. If the results are disappointing, it's entirely your responsibility. But even so, spending just one night might be too harsh. Don't be shocked. I told you. I can manipulate various things at my discretion. The flow of time here. I can control it and make it pass faster or slower relative to the real world. I just changed it from day to night. If time actually sped up or slowed down, you wouldn't even be able to notice it. At least until you leave from here. Of course, even if time flows faster than in reality, for you, it'll just be like a joke. If 1 minute here equals an hour out there, you'd only have about 12 minutes left. So, I was thinking of making time flow slower. Then 1 hour outside would become, roughly a month in here. You'd have about a year remaining here by tomorrow morning. But, of course, you'd lose that much of your life in return. That's only natural. If you do that for me, I'd gladly accept it. Oh, listen to the whole thing before you agree. Just experiencing the slower passage of time here would overburden a normal human body. For every month you spend here, your lifespan will be shortened by about a year. So if you stay here for a year, you'd lose about 12 years of your life. Though this 1 month being equal to 1 year is just an estimate, you might lose even more. At least, you won't age, you'll just have fewer days to live. Losing a year for 12 months, even I think that's a bit expensive. How much can you grow in just 1 year, after all? I could slow time down a bit less. Then the cost would be, no. That's more than enough. Wow, the young ones sure are fearless. You are ready to burn over 10 years of your lifespan without a second thought. Or are you just that confident? That's not it. Honestly, I'm scared of how much of my lifespan I'm sacrificing. And I'm not even sure if it'll be worth it. But, didn't you say it, senior? Don't just dabble, take full control. By that logic, the one I have to lead is a truly ridiculous burden. If I'm going to grab the scruff of the neck of some fool who wants to become the Demon King in 6 months, I guess I have to do at least that much too. So how about closing your eyes and pushing yourself hard for just 1 year? What the heck are you saying? Can't you see I'm already pushing myself hard enough? Talking to me and then attacking me, what do you think it is? It's combat practice. You think I'm the only one who talks and then strikes? Anyone who fights with restrictions or conditions is one of two things. Either they use it against you to stab you in the back, or they're an idiot. That aside, what was that thing you did just now? Did someone else teach you martial arts? That move you made before you kicked my face. The one where you redirected the blade. Ah. I thought you meant something else. I recently read a manga where a similar technique was used. Though the way the author explained the technique was completely nonsensical. I thought if I slightly adapted the demon-resisting advanced stance I could achieve a similar effect, so I just tried a few things on my own. You came up with that on your own. Oh, here you go again. Stop putting so much meaning into things that don't matter. Honestly, it only worked because this is just a practice sparring match. In real combat, it'd only work if the opponent is a total pushover. Well, enough. I already know what you're going to say. You'll say it's all about effort and talent. Just put in a bit more work. Who wouldn't want to hear that? I have no desire to climb any higher. Back then, when I laughed off at what you said, it wasn't just because I was going through some rebellious phase. It's because I've never genuinely believed that I had some kind of shining talent. I was given special treatment simply because I was that guy's son, and anyone else in my position would have stood out more than others. But for sure, that quick thinking I had earlier, it worked well enough even on that monstrous being. If Uncle was right, and I did have something special that I've been wasting. This might be my last chance. Finally, even though it's way too late. I've found something I want to do, now that I've gained some power. And now that I have a chance to cram everything in. I don't mind trading away a dozen or so years. I will remember and engrave every moment of the teachings you give me over this year. Look at those eyes, they've gotten serious. There's a bit of forced bravado, but it's definitely better than before. Honestly, if you had given me a half-hearted answer, I was thinking of quietly changing my mind. It seemed like it would be troublesome. But well, you dodged and weaved your way out of it until the very end. You've seen the subdued demon drift before, haven't you? Even in times like these, you kids need some real combat experience. What's inside here are the demons I defeated in my younger days. All 108 of them are high-ranking spirit class yokai, so they'll be enough to keep you busy for a year. There's plenty of time. I prefer teaching through practical experience rather than theory. Now then, show me what you got. I see. 2 dark spirits, they've colluded with some faction within the Dragon Palace to infiltrate this martial arts competition. I understand now. That reason is strong enough for you to visit me, even at the risk of being rude. Did you already know about it by any chance? Let me ask you something. What do you think of the place known as the Dragon Palace? I know that you have human blood mixed in you and that you're closer to that side. I'm asking for your impression from that perspective. Well, I don't think it's that bad of a place. There was one rather odd incident, but other than that, it feels calm and sensible, but that's just my impression. You're right. In fact, when it comes to the East, they even went against nature to some extent to side with the humans. There were dragon kings who controlled the weather or granted bountiful harvests. Indeed, in the old stories that I heard as a child, the Dragon Palace was mostly depicted as a good place. For the humans of this era, it could be said to be even more so. The fact that the current Demon King could create laws for humans was largely due to the support of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. That's not a widely known story. As I said, the Sea Clan, fundamentally, they are incredibly friendly towards humans. But the internal affairs and political dynamics of the Dragon Palace are not something that outsiders can precisely know. However, no matter how friendly the Dragon Palace may be to humans, the condition of never laying hands on humans is a separate issue. The reason it could apply to the sea as well was because the strongest of the Dragon Kings took the lead in participating. I don't know why there was such a need. But what is certain is that the Eastern Sea Dragon King staked his position and sided with the Demon King. Thanks to that, the sea naturally became something that belonged to humans. Strictly speaking, it created a space that was somewhat free from the Demon King's influence, a space where the laws don't necessarily have to be followed. And yet, you betrayed that choice. Pardon? Betrayal, what do you mean by that? If you're asking that even after knowing, then you deserve to die 100 times over. Judging by your dumbfounded expression, you haven't even considered it. How clean do you think the sea was 666 years ago compared to now? You're even aware of how severe it is, yet you naturally turn a blind eye. See? Any human with half a brain would know that you humans are ungrateful children to the cradle that is the sea. Of course, the sea isn't the only thing you've treated that way. In that regard, you're fair to all of nature on this earth. But the sea is completely different from any other place. Do you know why? Well, first of all, the people who live in the sea, they were kind to humans, because they had that much respect and pride in the sea, right? Even if they left humans alone, they wouldn't have thought that humans could do anything to the sea. Yes, no one would have known. So, it's hard to say the Dragon King's decision was reckless, but it seems the other members of the Dragon Palace think differently. Most of the powerful ministers of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace harbor dissatisfaction with the Dragon King, except for those who follow his will as if it were their own lives. After all, they endured and upheld the laws for 666 years, laws they could have abandoned at any time. However, despite that, the reason there hasn't been a rebellion is because the power hierarchy is clear. The current Eastern Sea Dragon King is one of the strongest among all the Dragon Kings in history. No matter how much those harboring discontent unite, they aren't a match for him. So they're discussing rebellion, going so far as to summon the disaster known as Dark Spirit. But What are you doing? Pardon? What do you mean? I'm talking about the drink in front of you. It seems like it hasn't been emptied even once. You've got quite the nerve. Refusing the drink I personally poured, right in front of me. No. No. That's not it. It's just. I'm only 17 years old, so I'm not allowed to drink alcohol, and I don't know how to drink. You're using age as an excuse. Listen carefully. When an adult offers you a drink, you just drink it quietly. Ugh. Saiwu thought that there was no room for argument. However, his drinking experience could be counted on one hand. I knew it wasn't a good idea, but the problem was that all of his few experiences weren't particularly pleasant. There's a very limited range of alcohol types and strengths that he can drink without suffering. It looks extremely strong. I can smell the alcohol just by having it in front of me. The aroma seems decent. I guess. Cheers. See, cheers. At that moment, what happened inside Saiwa's body wasn't just because of the drink that Xiaohui handed him. Earlier, he had taken 7 yokai power beads. And with all nutritious meals, the process of digesting another yokai's power beads is extremely slow. And even now, the 7 beads of the Qi grade had yet to dissolve. But what was added was heavenly peach wine. Among the countless elixirs that grow on Mount Huagua, it's a wine made from peaches, known as one of the best. though it was still considered a lower-grade wine. It was more than enough to act as the perfect catalyst, the best digestive aid that the boy needed. As expected, it looks like you've swallowed a lot of things you can't even properly digest. I figured it would be like that from the first time I saw you. The spiritual energy I felt from you is quite strong, yet your appearance was so shabby that it was painful to look at. But still, I didn't expect you'd react this quickly. I assume it's because of the spiritual energy orbs of the enemies you defeated. Did you eat anything else? What? No, I didn't, but... Without even knowing it yourself, they say you're a guest of honor, but did the royal physicians of the Dragon Palace use such a precious medicine on you? Or did someone else extend their favor to you? Whatever it is, it seems this guy is quite lucky. The drink I had, does it have some kind of amazing effect? I've had some kind of medicine before, but this feels different. I think I've gotten healthier. Before, it felt like I was energized after drinking an energy drink or coffee. But now it feels like I've eaten a full meal and had a good night's sleep. Thank you so much. With this, I think I can give my all in the competition without any problems. You're overestimating it. As I said, it's just a drink that's decent enough to drink. If you had really drunk the heavenly peach wine of Huagua Mountain, just saying thanks wouldn't even begin to pay the price. But, of course, even this drink is a rare delicacy that most people would never get to taste in their lifetime. You should be preparing yourself as much as possible for the bloodbath that awaits tomorrow. Even if you give it your all, it's highly likely that the outcome won't change at all. And consider it my way of making up for the mistake I made during our first meeting a week ago. Ah. Well, at that time, if you think about it, I also unnecessarily got involved in the fight that just ended. So we're even, I suppose. Anyway, I'm glad to see your recovery is faster than we expected. We have more time now than I thought. The dizziness is gone. I'm not really feeling sleepy, but it seems like I can't do anything else, so I'll try to get some rest. Don't be ridiculous. You're staying with me until morning. Phew, that was a tougher experience than I expected. Well, of course, it's 100, no, 1,000 times better than just sitting around doing nothing, but it's more mentally exhausting than physically. Yushin. You're awake. Look at me. Looks like I won't need to cut my hair for a while. Huh. What's with that look? Why do you have a military-style haircut? Trying to make sense of this situation, calculating all the possible variables. Understood. What did you do to my friend? Drop the lousy disguise and reveal yourself. Are you serious right now? It's me, really. What, do you need proof or something? Your name is Choi Saiwoo. Your birthday is November 21st, you live with your mom, and your favorite food is japchae, right? The names of the girls you liked since middle school are, in order, Oh Yeren, Jin Xianmi, and Song Aryam. Your rank is master, and you always brag about it, but you're really a coward who only plays with the cheap, overpowered characters that come with every patch. What, am I wrong? Do you want me to keep throwing more personal facts at you for hours? However, it's a bit unfair to call someone out for winning with better game mechanics when they're better than you at gaming. I say this every time, but unless you've proven yourself otherwise, you only reached gold once, and claiming you can't climb higher because you're a one-trick pony is a bit lame. But still, I'm glad it's really you. I don't know what happened, but, seeing it again, your hair does look cool, and it seems like you've bulked up a bit. So the change is more than just on the outside. Just wait and see, I'll show you my improved performance. Or maybe not. It's not like it looks bad or anything, but, you should tie your hair up, Yushin. There's someone else with a similar, but better look. Right, I remember now. This guy always had a knack for getting on people's nerves. I'd forgotten since it's been a year. So, you're both awake. I hope you both had a restful night, the banquet will start soon. I'm here to guide you both to the banquet hall where the main event will take place. If you're feeling unwell or wish to withdraw, no, there's no problem at all. Yang Weidang. Regarding the items that have arrived this time, as you all know, they're not only rare but also huge in number. Since there are also elixirs that will be used at the upcoming banquet for the immortals, storing items properly according to their types is crucial. Mistakes will not be tolerated, so everyone, stay sharp and thoroughly manage the items you've been assigned to. Yes, manager. Hey, don't create such a tense atmosphere. So, what if some food ingredients get spoiled? If you die from eating something spoiled, can you even call yourself an immortal? Oh, Elder. Long time no see, Red Lotus. I heard from the chief that you arrived last night. I wanted to greet you, but, you couldn't find me because I disappeared somewhere, right? I went on a door-to-door sales visit last night to someone with noble blood. Actually, I went to see the famous half-goblin, but that guy didn't show up even though I waited all night. Still, I adjusted with what I had, scooped out every last drop, and ate it up clean. Just like with games, raising something from lower levels is the most fun. Seeing the stats shoot up so easily, it's incredibly addictive. But where is Muriong? We were supposed to have lunch together, but he wasn't in his room. Ah, the chief manager is in the guest house with a guest. I know. It's obvious. Some guy just barges in without any prior appointment and expects to be treated as an honored guest. There's no way a guy like that has any good intentions. He's probably here to mooch something off of us. Still, I'm acting as the manager here, so if some piece of trash like that shows up, it's my responsibility to take care of it, right? Where's that stench coming from? Hyung, what, Muriong, you were here. Hey, if you bring something stinky into the room, at least ventilate it. I just came in, and it feels like my nose is rotting. The view is nice. It's important to ventilate, don't you think? Right? Especially when it smells this ba wait. Isn't this, old man Choi? If you were going to come, you should have said so. At least I could have lit some good incense for you beforehand. But anyway, what brings you here? You don't think much of the kids here, do you? You always say it's laughable how they try to pretend to be human. Yet you dutifully accept their tributes and quietly enjoy being treated with respect. It's kind of funny. Have a seat. Since you're part of Yang Weidang, you need to hear this. I don't want to. Ah, not that I don't want to listen to you, it's just that I don't want to share a table. It's not like not sitting face to face will make me deaf, right? As you know, due to the recent incident, the Bureau of Sacred Waters suffered near catastrophic damages. Though it is against heavenly law for us to intervene in the mortal world, we cannot just stand by with only 6 months left until the Yokai Festival. This is a calamity we cannot ignore. At this rate, in 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become a hell without any safety net. To fill the void left by the Bureau of Sacred Waters, we must act swiftly. So, as I asked just now, it's all well and good that you're so determined, but how do you plan to fill in that void? We will revive the Order of Flower Knights, Warangdo. Including you and me, the immortals from the Korean peninsula will select children with appropriate potential and take them in as disciples. Then, these children, who inherit our will and techniques, will take responsibility and protect the future of the Korean peninsula. Not as a ragtag bunch that has deteriorated over centuries like the Bureau of Sacred Waters, but as true warriors, like those who once existed on this land. That's why I'm here today. To secure supplies for the founding of the new order of Flower Knights. We need Yangwaedang to provide the elixirs and weapons to raise the children who will carry our will. Of course, there will be due compensation for that. The half-yokai here will no longer be despised under the name of the new Flower Knights. And if any of them are talented enough, they could even become full-fledged members of the Flower Knights, our disciples. Duty as an immortal. Filling the void of the Bureau of Sacred Waters. When you heard that the Bureau of Sacred Waters was wiped out, weren't you thrilled? It's been your lifelong dream for 1,000 years since you were human. Okay, I'd respect it if you purely just wanted to teach the kids. But will you really leave those kids alone after raising them? Of course not. They're not disciples, they're pawns. Isn't that how the Korean peninsula will fall into your hands in an instant? Under the control of the so-called immortals, who are supposedly driven by nothing but noble purposes. So, what's the problem with that? Even the supreme deity has given special permission for this. He must have agreed that humans in the lower world need to be under better governance. This should have happened hundreds of years ago. It's laughable that due to the audacity of the whims of an overreaching yokai, mortals have enjoyed 666 years of excessive freedom and indulgence. You're a product of that era of freedom and indulgence, so I understand your resentment. But at least have the awareness that you're an immortal, a being above others. If you can't agree, just watch silently with your ignorant eyes. In 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become the greatest paradise on earth. Okay, fine, I got it. It seems my patience has reached its limit, so let's settle this outside, you filthy old man. Pure Harmony Hall, Banquet Hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I greet the esteemed guests present here. Were you satisfied with the meal at the morning banquet? My name is Soden. To enhance the excitement of the martial arts competition that will begin soon, I have been tasked with the role of commentary and hosting. Though I am merely a humble servant to the princess. But with a bit of eloquence and some knowledge in martial arts, I have humbly taken on this responsibility. However, since you esteemed guests are likely not interested in this part, let's get straight to it. The first match of the finals will begin. First, I will introduce a group that is an exceptional combination, even among the most formidable participants in this martial arts competition. The noble of fierce combat from the Korean peninsula, and the descendant of the goblins who have reappeared after centuries. Choi Si-woo and Kim Yu-shin. I didn't expect to see her again smiling like this. Anyway, the person next to her, he really is the Dragon King after all. At that time, my mind was completely gone, so I attacked him without thinking. Now that I think about it, didn't I make a huge mistake? Now, the opponents they will face. They are a clan whose name and legacy are by no means inferior to the goblins. They were the only group to reach the end of the preliminaries without a single loss or forfeit. And now. Even so, since this is the finals, I thought they would gather all the participants in one place so we could at least recognize each other. I just hope that our matchups are favorable. The invincible duo. The brother and sister, Murik and Gajin. Without even needing to exchange any opinions, we both realize it almost simultaneously. They are not dark spirits. But they are strong. Seriously, did you really have to bring food all the way here? I thought I ate too much at breakfast. I couldn't help it. The meals were lacking, so I had to compensate for it with quantity. Even though they tried to treat us with decently good materials, tools like weapons or iron only taste good after being used a lot. No matter how good a new item is, if it hasn't even been used once by its owner. Huh. Hey, sis. That tall guy over there. Can I take him on? Do as you please. You wouldn't listen to me even if I said no. The basic rules for the finals are the same as those for the preliminaries. A victory is determined if the opponent is rendered unable to fight or expresses a desire to forfeit. However, unlike the preliminaries, the 4 members of each group will fight simultaneously in the finals. Of course, the match ends only when both members of a team are unable to fight. In the case of a forfeit, if even one of the 2 members declares it, the loss is acknowledged. And stepping outside the arena, out of bounds, will also be judged as a defeat. So, the first match of the finals begins now. I was wondering what they meant by out of bounds, so this is what they were talking about. The arena is definitely huge. It's several times larger than the one we used for the preliminaries. So, what's the plan? You probably sensed it too, but these 2 are on a completely different level compared to the yokai you easily crushed in the preliminaries. Both of them are at least at the spirit level. The particularly dangerous one is that woman. If it were yesterday, there's a high chance we would have lost, even if we both took her on together. But now, I'm on a different level than I was yesterday. I can handle it easily on my own. Hey. This isn't a one-on-one match, it's a team game. I'll go first. Follow my lead. How? No. Oh. What a truly bold attack. Could that be the legendary Goblin Club? Its destructive power is indeed worthy of its reputation. Launching such firepower without prior scouting shows just how confident he is in his spiritual power. No. It seems he is cautious about his spiritual power, and thus used the basic form of the Goblin Club rather than its true form. It's not exactly my job to provide commentary, but the free transformation of shape and texture. To the opponent, this might seem the most frustrating aspect, but the real inequality lies elsewhere. Volume and mass relative to volume. Even with just monster level or lesser spiritual power, one can create a physical force that is difficult for opponents of the same level to handle. This is why even the old goblins, despite their shortcomings, managed to hold their own. Just mastering the basic usage of the club could make it impossible for those below the spiritual level of the wielder to handle. Not to mention, the goblin who has already mastered its crown and true form. As long as his stamina doesn't run out, he can unleash attacks without worry. Of course, even so, it would be meaningless with just that. Your reaction's not bad. That level of attack would have been sufficient to defeat any weaklings I encountered in the preliminary rounds. Of course. That was only in the preliminary rounds. The immediate use of weapon desummoning and evasion. The first attack was carefully adjusted to make him think that it was possible to defend or counterattack. Had he tried to defend or counterattack, he would have been hit directly by the second attack. Interesting. But a bit disappointing. If you used a blade, it would have been quite tasty. What on earth is this person? His attack itself is not that significant. What's hard to understand is his seemingly unreasonable durability. The first attack, fine, but my second attack was intended to finish him off with full force. I felt the impact clearly at my fingertips. Why, can he still move as if nothing happened? Kong Haesung and Choi Si-woo. The intense one-on-one combat between the two participants continues. Indeed, it is a fierce battle worthy of the main event's prestige and level. But why is Kim Yushin's presence missing for some time now? And Murik seems to be waiting at a distance rather than intervening in their battle. It's already, almost like the outcome is decided. Goblins, humans, and starfish, both sides likely have the same approach to this fight. In a tournament format with 8 groups participating, where the finals are held on the same day with selected strong contenders, one single victory means nothing. No matter how many strong opponents are defeated, if there's no remaining strength, only a hollow defeat awaits. Moreover, having gone through yesterday's preliminary rounds, all participants are likely acutely aware of this. However, in a spirit-level fight, even with differences in strength and technique, it inevitably becomes a long battle. A decisive blow to end the opponent efficiently and a scouting phase to achieve that. Identify the opponent's weakness before they identify yours, and strike through that gap to win. Although Choi Si-woo's previous attack looked flashy, it lacked substance. That exaggerated flashiness was merely a distraction to buy time for Kim Yushin to conceal himself. Embarrassingly enough, even I, for a moment, lost sight and missed seeing Kim Yushin disappear. It's needless to say for those directly involved. That's why this awkward situation was created. The analysis by Baekgyo was accurate. Murik's decision not to intervene directly in his sister's fight, or rather, the reason Murik can't intervene is because of his awareness of the concealed Yushin. Yushin, who's hidden somewhere in the arena, aims to attack if any gap appears. They have already deduced that the two opponents have divided roles according to their strengths, and Choi Si-woo's role is clearly to draw their attention. Therefore, while paying attention to finding the hidden Yushin, they aim to control the fight with the sister without revealing any gaps. Their plan is to finish Si-woo quickly and create a 2:1 situation with the hidden Yushin. But it's a shame. It doesn't seem like you went all out. If you had been a bit more daring, this would have been over already. Simply using strength alone isn't enough to defeat a goblin like Choi Si-woo. Well, it's a relief for me. A strong and fast regenerating body is a strong advantage, but it seems like a complete disadvantage on your end. Damn it. What is this? Sister, is unable to dominate in a one-on-one despite my support. I've only heard about goblins being strong and attacking in bizarre ways. There was no mention of them being resilient like a curled-up turtle. And that human is definitely nearby. An almost imperceptible presence and faint killing intent, he's clearly letting it slip intentionally. Is this really the right thing to be doing here? When you think about it, they're just human-level threats. If they're just tricksters with no real substance, is this level of vigilance necessary? Most of the combined power of the two is focused on that half-goblin. If the answer was to unite and finish him as quickly as possible, then we've been making the worst blunders so far. The most important mindset in a decisive battle is undoubtedly faith. Even when cornered by a strong opponent, believing in one's own skill and plan greatly increases the chance of victory. However, when there are allies, the amount of faith needed doubles, just like the increase in power. Before it's too late. I need to support my sister now. I don't care what the human does. I'm an invincible starfish. I can easily withstand any pathetic attacks. You really fell for this? Final judgment or swift kill? Though it might have seemed like a momentary mental lapse. I hope you didn't just rely solely on your species being tough. I'm not a fool, and there's no way a starfish can be cut down so simply. Even though I kept giving hints with my killing intent for you to stay alert, you somehow managed to throw it all away. Anyway. Choi Si-woo, you're probably going to brag about making me follow your orders, don't you? Just relax and lie down comfortably. You don't have to try so hard, it'll get better if you stay still. Well, you probably can't even hear me right now. It wasn't out of any special mercy. Final slash for Yushin, it was a year ago. One of the divine techniques he learned in the battle with Chubby. Using the blade of the energy formed at his fingertips. He performed a technique that passed through the gaps between the skin, muscle, bones, and organs without cutting them. But honestly speaking, that's a pretty useless skill. Pardon? I'm talking about final slash. You said you know how to use it, right? Just so there's no misunderstanding, I'm not nitpicking. Regardless of your age, it's impressive that you alone figured it out, when no one around you can. Well, yeah. I do have some talent too, but it would have been much better if it had been another divine technique. But you probably realized after using it, right? When fighting a monster, it's quite tricky to slice them cleanly. In fact, you didn't even manage to defeat the opponent you successfully performed final slash on, right? What? How did you? It's obvious even without seeing. You probably performed final slash properly, but it didn't deliver as much of a blow as you thought, right? If your opponent was strong enough to awaken during battle, they must have been a powerful monster. That's the subtle and tricky part of final slash. Monsters of a certain level will just heal even if they're sliced. On the other hand, weaker monsters can be defeated without using final slash in the first place. Of course, it's better to know than not, as it can still give a strong one hit even if it doesn't do much damage. Oh, that's impressive. But considering the difficulty in the title of Divine Technique, it's a bit underwhelming. It's like drawing an SSS-ranked character, only to find out it's the weakest one. And when you think about it, the fact that the cut is clean doesn't actually help much, does it? For a being with regenerative powers, a cleaner wound is actually more convenient. In fact, against monsters, the dirtier and rougher the injury, the better. And if you can imbue some useful poison or curse, even better. I know, this sounds a bit too practical for something an immortal would say. But isn't that how it goes? Even if it's called monster hunting or whatever, in essence, it's just hunting another species for survival. How long have you been out here? Just before sunrise. Day 30. Looking at you with the fishing rod now, it seems you've got most of the essentials down. Caught any fish yet? It's not easy. Besides, this isn't exactly a great spot. Excuses. If you just started fishing at dawn today, it would be impossible to complete all the tasks by the end of the day. Well, honestly, just managing to craft a hook with Gengi in 30 days is still unbelievable that no one would buy it if you told them. Like I said, it's really not easy. Catching 5 different kinds, that is. It felt weird to me too, you know. You didn't say, catch a certain number of fish. Why did you specifically say, catch different kinds? But when I came out at dawn and started making the hook and bait, I finally realized what the final challenge is. Making the hook wasn't too hard once I got the hang of it. Even though it's not perfect, the texture turned out somewhat similar. But that alone isn't enough, is it? Compared to a real worm, it lacks flavor, scent, and even movement. It's just a fake that looks similar. Even a fish wouldn't fall for this kind of bait, right? No, can I even make bait that works? Even as an immortal, how can you replicate the taste and scent of living creatures with deception? So, the only thing left that I could realistically recreate was just one. Oh, got one. Let me ask you honestly, Master. How long did you really think it would take for me to reach this level? Let's not pretend you thought it would take only a month. Actually, I'm more curious, how many months did it take you? Moving Gengi. Well, I got the hang of it in about a day, no, half a day, but still. You cheeky brat. It's suspicious, though. Someone who can do that but still messes up a half-boiled egg for over a month. So, are you finally starting to get it? What this has to do with the final slash? Yes. I understand it very clearly now. The final slash's goal that cut Murek was not to leave a wound, but to leave something else behind. Gengi, capable of mimicking a swimming fish even after being separated from the body. Yushin left that inside Murek's body. It became a living poison, which tore through and destroyed Murek's spinal nerves. There was no external wound, but even with the regenerative power of a spirit-class demon, it was impossible to overcome the internal devastation. The technique was so powerful that it would feel like being struck by a deadly curse called sudden death. In the olden days, immortals and demons alike called this technique. Hey, Choi Si-woo. At least I did my part, alright? Sudden death strike. If it's too hard for you to handle alone, just fall back and conserve your strength. I'll show you how it's done. What my friend said, he's not a bad guy. He just tends to get carried away and overdoes it with his words. Honestly, I think our strategy just worked out better. It's not that you guys were weak or anything. But since things have tipped in our favor, I think if you forfeit here, we can end this without further harm to either side. Of course, if you refuse, there's no other choice, but I'm not as sophisticated as my friend. I don't know any peaceful way to subdue a strong yokai like you. I told you. I'm not that sophisticated. The first match of the main tournament has ended. The victors, Choi Si-woo and Kim Yushin. Loss of stamina and energy, extremely minimal. What, was that just now? What happened? The opponent attacked. But Si-woo didn't move until just before the attack landed. So, naturally, I thought he would block it as usual. By the time I heard the sound, his fist was already extended forward. It was as if the middle part of the video had been edited. Even though I had relaxed a little, I wasn't careless at all. His speed surpassed even my eye strength, which I had trained over the past year, to the point where he subdued a spirit-level monster in one blow. When did he learn such a technique? You two are really amazing. Personally, I thought your opponents were at least one level above you since they were contenders for the championship, but your martial prowess was so great that it made my limited view feel shameful. Especially the concealment technique that completely hid your presence until the very last moment. When you finally revealed yourselves, the audience was in awe. Ah, well. But is there a problem or something? I'm not supposed to give a victory speech or anything, right? A victory speech, that's a good idea. We should consider that from the second round onwards. But there is another reason why I stepped on the stage. Because you haven't yet fulfilled the conditions for your victory. Of course, to anyone watching, your victory is obvious. But that's just their subjective opinion. Depending on how you interpret it, you could say, it's not decided yet. It may seem like they're in a state of incapacity, but there's no direct damage to their energy orbs. Moreover, the depth of their injuries is such that, at a spirit-level monster's strength, they should recover without any issues. More importantly, despite having ample opportunity to do so, they haven't admitted defeat. They could still declare it now, but since they haven't, it's not over yet, and the right to finish this lies with you. Is this one of those things? Honestly, from my point of view, it's already over since we won. But the standards of the monsters are different. The right to devour the one you defeated. That's why, besides surrender, defeat means death, or being devoured by the victor. Even Siwu gathered up the orbs during the preliminaries and devoured them, and if his power just now was due to that, from the monster's perspective, devouring is a completely natural thing. Hey, listen. I guess there's no choice. We'll just have to finish this for sure. Hey. Gotcha. What are you doing right now? We can't just wait for these people to wake up, can we? If we did, we'd have to fight again. In that case, we'll just have to use another disqualification method. Hey, what exactly is the out-of-bounds range? The out-of-bounds zone starts from the flat ground where the floor structure ends. Thank you. You heard that, right? Yushin, you too, move that person outside the boundary. There's no guarantee that your technique will last forever, right? Yeah, right. I'm exhausted, leaving aside my energy and stamina, I feel incredibly tired, maybe from the tension. Why did you do that? To the monsters we defeated. You know the deal, right? The Dragon Palace basically gave us permission to devour them. Why didn't you eat them? Well, because you don't like it. Don't joke around, seriously. Those two, they were the strongest opponents you've faced so far. It's not like you're suddenly uncomfortable with the idea of killing and devouring them. Well, they might be more useful. Useful? If they were on the side of the rebellion happening today, they wouldn't have fought so desperately in a competition that was about to be overthrown anyway. They don't know what's going to happen. So later, when things go down, even if they don't join our side, they could still be useful as variables. Is this water? Since they belong to the monsters of the Korean peninsula, they won't side with the dark spirits. And besides, after eating a few energy orbs yesterday, I realized, it is water. Eating them doesn't immediately give me something good. As strong as the contained energy is, I also need time to digest it. Neither of their energy levels are something I can digest right away today. Rather than greedily burdening my body, I thought it would be better to leave myself with some more usable options. I see, now that he explained it, it sounds more like a rational choice. If I were him, I'd probably make the same decision. But for him to basically say, I spared them to use them. The fact that this is coming naturally from his mouth, feels a little strange. It could just be my feeling, but I know it might be rude to suddenly approach you like this, but, my name is Bayan, and I am one of the generals who command the Gold Guard of the Dragon Palace. After witnessing your incredible display in the match earlier, as a warrior, I couldn't contain my excitement, which is why I dared to come here so boldly. I have no other intentions, I simply brought some good alcohol and hope to have a conversation with you, heroes from the land. If you're uncomfortable with this, I will leave immediately. I'm not particularly uncomfortable with it. It's just that we were just getting bored ourselves. If we can get to know someone from the Dragon Palace, we'd be grateful. Then, with no further ado, please feel free to sit. You've come to befriend us with good intentions, so there's no need to be tense. Is this alcohol? The aroma is amazing, even just being near the bottle. Well, this is more like the usual choi siwoo. You recognize it, huh? This is hidoju, sea grape liquor, a family recipe passed down for generations. I couldn't come to meet you too empty-handed. Would it be alright if I poured you a drink? Oh, no. I'm not very good with alcohol, and I've been drinking a lot recently. Nice to meet you. I'm really glad to meet you. Yes, well. In a situation where things could explode any minute, what are we even doing? This liquor. What is this? It's really good. Really? I'm glad. I was worried it wouldn't suit the taste of people from the land. I can't believe it. I knew humans grow fast, but it's hard to believe you're only 17 this year. I'm not that impressive, honestly. Though Yushin might be, I was just a bit lucky. Now that I think of it. How old are you, Bayan? When you first introduced yourself, you said you are a commander, but you look quite young. You seem to have risen through the ranks really quickly. Oh, this year. I will be 100. You say that, yet you keep talking after just one drink. By the way, it seems like time has passed. Even if we assume that Siwoo and my match ended quickly, by now, the third match should be underway. So, it's about time. Wait a minute, isn't a position right below the generals really amazing? Haha, well, just based on the title alone, yes, but it wasn't a position I earned purely on my own merit. I'm just a beneficiary of a generational shift. A generational shift. The person who held my position before me was appointed at the time of the current Dragon King's ascension. That was hundreds of years ago. When His Majesty ascended the throne, he announced widespread reforms. Starting with stopping the tribute we used to demand from humans on land, he changed many of the policies of the Dragon Palace, and placed the core government positions into the hands of those in his peer group who shared his vision. But His Majesty is a special case among the dragon race. He still retains his full power and abilities from his prime, however, the officials who were his peers can no longer keep pace with him. In recent years, they have started to retire, and younger officials like us are beginning to take their places. I see, that must be a lot of pressure for you. To fix what the previous generations have done, yes, we have the duty to restore the Dragon Palace from the mess those damned old fools left behind. I said something inappropriate without realizing it. But what I said is surely the sentiment of the wise individuals in the Dragon Palace. At this time of great upheaval in the world, there are many layers of mistakes we need to shed. Still, it's a relief. All of that frustration ends today. Wait a moment. I'm sorry to say this, Siwoo, but today's martial arts competition, it's going to be erased. Everything the current Dragon King has done, all of it, will disappear without a trace. Why Yushin? What are you saying? Why all of a sudden? Such a shame. Though it was poisoned, that liquor was still the pride of my family. It was far too good for humans. Well, if you think about it as the price for your current suffering, it's not quite fair, but it does make some sense. But you're surprisingly calm. I expected you would have jumped at me immediately. You must have some sort of antidote. You're planning to use it as leverage, to make demands. Otherwise, since there's one person who hasn't been poisoned, there's no way you'd be this composed. As expected, you're quite sharp. Well, the only reason I'm calm is because I'm confident I can subdue you by myself. From your perspective, this must be very sudden, but the current Dragon King will step down from the throne today. We'll apologize to the other competitors for canceling the tournament and compensate them with an appropriate penalty fee. But for humans, there's an exception. Even if the current Dragon King let you off, you still have to pay the price for stepping foot into the Dragon Palace without knowing your place. But fortunately for you, Siwoo, there's someone who thinks highly of you. That person holds you in very high regard. The new Dragon King expects you, Siwoo, to stand by his side and use your goblin powers for the sake of the Dragon Palace. If you go to the new Dragon King and pledge your loyalty, I will prepare the antidote for the human. Prepare. But, as you can see, my friend needs help immediately. Well. I assumed you would drink as well, so the poison isn't that strong. But it seems human bodies are even weaker than I thought. Even low-grade yokai can last a day, at least. In any case, I haven't prepared the antidote yet. If you're that worried, you'll just have to follow me as quickly as possible. Understand? I'll do whatever you say, just, please save my friend. Of course, Siwoo. Given how cooperative you're being, I'll hurry as well. That's a relief. I didn't think things would go this smoothly. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. I had hoped, depending on the situation, to face off against you, Siwoo, but to think you'd throw away your pride and dignity for a mere human. Follow me. Can I at least ask who I'm pledging my loyalty to? I don't think you're in a position to ask questions, but fine. The Crown Prince, who is currently imprisoned, will soon overthrow his father and ascend to the throne. For now, you'll be meeting General John, the top of the Grand Generals, so be careful with your words and actions. He fell for it. Celestial Energy Secret Art, Deception. Is he naive, or just dumb? Maybe both. You came to us so openly and offered food, did you really think we'd fall for it, like some clueless fools? By the way, Choi Siwoo. I've thought this since middle school, but your harmless loser act is almost terrifyingly good. Honestly, I thought it was just because of your plump appearance, but I didn't expect that even here, your fake niceness would work. Even though I know you're hiding something, before I know it, I'm lowering my guard. It's almost like a superpower. Even though the other side is recruiting you first, you still manage to infiltrate and leak critical information in no time. Anyway, now that we've figured out the mastermind, they'll probably ignore me for a while, thinking I'm not a threat. Now, how should I cause a scene? The first round of the finals is already heading into its last match. Should I say that every match has exceeded my expectations? As the daughter of a warrior family, I have watched a few tournaments up until now, but this is the first time I've seen such a high-level competition. Match 2 winners, Goyu and Salmi. Isn't that overdoing it? Luckily, nothing serious happened, but you could have been seriously injured. You could have just left the front to me and supported from the back. I know. But considering the situation, it's better to save your strength than mine, isn't it? And if I push myself to the limit, maybe, just maybe, I can awaken even a little. I could see this coming since you charged in recklessly. Father would be very proud if he saw this. The next successor of the family, being humiliated in front of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Palace. So please, fix that habit. It's because you always rush in without any probing or control that you end up in situations like this. Yeah. But wasn't it fun though? The more I think about it, the more I realize I'm glad I came here, right? Just look at Siwoo's fights, they're all amazing. I knew this was going to happen. What's the use of being calm and sensible in daily life? That's not an act, but when the crucial battle comes, it's like your mental age regresses by 10 years, and you just charge ahead recklessly. If only you used at least half of your brain in those moments, instead, you leave everything to your instincts and intuition. Maybe it's because of the blood, and that's probably why he was chosen as the next head. By the way, you seem to be in good condition too, sis. You didn't look so well before we came here, maybe your mood improved and it's reflected in your abilities? Could it be because you got Reiju back and saw Wu again? What nonsense are you talking about? You think just because I'm in a bad mood, it affects my magic that much? How pathetic do you think I am as a mage? I told you already. The land of the Korean peninsula just doesn't suit me. For people like us, Shikigami summoners, the place we're in is the most important thing. If the natural energy of the place doesn't match, it's like a saltwater fish trying to swim in fresh water. Is it that bad? I didn't think it was that bad, there's a lot of energy here. It's not a matter of good or bad, it's a matter of compatibility. You hate shrimp, even though everyone else loves them, right? Anyway, do something about that pitiful display. Even I feel sorry just watching it. Oh, definitely. Winners, Yoshihiro and Yuzuru. And now, we're at the last match of the first round. Judging by their track record alone, they surpassed the 12 contestants so far. First, we have Xiaowei. A direct descendant of the great sage, equal to heaven, who displayed overwhelming dominance in the preliminaries. Except for a single forfeit loss, she settled every match in a single move, a true heir of a prestigious family. Overcoming their weak lineage, they defeated powerful opponents to stand here. Up next we have the dear spirit sisters of the Korean peninsula. Yujong and Yuk. It's a shame. It would have been better if we didn't have to meet here and now. From what I've seen so far, *T. Why is it always like this? Why do I always have to run into such delicious-looking opponents when I can't eat them? Should I just throw all caution to the wind and just go for it, like last time? What is this? Well, I get what Qian's thinking. And I even agree to some extent. But still, we've all been in Bai Hyung's debt since we were born. All of us. So, I think it's only right to help him out when he asks. As long as it's something we can tolerate, that is. There's no other way to think about it. Unless my sense of energy completely broke overnight, those two are undoubtedly shadow demons. The one on the right, if I'm not mistaken, is the cursed beast I spoke of. Is it greed? It's almost identical to the malicious energy I sensed from the traces of the previous generation's greed I investigated before coming here. And the other one, of course, I've never felt anything like its energy before. Compared to greed, it's more unpleasant and sticky. I don't know what kind of magic it holds, but, if I let myself get hit, it'll be the end. This is getting interesting. Two shadow demons, it's a perfect test to see if I'm worthy of becoming the king of conquerors. I forfeit. Am I doing this right? Anyway, we forfeit. What is going on here? Oh. But you've made it all the way to the finals, and now, you're forfeiting before the match even starts. Why on earth? Haha, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But as you said in the introduction earlier, we're not from any particularly good lineage, so we don't overestimate our abilities. We came here more for the experience than to win. We were planning to at least finish strong, but what can we do? We ran into something like that at the very start. So, we forfeit. It's a bit of a shame, but what can we do? Just getting this far already fulfilled our goal. Up until this moment, Xiaowei had considered almost every possibility she could. And the most reasonable goal for the shadow demons is still the assassination of the Dragon King. Throughout history, across all times and places, people say that every throne is built on the edge of a rebel's blade, but that doesn't hold true for the Dragon Palace. As Xiaohui pointed out to Siwu the day before, the Dragon King's individual power is on another level. No matter how many forces or armies one can gather, it's impossible to challenge an absolute being like him. Their only chance would be the reward given to the winner of the martial arts tournament. The Dragon King personally congratulates the winners and leads them to the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace, where they are allowed to choose an item. It's the one moment where they can get close to the Dragon King without arousing suspicion or raising alarms. Even so, a simple ambush would never be enough to harm the Dragon King. But with the twisted magic of the shadow demons, they might be able to overcome the power gap. Yet they gave up that opportunity themselves. What could they possibly gain by doing that? Perhaps this moment is the last chance. Even if it means making an enemy of the Dragon Palace, Xiaohui realized that she needed to eliminate the shadow demons immediately. Well, although I've forfeited, I do feel sorry for those who were watching. Everyone must have had high expectations. Instead of an entertaining spectacle, they ended up with a pitiful and draining outcome. So, as a way of apology, I was thinking of sharing an interesting story. Let's see. I'm not sure how loudly I should say this. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know? Our current emperor, hailed as the greatest sovereign in the history of the East Sea, has had 2 empresses thus far. The first one is the biological mother of His Highness, the Crown Prince, who is currently imprisoned. Wait, hold on a second. What is this all of a sudden? Shoo. She's in the middle of talking, interrupting isn't polite, is it? The first empress came from the most prestigious family in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. She provided great support for His Majesty's ascension to the throne. And it said that their marriage was harmonious as well. It seemed only natural for them to spend a lifetime together until death, but that didn't happen. His Majesty the Dragon King abandoned his partner. The cause was that the Empress simply tried to exercise her right, a very natural one at that. What are you even talking about? This is nonsense. What are the inner guards doing? Arrest that vile person immediately. Well, although she was the Empress, direct interference in politics was not permissible, but as one of His Majesty's advisors, the Empress merely offered sound counsel. Xiaohui saw 2 phantom-like figures, acting out of nowhere. Her body froze, unable to react or even think. But it wasn't because of any failure on Xiaohui's part. The situation had already slipped completely out of her control. His Majesty must have thought that even such counsel overstepped her bounds. And so, Xiaohui didn't need to act, nor did she have the right to do so. I may not be the most tolerant person, but after doing this job for a few hundred years, you become indifferent to most rumors. Kings, and those in high positions tend to deal with such things. The noise from below is no different from insects flocking to left-out food. It's annoying, sure, but unavoidable. It's a law of nature you have to accept. Powerful sorcery, vast reserves of magical energy, meticulously honed techniques. There is an opponent against whom none of these things hold any meaning. In fact, using the word opponent may be a stretch. No matter how strong an individual may be, fighting against the laws of nature is not even a contest. Just as ants can't properly look up at humans, those beneath cannot fathom such beings. For yokai, they can only collectively refer to them in one word. But, when an insect crawls into your bed and bites your flesh, that's a slightly different matter. No other word compares to it. No matter what you think in your head, your hand reflexively strikes to kill. So, who are you? On my daughter's birthday, who dared to open the window of my home and let you inside? I won't give you much time. But if you answer, I won't take your life. It's not the insect's fault for biting without knowing their place. Just as I heard, no, even more so. Of course, a rebellion would simply never succeed. The Dragon King is an entity beyond that of any mere yokai. Even outside of the water, no one can match him. In the East Sea, he is the absolute ruler, literally. No matter how strong or huge their numbers are, they must fight against the master of that world. I've heard he's much stronger than you, Bai Hyung. Is there anything Qian or I can do about that? We'll have to provoke his ire, of course. Hit the Dragon King where it hurts the most, the one sensitive topic he never wants to hear about. We'll say it, make him come to us. Don't worry. Sure, if the Dragon King wanted to, you would be killed instantly. But he won't do that. After all, he's kind-hearted, and he's fully aware of just how overwhelmingly powerful he is. It's like how humans don't immediately squash ants. You wouldn't call that reckless or foolish, right? Even if the ant tries something, he'll just respond nonchalantly, like do whatever you want. That's when Eileen will use this. To put it grandly, it's a weapon that can bring down a god, or, more modestly, it's a venomous stinger that I can attach to you, Eileen, the ant. I don't have the skill to use it myself. But with Eileen's abilities, it's more than possible. The look on his face when the anti-dragon god weapon, which he himself gave to humans, strangles his own life. No one, except the Dragon King, knew what the demon who chose his own death had brought out, and what the melody being played with it meant. In this world, even those who claim to know the Dragon King best, or those who hired shadow demons to dethrone the Dragon King, or those watching the situation unfold right in front of them, or even the most talented among those watching, no one understood. It's an old story. Over 1,000 years old, a story almost forgotten by not only humans, but also demons. At that time, the Dragon King, the former Dragon King, had no clear successor. There were 2 heirs to inherit the throne, but was it difficult to determine superiority? Or was there another reason? The Dragon King couldn't decide on a crown prince for a long time. Unfortunately, in that state, the Dragon King fell ill. He could no longer move, and he was bedridden, unable to even maintain a clear mind. Somehow, it's a rather common story, so, did the 2 heirs kill each other over the throne? And that weapon was used for it? No. Unfortunately, it seems that didn't happen. The younger brother, that is, the current Dragon King, had no desire for the throne. So the younger brother decided to leave the sea for a while. Even though he had no desire for the throne, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be strange with 2 candidates for succession. By leaving, he intended to naturally diminish his presence so that his older brother could reign as the crown prince. Besides, there was a good excuse to naturally leave the Dragon Palace at that time. Thus, the younger brother left the sea for quite a long time. What is that? Is he an idiot? Making something like that would obviously come back and bite him on the ass later on. But, of course, there were conditions. It will only be used when the Dragon Palace brings harm to the land first, so in any other situation, it will be thoroughly sealed. Of course, it wasn't just empty words. The first version of the flute that tames the 10,000 waves was specialized purely for defense and counterattack. But no matter how I think about it, it's self-inflicted. It wasn't me who never intended to seal it in the first place, nor the one who modified it like this. It has been called many names throughout the history of the West. A monster with the head of a goat or a ram, with characteristics of both male and female. Leading humans to the abyss of lust and pleasure. Satyr or Baphomet. And Asmodeus. That's probably the most famous name this gloomy being ever had. The one who understood the situation fastest and acted accordingly was the descendant of the Monkey King. Though I don't know exactly what that flute is, it was clear its effects were limited to the Dragon King. And that playing it requires full concentration. If the attacker is unaware of its surroundings, then in an instant. Godsmithing wind. Even it's just one thread of it, its impact resistance managed to withstand even a direct hit from the godsmithing wind. Even though its head was blown off, it can still move, which means its human form is nothing but a shell. Hungry. Hungry, hungry, very hungry, I'm hungry, hungry. If both sides are yokai who have stepped into the spiritual level, the outcome of the battle is not determined by the amount of power, including spiritual energy. Yes, from a human perspective, this is how it can be illustrated. A trained soldier with a dagger and a child with a fully loaded assault rifle. If they were to face each other on the battlefield, which side do you think has a higher chance of winning? Well, I don't know much about guns, but let's assume there are no obstacles between them, something like that. Time, place, distance, individual physical characteristics, and mindset. The outcome can change depending on those various factors. Neither side can be certain of the result. It's the same with sorcery and spiritual power. As long as you have the ability to surely kill the opponent upon hitting them, other variables become more important than the power itself. No matter how strong your sorcery is, if you don't know how to handle it well or aren't skilled, its power will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, if you understand the opponent's abilities, as long as the situation allows, you can respond accordingly. Moreover, it's possible to find openings with your own sorcery, as long as there is minimal required power, as mentioned earlier. Indeed, now that you've explained it, I understand clearly. Though, using firearms as an example was quite unexpected, but the reason you're telling me all this is, because in your current state, you're not much different from that child. I don't know you well, nor have I seen you fight properly. If we tie our two encounters together, we've only met twice in a few days. However, in those few days, you've grown to the point where you could be considered a completely different being. Of course, that growth itself is praiseworthy. Your bloodline's potential, a bit of luck in experiences, but above all, it would have been impossible without your own will. But you've already felt the backlash from it, haven't you? Even though you moved with your own judgment and will, when you look back, it feels like those actions were taken by someone else. At least once in the battles you've experienced it, right? Simply having heightened emotions or aggression isn't a big problem. If you used magic that you had never learned or even known about as if possessed by something, that's evidence that you are starting to be consumed by your own power. Especially someone like you, a yokai with a powerful bloodline but no elders to guide you, this is a symptom you must be more wary of more than anything. Not just wielding a lot of spiritual energy, but recklessly using power you can't even grasp or control. That's how yokai become possessed by their demonic nature and lose their reason, turning into a demonic monster. So, stop trying to increase your power for a while. Even the spiritual orbs you swallowed today are too much for you. Since it's not like I can have you spit them back out, I'll help you digest them for now. If you had a wise adult to protect you, they would have done everything in their power to stop you. And something to keep in mind, try to avoid the fighting style of overpowering the opponent with force. Otherwise, you'll keep hitting limits in each battle, forcing yourself until you get consumed. At your current level, what you already have is enough to take on opponents a few steps above you. Rather than looking for stronger weapons, it would be better to find ways to use the weapon in your hand more skillfully and effectively. I've gone on a bit of a tangent, but what I wanted to tell you is what I know about the shadow demons. I don't know if the one at the Dragon Palace is a shadow demon, but if it is, I know how to deal with it. The best way would be for me to capture it directly, but if it's not you, Miss Shelby, but me that encounters it, you're telling me to use the strategy you mentioned to capture it, right? Yes. Even if I encounter it first, depending on the situation, I might lose. So this is not just a reckless rebellion. Wow, as expected of the granddaughter of the great sage, equal to heaven. Even in this situation, you don't seem intimidated at all. On a personal level, I find that quite appealing. But unfortunately, you're not a target for recruitment. You see it that way too, right? Your grandfather's atrocities at the Dragon Palace 1,000 years ago were deserving of death 100 times over. But don't worry too much. I have no intention of making you bear all the responsibility. I'll let you live, but I'll thoroughly destroy you and send you back to MANHWA, beyond repair. That's the punishment for you, ignorant monkey bastards. What was that just now? The sound alone suggests it's quite far away. But for the tremor to reach here, something must have happened. This damn earthworm, how dare you take your eyes off me? Ah. I apologize. Something caught my attention for a moment. I didn't expect you to withstand that. Well then, let's continue. A few minutes ago. We've come all the way here, but we haven't encountered a single person working inside the palace. Last night, only the floors where the participants were staying were quiet. Even the first floor was bustling in the middle of the night. Were they making arrangements to approach us in advance? Is it still not time? Excuse me. Is there some kind of problem? No, it's nothing. Let's continue. By the way, who is this General John person? Well, he seems to be someone very important. After all, he's a general. I've already told you once, you're not in a position to ask questions. I'm sorry. You said I should be careful with my words, so I thought it would be good to know more. The Dragon Palace originally had 4 generals. Modeled after the 4 directions, north, south, east, west. But with the south general's position vacant, there are now only 3 generals in the Dragon Palace. That servant is Becchio, who holds the east general's position. He lacks even the qualifications to be a general or the competence to hold even a low-ranking position, but he was promoted to this rank thanks to catching the Dragon King's eye. Fortunately, the North and West generals are truly loyal to the Dragon Palace, not just the Dragon King. They've made plans to depose the current king and replace him with someone more suited to the throne. By someone more suited, do you mean the Dragon King's daughter, whose birthday is today? It can't be. The generals ordered us to act swiftly and quietly. Why are you only bringing her in now? Come on, how is that possible? Right before the tournament began, we already summoned her, politely explained the great cause, and asked her to join, but the old lady tried to run away with a clever trick. We had no choice but to capture her and, as politely as possible, beat her up, but she still wouldn't reveal the location of the jade orb. The generals instructed us to bring her along even if she doesn't speak. Step aside. What's there to boast about when you can't even make an old woman open her mouth? And you plan to bring her to the generals like that? I'll check myself whether she'll talk or not. So, step back and let me handle it, you pathetic fools. Speaking of which, weren't you one of the traitors, too? Didn't you spend over 1,000 years kissing up to the Dragon King? For someone with such a long life, it's laughable that your highest rank is nothing more than a household officer. I guess you're too out of touch to read the situation, stubbornly clinging to your useless pride. Listen closely. I don't know why the generals are being so merciful to a washed-up old woman like you, but when you're given a rare opportunity, you should be grateful and accept it. The one who gave me this rare opportunity is His Majesty, not those traitors. As a servant and citizen of the Dragon Palace, I cannot support your ungrateful rebellion. If you're trying to persuade me, you might as well take my old life. You too. Take this man to General John on my behalf. I've already put a leash on him, so he won't be able to resist. Now, then, you know our family has roots as a branch of the Dragon King's lineage, right? The lowly folk dismiss it as mere rumors fabricated by our family, but it's a historical fact recorded in the archives. Long ago, two serpents made their home in the Eastern Sea. One passed through the Dragon Gate and became the first Dragon King. The other, unfortunately, remained a serpent and became the ancestor of our family. The bloodline of a serpent that couldn't become a dragon, we may not have the ability to rule the seas, but instead, we have developed a lesser ability. The power of poison. We can freely control the toxicity, form, and effects of poison. Unique skill, 10,000 variations of deadly poison. I can create a poison that ends life painlessly and instantly. Or one that causes so much agony, twists limbs, and drives people mad, without any harm to their life. Once it's injected, no matter how much you regret it, there's no turning back. There's not much time left in your life anyway, stop acting tough. Why don't you get it over with instead of wasting time talking? I'm not saying I actually want you to finish her off, though. Can you stand? Mr. Choi Saiwoo. If you're having trouble moving, you can stay right here. I'll make sure you don't get hurt. You worthless water bug. Do you want to watch your friend die? What are you thinking? He might as well die. Come to think of it, we weren't that close anyway. I was going to hold back until I couldn't, but it seems my patience isn't as strong as I thought. Fine, whatever your plan is, it works out for me. As I said, I was starting to get bored with how predictable this was going. You could be the first land dweller to test my poison skills, that'd be perfect. You're talking too much. Old Lady Gu. Both Lady Gu and Bayan shared a similar feeling of surprise because they both already knew Saiwoo's movements. Lady Gu had been observing Saiwoo throughout the preliminary rounds, while Bayan had reviewed his performance records and watched the first half of the main round. But the speed Saiwoo just displayed far exceeded what either could have predicted. It was only natural that he had been holding back some of his power. However, it wasn't just physical ability. Magic must have been involved to enhance his body. Using that, he knocked down those two in an instant and reached behind me. But, even though I didn't see the magic being cast, there wasn't even a trace of energy flow. What on earth? It doesn't matter. As long as I know something like that exists, it's not the speed I can't react to. 10,000 variations of deadly poison. Stroke. Ugh. Gaia. I'm sorry. I'll try to make this hurt as little as possible. What? I swung with as much force as I could muster, but my bat melted away instantly, making defense meaningless. A leg or arm might be fine, but if that hit my head or torso directly, it wouldn't just be a matter of regeneration. This is on a completely different level from anyone else I've faced who also used poison. They didn't come after Yushin and me without reason. But still, at this level, neither the range nor the speed is particularly threatening. I can dodge and gradually close the distance. Once I get close enough. 10,000 variations of deadly poison. Baiyin's poison magic, capable of creating various types of poison, has several rules. Every additional advantage added to the poison exponentially increases the amount of magic power consumed. Baiyin cannot create a poison that is formless, colorless, odorless, and lethal in small quantities. If the poison is formless, colorless, and odorless, the most it can do is cause mild paralysis. And that's why it must be used in combination with other poisons. He has fallen into my trap. Against an opponent with a certain level of skill, hitting them with whip poison by chance isn't easy. At best, it might hinder their movements and slow them down. That's why I used the whip poison as a distraction early on and generated the poison mist. While the poison's toxicity is minimal, its concealment and diffusion capabilities are excellent. While you were focused on dodging and closing the distance, you must have absorbed the poison mist through your skin. The paralysis will only last a few seconds, but once the poison starts to take effect, not even the Dragon King himself can control his body. This is the end. Saiwa's talent is undeniably real. However, if you look at the history of the goblin race, there have been many geniuses just like him. Even so, when it comes to this technique, no goblin, past or present, can match the boy. The reason is simple. Saiwa himself is the creator of this technique. Even though the magic consumption is low, overusing this carelessly will lead to disaster. I'll either need to weaken the output so it doesn't take too much time to recover, or only use it when I'm sure I can take the opponent down. How did you? Ugh. You. Well, it's only natural that it wouldn't work. Because the power to pull it out is here. It was close, but, this time, I've got a better grasp of things. If I control the output to a reasonable level, I can follow up with the next move while maintaining a slight stiff response. There won't be many situations like this, but I learned that I can still move indirectly, even if there's a variable like poison. Next time, I'll be able to use it much more flexibly. You seemed so confident in yourself. But without this, I'm not sure if that confidence will continue to hold. After all, you were in my position just a moment ago. I trust you know what would be the appropriate way to conduct yourself. There are many things I'd like to ask, but, for now, I'll keep it simple with just 2 questions. 1. Specifically, what do you plan to do to bring out the Dragon King? Right now, how can I get out of here and return to the surface? If I get satisfactory answers, I'll return this to you, and I'll just lock you up somewhere quiet. Of course, I'll make sure you're broken enough that you can't do anything for a while. Alright, I understand. To inherit the Dragon King's position. Kararkarark. Mr. Choi Siwoo. You must hurry inside. The poisonous smoke is about to spread. It's a relief you told me in time. I thought it was just a simple explosion, but to think the poison gas was real. I thought he had given up and surrendered peacefully, but I must have judged wrong. That's not it. His death and explosion couldn't have been his own choice. If the person that consumed it became a traitor, the poison immediately activates within their body, harming those around them. Those underlings who took part in this rebellion, including her, probably didn't even know they were poisoned. So that's what was going on. The energy I felt from the explosion was identical, so I didn't think it was an outsider's interference. It's not strange that you felt that way. That poison's creator is likely her father. The question you asked her earlier, I think I can give you an incomplete answer. For now, it's clear that something has happened to the Dragon King. As clear evidence, I can't use the internal communication system at all right now. Mr. Choi Siwoo, during the preliminaries, you saw me transport both of you and occasionally place my hand on my temple to listen to news from other places, right? Both the communication and teleportation techniques are not mine, but abilities borrowed from the Dragon King's power. Not just me, but all the officials of the Dragon Palace communicate freely and move around the palace in such a manner. The fact that the rebels managed to nullify that is proof that they succeeded in neutralizing the Dragon King's power. I see, so when he placed his hand on his temple then, he was checking if the communication network inside the palace was functioning normally. It was still working then, so the Dragon King was fine. But to incapacitate someone so strong, what in the world did they do? But still, the rebels have likely not laid a hand on the Dragon King yet. The throne of the Dragon Palace and the powers of the Dragon King are passed down through the royal jade, an artifact that has been inherited since the first Dragon King. The rightful successor to the royal jade is none other than Princess Miri, the current Dragon King's daughter. If they were to assassinate the Dragon King, the jade would recognize the princess as the next Dragon King and transfer the power to her. If anything were to happen to both of them, the jade would be set to lock itself from that point on. It's like a will, of sorts. Until that is altered, they can't harm the Dragon King. It's already a great offense to show such disgraceful scenes of the palace to a guest who came to grace our banquet. But still, as this shameful old woman, I beg of you. Of course, Mr. Choi Siwoo and Mr. Kim Yushin should escape this dangerous palace and return to the surface as soon as possible. But before that, could I ask you to find General Baekgyo, who should be somewhere within the palace? It appears to be a thoroughly planned rebellion, but if it's him, I'm sure he's avoiding capture to act on the Dragon King's behalf. Even if the general is safe, the chances of him being able to stop this rebellion are slim to none, but still. I'm sorry, but I'm in quite a rush here. I don't know how long I'll be tied up, so I can't afford to waste time here. I see. If you at least allow only Yushin to leave with the necessary item, I will do my best to help with matters on this side. I see, you came here to retrieve a precious item to seal an enemy, after all. To be precise, it's more complicated than that, but regardless, Yushin needs to return with the sealing material by the end of today. We need a strong weapon, capable of sealing a malicious spirit that's troubling a far stronger entity than myself. Is there something like that, within our immediate reach, that we can take out right now? A long time ago, we received a treasured sword as tribute from the land. As a mere palace official, I can't presume to measure its worth, but the Dragon King was fond of it and would often enjoy sword dancing with it. If you go to His Majesty's bedchamber, you should be able to find it without much difficulty. Alright, let's go immediately. If we can find General Baekgyo along the way, that would be great. I'm worried about Salmi, Goyu, Yoshihiro, and Yuzuru, but for now, the priority is Siolwa's condition. I can't confirm everyone's safety in this vast palace. All we can do is hope for the best. Splitting up from Yushin seems to have been the right choice, but knowing his personality, there's no way he's staying still, definitely not. Please, just stay safe without causing any trouble. And I hope you haven't gone too far. Oh, by the way, this might be random, but I've been wondering about your character, no, I mean, about your outfit. I can tell the ones in yellow are just grunts. I ran into a bunch of them on the way here, and they weren't much of a threat. So what about the three of you in red, what rank are you exactly? You know, like, the 10 new masters of the Dragon Palace or at least part of the Red Dragon Corps or something. There must be some hierarchy or reason for the uniforms, right? You're someone who's about to die, huh? Ah, right.